All right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're having the great remainder of your weekend here. Can't believe it's Sunday evening already. And happy Gemini. It's happening, right? Gemini and happy. Happy Gemini new moon. Hope you made some good new moon wishes on this wonderful energy. I think Venus moves into Leo too. So we got that little fieriness. Love wants to be seen right now for a little bit. So welcome, welcome. I'm excited to get into the readings this evening, as we always are. But before we do all that, let's come back to this moment. We are taking a big, deep breath together, coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos of the outside world, and coming back into our little inner bubble of love that's full of gratitude and all that wonderful love energy. And we'll bring in the singing bowl and do other stuff before we get started. But let's start with that. So if you want to join me, let's take a big deep breath in, slow exhale out. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, of course. And then slow exhale out, coming back to the moment. All right. So let's begin. Big deep breath in. Oh, feels good. All right. And then I will hit the singing bowl three times. And as we do that, we can just let that love fill up inside of us, vibrate out into our mind and our hearts and all our emotions, into our bodies, all our cells of our body, into our energetic system. Fill us up and overflow out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. So, something we can always do in each moment, it works so well, is gratitude, right? When we're just grateful for one little thing in this moment or something that we're grateful that we have had in our life, it immediately raises our love vibration and it allows us to receive more of what we're grateful for, but it opens us wide open to hear messages from spirit too. So we'll do that after the third gong. I will bring in the feather, a little magical feather to cleanse our mental energy, our emotional energy, our physical body energy, our energetic fields. This is an opportunity to cleanse our aura and reset a lot of stuff. So if you want to join in doing that, just have that intention and it'll magnify all of the energy that we're doing as well. So I think that's it. Let's do it. Remember, gratitude. Mm, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Such powerful energies. We'll put her back here on her little spot so she can watch us from over here. So good, isn't it? I love it. All right. So welcome, welcome, all my Zen friends. Welcome, everyone. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello to you as well. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So welcome, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends, and we try to keep it a wonderful, high vibration, love, supportive energy. So welcome. We do have a wonderful uh, little group of individuals here. We call them the Zen friends. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all listed down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority, and you can make a donation using the super chat at the bottom, or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. I currently don't have any set dollar amounts. Depending on the amount is how deep we dive. A dollar reading is like, ankle deep, and then we go knee deep and waist deep, and then we submerge sometimes, right? So whatever you feel like giving there. And for my donations, if it's $5 or more, you do get a special fortune cookie along with your reading. Tonight, we're continuing to use up these beautiful whispers of healing. And then for all the other donation amounts under $5, you also get a little smaller fortune cookie. Maybe that's more of a fortune cake. This is a fortune cookie because we have the angel sign. So little shorter messages, but you also get a little extra treat with those. I do get to free readings as well. Sometimes if I have a very long session, like over 8 hours, if I sometimes I don't get to free readings, but I always come back on the next morning and finish anything up that I don't finish in the session. Um, so it depends. Sometimes it's that long, and sometimes it's 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. So we never know. That's the flow of spirit, right? uh, and tonight we're also going to be using this beautiful Wandering Star Tarot by Kat Pierce. She's actually also a musical artist. So if you're interested, you can check her out. But she has a beautiful tarot deck here. Um, at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps listed too. And that way, if you come back after a session, I always mention if I completed all readings or partial, and I list everything completed. And the ones I didn't complete, I have a list that I will follow up in the morning if I don't get to those. But it's a little last week, what was it like last week and the week before, I had a lot of 8 hour sessions. So I did it like 2 or 3 times where I needed to do that because after 8 hours, 8.5 hours, the human side of me starts to go, all right, I need rest. So thank you guys for understanding. I know you do. Um, I also have a podcast. If you haven't checked it out, it's called The Easier Path. And here's the link to the playlist. It's always listed down in the description area of the video. And then also, if you click and go to my main YouTube channel page, it's linked at the top. The playlist is there as well. So I know. I think that's all the blah, blah, blah. Let's do some shout outs. I'll make sure my list is all updated and we'll get into the readings because is why we be here, right? We want to hear from spirit, learn, grow, see what we can find out. So I'll start at the bottom, work my way up here, make sure we got everything. So we've got Alexander, the Ganja Shaman. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom, boom. And Marissa is in the house. Hey, Marissa, good to see you. Yes, I did get your email and I got 2 donations. So let me know. Is the second donation like a placeholder for follow-up questions? But I did get 2 donations from you. So thank you for those. And you are definitely on the list there. And then we got Jessica. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Get you on the donation list here as well. Right here. There we go. I'll give that a love and a like. Whoops. So I know I have that on the list there. Okay. I get it. Excuse me while I crunch my throat lozenge here. We got a lot of pollens going on. I did go walking out in them. So, I got to clear them out a little bit. All right. So thank you, Marissa, for that. So I'll do it this way. Let me do them as two completely separate ones. All right. I got you set there. So thank you. And then we have Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, Livier. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your question here. We got you on the free list there. And we got Bonita in the house as well. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. And we got all those. And then I think I have everyone else from earlier. Let me scooch that up there. So I'm all caught up there. All right. And I had a couple more come in here. Let me just grab these here. So Crystal Ray, hello, hello. I did get your donation via the PayPal. So we got you on the list here. And we got Jojo in the house. Hey, good to see you. Oh, the crunching, Olivier. The crunching is the ASMR sounds. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It is true. There we go. So, Jojo, I got your donation on here as well. And I'm sure your question is following here any moment. All right. So, and then from earlier, I do have Essence of a Clear Serenity and a Teshi, Polite, Kamzilm. I don't know how to say that. So I'll say polite. We got Chelsea also on the donation list, but we got your free reading. Butterfly, thank you, thank you. Got you on the list for all your help in the chat. Always grateful. We got Mini Hill on there and Eagle Money. And then from earlier today, also Victoria Remiza. Can't even talk because I like to roll my R's because I spent 16 years in San Antonio, Texas. Victoria Ramirez. So we got you from earlier today. So I do have your question, your number 2 on the free readings. And then we had Betty Joe from earlier as well. So good to see you. And then for donations, the list that we'll jump into here momentarily, we got Sudeshna times 2. So hey, Sudeshna. And then Lauren Smith. Hey, Lauren. And then Marissa, you're up after that for 2. And then Sudeshna for 3 more. And then we've got Chelsea, Jessica, Crystal, and Jojo is where we're at. So not too snazzy for right now. Not shouldn't be too long of a wait. So there we go. So that's the list where we have right now. I feel like I'm rushing. Why am I rushing? Slow down. I mean, I'm excited to get to the readings. I don't know what's in these readings tonight. Maybe it's that Gemini new moon. I'm a little buzzed, I think. So, we got my little dreams cup here today. So, cheers, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so thankful for the thumbs up, all the comments you do, watching the videos, watching my podcast, commenting, all those things that you do help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys so much for doing that. I'm so grateful. And cheers. I love you guys. Num num num. I, I have my mushroom coffee again because I didn't get it this morning. I wanted to get out and walk before the rain came in. It was a nice, like low 50 degrees Fahrenheit here. Wind. It was all cloudy, dark. And then while I'm out walking, the sun came out and it skyrocketed up to 60. It was nice. It was nice out. But I didn't have my mushroom coffee in the morning, so I'm having it now with some yummy 0 sugar hazelnut creamer. So, yum, yum. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, thank you guys again for your patience in getting to your readings, and we will dive in. I know, yummy. All right, I think we're set. So, Sudeshna is up at 1555. So, Sudeshna, we already have some repeating numbers starting up here. So, you want to know, where are you lacking in getting a new job? Do you need to change your resume or what else? All right, let's take a look here from Spirit's perspective. What what is it that's keeping you from getting a new job? Take a look at that. Oh, they want that one too. All right. And then, do you need to change your resume? It's going to kind of be a yes or no kind of energy there. And anything else around that? All right. So, oh yeah, what's at the bottom here? Yeah, you got the 10 of Pentacles. So there definitely is a job for you in the future. 10 of Pentacles, even under that, the 10 of Cups, joy, celebration, kind of energy that's coming in. So you definitely do have a job that's, career opportunity that's um, on your path. So we'll find out here if there's anything you're doing that's slowing down your progression to get to that, and any other advice here. So anything that's kind of instead of what you're lacking, because that's lack energy. Lack energy does slow us down. So instead of, oh, maybe that's what they're going to talk about here. Yeah, I was going to say you're probably going to get a wands card, which is the six of wands. Yeah, there's this victory energy with the wands. It's a like a movement energy. Think of three wands on either side. There's a flow in the middle. And when we're looking at I'm lacking getting a new job, my lack energy pushes it further away. The victory energy, and then kind of what all this 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups, and the Six of Wands, all that energy together is like I'm trusting that the perfect career is there and it's unfolding, and it's just a matter of me not slowing myself down and going with the flow, not try to swim upstream, but just relax. Sit into the inner tube and have a nice lazy trip down the river, doing the things that you feel you want to do, but it's not from stress, it's not from desperation, it's not from lack. Feeling like, "Oh god, I should have had a job already," because all of that energy is like anchors that have you it drags along the bottom of the river, which slows you down. It's very slow moving, and it just takes you longer to get to that point. So, the more we release and surrender, the better. Underneath that, you have 2 cards. Yeah, the Sun card. So, another one of these beautiful, looking at life as full and bright and excited about life instead of stressed about it, right? Because lower vibration slows us down, higher vibration speeds things up. So the Sun card is definitely that. And the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is is a kind of like a quest for seeing things from a higher perspective. And I feel like, so that's what they're saying here. The only thing that you're lacking is the belief in lacking. Isn't that funny? It's like once you release that, going, "You know what? I'm not lacking. I'm not falling behind. I'm trying and I'm looking at different places, and the doors I'm knocking on that don't answer back. That means I'm not supposed to be there." And so, it's about following the flow. The path of least resistance, in a way, seems to be the energy that's coming in. Would it help to change and update your resume? Um, we've got the Six of Cups energy, which is another flow energy like the Six of Wands. It's harmony, kind of energy. It's childhood energy, but um, I don't feel like, as long as you're like childhood, the Six of Cups, they're showing me another deck that I have, one of my many tarot decks, and it shows an older person with an old dog and all the 6 cups that go back, and then there's a little child with a puppy. And this is like if I feel like as long as you're, including all of your history, that's what's important. I feel like they're saying, "Don't leave anything out," thinking, "Oh, that won't matter. I shouldn't clog up my, resume." I'm like, "Put your experiences in there because some of those might make a difference," and that's what I feel like with that. I don't feel like there's, you know, anything huge with that, but it's like you can consider just making sure you have all of your information, even like um, anything that you got in high school, like if you got any kind of awards, that kind of information feels like it's coming through there too. And anything else? Nope, you got the moon card. You know, I feel like we're going back, especially with the 10 of cups that was on the bottom of the deck too. They're going back to saying, that you're the heart, right? This is the moon, the huge emotional energy. Just remember that there is a job out there that your heart wants for you, and that doesn't necessarily align with the mind. So, there's also that to consider with doors being closed and opening because it's like the thing that we think we're supposed to go for isn't what our heart wants, right? Our heart wants what it wants, not what the mind thinks the opinion of everyone for us is. You have, yeah, because you got disappointment here, which makes sense because you feel kind of disappointed. Not every plan unfolds as expected, and sometimes the outcome brings disappointment. Resist the pull of negative emotions and instead reflect on the lessons that are being offered. Yeah, what gift is in denial or not getting response from those? I like this reading. It's not focusing on the lacking, but focusing on the abundance that waits for you and how full your life is instead of where you feel it's or that it's empty, where something's not where it should be, right? So hopefully that helps. That's for your first one there, Sudeshna. So many blessings. And then we have a number two right up after it, 2311. Another couple of repeating numbers there, 1 1. And there's both your timestamps there. And for number two, although it's coming to follow your heart, but I don't have any such passion or dream. Oh, because what I was talking about, I just want a good technology and IT and good environment and workplace. So, when can I receive some clarity on your career? What will happen in your career in upcoming time? Guidance, please. So, you're basically what we just said. You're like, I don't have such a passion or a dream. You do. You're just not aware of it because you're up in here and not down in here. So, we all, our heart always has something of a dream of what it wants to do, but the mind, when we're so caught up in it sometimes that we have no idea what that is, and that's the journey, that's the adventure, right? So we'll we'll put the heart to the side, even though know that you're gonna end up coming back to this point again at this new company that you go to, where you feel like it's good IT technology and good environment, but you won't be happy there because your heart's not happy. So you'll end up being unhappy, and the same stuff will start bubbling up in different ways. So just be aware. Let's see here. When can you receive some clarity on your career? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, got this here. And you have the 7 of Cups, November 13th to November 22nd. And yeah, that's Venus and Scorpio. So that's the current energy there. Of course, after your first reading, if you realize that you're focusing on lacking and on gratitude for what you do have in your current job and have had in other jobs, if you make that energetic shift, and like we said, it can come earlier, but right now it's like pushed back. You might be in a lot of fear, energy, and stressing because we had earlier times before, but feels like it's got pushed further up. Um, What will happen in your career in the upcoming time? All right. So, based on those energies, let me just put this around here. So, what will happen based on those energies? And don't want those, and then guidance here. Yep. So, we do have here, what do you have in the Three of Swords, too? And the Page of Swords. Wow. So, on the bottom of the deck, you do have all this swords energy. And I mean, you got the Ace of Swords and the Page of Swords in the middle of it, the Three of Swords, which is sorrow, grief, heartbreak, disappointment, right? I feel like p- part of what you're learning here um, during this time is what is it? Because the Ace of Swords and the Page of Swords is all about clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective, and the Three of Swords, I feel like you're understanding where do you feel, things are disappointing? Where do you feel it's a bad environment? And I feel like you can gain clarity around that because if we don't look at what's making us unhappy in a current situation, when we go to another situation, it's going to bubble back up again because it's in us, the dissatisfaction, the feelings of shoulds, like they're not acting the way they should. All that's happening for us for a reason, for reflection, right? So, we can look at it and this is if you're wanting to stick with, being in the field that you are where the mind wants you to be until you eventually connect with your heart to see where it's drawing you. The thing you can do to help make the new ones a more friendly environment is to understand what feels unfriendly and get to the root of the fear that's in there. And I feel like that's what that Three of Swords is about is you're discovering what is it that makes me have these emotions, what triggers are in there that are bringing up these emotions around, these things. Because you do have the 10 of Wands and the 4 of Cups. Yeah, there's that stagnant feeling, the boredom energy of the 4 of Cups and the 10 of Wands, something that feels like a burden, but can also feel like abundance if we look at things differently. Um, and that energetic change and exchange from focusing on, the stuff that's not going well to the things you love, spending like 80% focusing on gratitude, 20% focusing in on these Three of Swords, like what don't I like and why does it bother me? Because it bothers us because there's a fear at a root somewhere, a lower vibrational emotion connected to fear somewhere. And when we look at that, that's how we get set free. Otherwise, we'll keep drawing the same mirrors in over and over to show us what we want to see about ourselves, right? So that's kind of how that works. Guidance here. Yep. Oh, how interesting. So we've got the strength card here, Leo energy, courage, you know, connect with your higher self, remember who you really are, remember how capable you are, and keep going forward, right? You also have the Justice card here, which, balancing the seeing things from a higher perspective, and releasing some expectations, some supposed to be, should be, need to be, right? When we believe like they should, see my successes and promote me or give me more money and they don't, we feel disappointed. When we go, in the mirror, and that is, I need to see my successes. I need to see how successful I am inward, not look for validation outward. Because as soon as I start going, I love what I do. I love who I am. I love the job that I do, and I'm happy with that, not seeking validation through promotions and money and everything. When we sit in gratitude, that's when things come forward, right? It's interesting that you also got the 7 of Cups with this because that was the 7 of Cups timing card you got too. And the 7 of Cups is an energy of, seeking, um, you know, it's all the feeling all the emotions of the heart, and it's okay to feel the things instead of feeling like you have to push them down. Because I feel like that's kind of where, the heart, um, if you're not aware of a dream or a passion of your heart, it could be that you were taught to really suppress your emotions when you were growing up. No sadness, no anger, young lady, only happiness. And of course, everyone telling you what you should be and what you should do when you get older, and being the happy child meant obeying and doing what everyone else wants you. But when you've been doing it for so long, sometimes we don't realize who we are because we've been what everyone else has been wanting us to be for so long, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Right, focus this one here. Yep, you got divine timing. Beautiful card, which says, "You are right on time. What is truly meant for you will arrive when you're ready to receive it in fullness. Do not mistake stillness for stagnation." Ooh, I like that. All right, so that's what they have for those two. We'll circle back for your other three in a momentito or in a bit. So let me just do some extra shout outs here and we will get back into the readings here. So, Jojo, thank you for your additional donation. Just in case you put questions, I don't see any yet. Just in case, we know how sometimes stuff can be a little quirky. So, I have you on the list though. All right. And then we got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria, good to see you. We get you on the free list here. Boom, da boom. There we go. And then I just got a donation that came in. All right. So there we go. I see your croissants. Hey, Chelsea. Hello. Hello. Is that like Mrs. Doubtfire? Hello. All right. So I got you on the donation list here too, Maria. All right. All right. So up next, we do have Lauren Smith, 3326 for you. So thank you for your donation. Let me get that a little bit on like so I know I have that on the list. And you want to know, are they going to reach out within the next month? All right. So based on their current energies, are they going to reach out in the next month? I do want that one. And then what are these for here too? Those? No. All right. So we do have the Eight of Swords. Wow. Yeah, they're in a bit of a thinking mode. It seems like they are looking at releasing old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made them feel trapped and bound and restricted and small and powerless. So they are feels like they're doing some mental work here, some belief work. But let's see here. Your card, are they going to reach out within the next month? I don't know. The devil card, here's like what I was talking about. The devil card is a lot about the shaking and the rattling, a lot of caught in their head, a lot of thinking energies. And let's see what's going on here. Yeah, they're looking to see what is the dream come true with the star card. There's a bit of balancing energy that comes in with that too. We also have the Eight of Pentacles, which is that transformation, transition kind of energy, which makes sense with all this thinking energy. Got all these eights. We also have the Three of Swords, which is this, fear of disappointment, being disappointed or being a disappointment, and the Six of Cups. The Six of Cups energy, I feel like they're kind of, is this some sort of a return? Because this would be like someone thinking about, with all this energy, contemplating a return and like a coming back kind of energy. I'll pull a when card here. Based on current energies, when do we feel the Six of Cups will happen? When will they reach out based on current energies? Okay. Because if not this month, then when? I got September 23rd to October 2nd, but we got the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords kind of looks like, um, there's this, the blindfold on both of them there. And that's the, unseen kind of energy, um, where they're, reflecting, and the Two of Swords can be, but the story can change, um, because it's based on current energy, but it can take, they could be in a bad mood today. They could be really feeling down and blah, blah, blah. And then tomorrow they could wake up feeling better and have released something. And then the date is sooner. That's the whole thing about the future, right? It's like so fickle because it's all of every moment we're making decisions, which is altering our future, self, um, and future outcome kind of energy. Um, so I feel here, that's kind of what we're looking at. Something, like what can we do? We can't do their work for them, but our perception of time and our perception of the kind of joint reality that we're creating, like like in this case, we could focus in on what we are grateful for, having had with them, like, what are the things, and think about them and go, "I'm so grateful I was able to experience that with them. I really love that. And I really love this, and I'm grateful for this thing that I was able to experience with them." And I love it when they reached out to me. I can remember, when I wasn't expecting them to call and they did, and how wonderful that felt. All that energy that we're putting in to the universe of these are the things I love that brings those things. When I'm focusing on, like, they haven't called, what if they never call? What if this? What we're telling the universe is, "You know what I love? I love when they don't call. I love when they don't do what I would, like them to do." It's like, that's what our energy tells the universe, and like, "Order up, we'll bring it in." So that's something we can do for ourselves, if that resonates for you, of course. But, yeah, I feel like it's kind of off, in the future right now, but things we can do that make sure that we're not creating obstacles of them coming back sooner if that's what's meant to be. But it does seem here with that, Two of Swords that is what we're looking at right now, that there is a story of them reaching back out, but it's in that later time period. See if what else we have here for your fortune cookie too. Yeah. So maybe there is some fear there, right? Get it not so bright. There we go. A little better. It says fear distorts your actions, making you act from feelings of powerlessness and limitation. Recognize when you're acting from fear and consciously choose love instead. So there you go. If I missed the message to communicating it to you, they were gonna make sure you got it one way or another. So, hopefully that helps, Lauren. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, and then let me grab the correct ID here. Let me just replace that here. There we go. All right, let me take a quick sip here and we'll continue on. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Yum, yum. That is so good. Whoops. Let me get to the bottom. Oh, come on, simmer down. Exactly, Lauren. Well said. Well put. Just a matter of, taking their sweet time, uh, questioning things, releasing things, which is good, you know, because that means they're going to have more freedom feeling instead of feeling so anxious kind of energy, right? Yeah, we all love patience, don't we? Divine timing, bah! All right. So just an update on where we're at. So Marissa Smith is up next for 2, and then Sudeshna times 3, and then we'll have Chelsea, you'll be after that, and then Jessica, Crystal Ray, 2 for JoJo, and then, Maria P. up after that. All right. So let's dive in here. So Marissa, 4110 for your number 1 here. There is your timestamp. And okay, so conversation. You probably don't want me to read all this out loud, so I'll just read it really quick here. Oh, over a meme. Oh, isn't that just lovely? Isn't that romantic? You're like, "Garza raka raka." Yeah. Why are you in love with me? Right? And he thought he was sincere. Well, it seems like sincerity was there. The energy feels like it was sincere. You expressed your feelings, and he didn't respond till the next morning. And all he did is do a little heart. He just hearted the message, not even took the time to put a heart in there. He just hearted the message. Ugh. And then later, you decided to express. Okay. And you still haven't heard a response yet. Okay. I tell you what, I know, right? Did I roll my eyes? Because I was rolling my eyes in my head. I was just like, "Man." A present company excluded, of course. A lot of men. Don't they understand how to speak the language of love? No, that's the issue, right? Alright, so let's see here, your first question. So how did they feel about what you said on the second follow-up? Um, oh, maybe for the first or for both, we can do that. Yeah, he's liking it, but not messaging you back. Alright, so let's take a look here. I think that's called breadcrumbing, is what I've heard get called lately, where they just do enough to keep you like, "Oh, so they're responding, but just, little breadcrumb." Not, not even a full slice of bread, much less a whole meal. I'm like, "Come on." Alright, let's take a look here. So, how did he feel about what you said about being a family? Let's look at that first. Okay. And then why you were, in love with him. Alright. Alright, I got those. Let's see what we got here. Yep, the bottom of the deck, we do have the magician energy here. Here's that, divine masculine energy of creation, movement, action, action, action kind of energy. So it's like it's like they're reminding me. It's like when Harry Potter first got his magic wand, and they didn't know, like, all the students, the younger ones, didn't know how to use them, and they were blowing things up and breaking things and, casting spells upon themselves by accident. That's the kind of energy I'm getting here, like, they don't understand their power, and so it's creating havoc kind of stuff, It's like, you need to understand your power. So let's see here. How did he feel about first about, when you said about being a family? Yeah. And it's interesting because this is one of the unique cards in this deck. It's called the Mother Star, and it's a yes energy, which is all about, you know, agreement, creation, kind of like maybe like the Queen of Pentacles or the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And they're like, yes, you being a mother, that's the family. It's kind of like, well, no, there's you and me and children, not just me and children. Because here's the mother star, right? So I feel like he agrees. Like I love the idea of family, but their idea of family is different than your idea of family. I feel like they came from a broken home, right? Where mom, like they lived with mom, I think, and then dad would just come around every once in a while, and I feel like that's what he thinks family is. He doesn't have this idea of your idea of family with the kind of, um I was gonna say that in the movies these days in movies, the families are all split up and stuff too. There's hardly, or, having both parents in the home raising the child, together. But they also have the Eight of Pentacles, which is an energy of transformation and, you know, um, evolution. Like, yeah, someday, I could see that happening someday. And you're like, what's keeping that from happening, right? So I feel like there's a little bit of energies that are going on in that, and that's where they're like, it's like your idea of a family is a little foreign to what they feel an idea of a family is. When you mentioned that why you were in love with him, yeah, he goes to the Knight of Wands, which is that passion, passion, passion energy we get. And, and it's, oh my God. And then you got the other card, which is the power of no energy, the creator. It says no um, on the bottom down there. And the Six of Cups. This is no to coming back. The Six of Cups is the, return of an ex, someone from the past coming back. And there's this no energy. They have this passion, when we talk about the Knight of Wands a lot with them, right? That they don't know how to express emotion. They know how to have passion and physical and energetic attraction and, um, activity and of course physical activity but they don't know how to express from their heart. That's why I feel like they're saying, I can't come back with my heart. That's not who I am, kind of energy. And I feel like when you were talking about like why you're in love with him, he doesn't understand the love part. That's difficult for him, right? Because again, he's a fire horse, not a Knight of Cups. He's not an emotional one, he's a passionate one, right? Let's see what else. There was 2 more cards underneath there. Yeah, you know, it's like there's this Emperor, and the Hermit. I wanna in a way, I'm alone, and the Emperor, it's like the Emperor clears the throne room so he can be alone and decide what he wants, but he is hermiting in a way as far as his heart and making decisions. He's very much, you know, in there, but right now I feel like he doesn't feel like he can come back to you in the way that you want him to come back. Um, though I don't feel like he ever really gave true emotion. He gave passion and he said the right things, but he said it in passion, not from a place of the heart. And I feel like that's kind of what is coming in there. Well, I wouldn't. I mean, I wish I could just say no, and then you could, you know, cry and release them and move on, but that I don't wanna I'm not gonna lie to you. Your big bruddaZEN is like, "Oh, let him go," but, there's energy here that he's attracted to you, and he does, in the way that he can care through passion, he does, but not the family, not the restriction, not the that scares him because he realizes that when you start talking about what it looks like from your point of view, that it's, um, that's different from their point of view, right? And they're like, "Well, I can't come back to you in the way that you want." Um, but how we talk about how he rotates through 4 different people, is it every 3 months? Is that usually how long he's with someone? Maybe it's seasonal. But let me see here, I'll do a quick follow-up, based on current energies, will he come back in his way to you because I don't feel like he can come back to you in the way you want him to. Okay. Can we have energy of when, is it this one? Yeah. So that's a heavy sigh, I know, because it is, it's heavy. 3 of Cups, which is third party situation. He does come back in this, it says July 2nd to July 11th, but he doesn't come back to you exclusively. You know how we talked about the other night about how he keeps one foot in one and then he puts another foot somewhere else. And then when he feels this foot is good for a bit, then he'll let go of this foot and then step into the next foot. And then when this one feels solid, then he leaves this one and goes like this. And then, it just, I just see this pattern, and it's because he doesn't feel he can be, what people want him to be. And then it starts to get, uh I feel like I start to get claustrophobic, and then I need to go because it's becoming too, I'm feeling smothered, I'm feeling restricted, I'm feeling like someone's trying to cage me, um, like, into a real relationship, right? But that's uncomfortable for him, he doesn't know what that is, right? Ugh, let's see here, what's your fortune cookie for this one? We'll look into the second one too and see what we got here. So, for this one, yeah, I know. This is this thing that we humans hate. Loss sucks, we know. Though loss may feel like an ending, it is also a transformation that brings wisdom in the midst of sorrow. Even in pain, your soul is expanding, and your journey is still unfolding in divine perfection. Yeah, I know that's hard. He was with, April? Yeah. He is. But he always, when he's with someone, right, he's with them in his own way, again, this unique way he looks at family and stuff doesn't mean that, he has one foot in that relationship, then he starts to look to, um, you know, put his foot in another place, right? And then when we accept him back, he's not just with us though, he's also kinda still over there till he feels this is solid enough that he leaves that one, and then starts, you know, communicating and breadcrumbing the next one, right? To bring them closer, and when this one like with you, it becomes too uncomfortable, then he goes to look, to the next one, and that's the little pattern that he has, right? So, hopefully that makes sense there. Right. Let's see what we have for number 2 here as well. So we got 5411 is that timestamp. So let's see what we got here. And then will he respond to your messages? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, again, the bottom of the deck, we got the Emperor energy. So here's that what we just had with him, like deciding, making the plans. How am I going to do this? Kind of energy. Will he respond? And we got the Page of Pentacles and the Hierophant that's coming in here. And this is it's, they look at it, the Hierophant is the ruler of stepping stones, of change. And with this Page of Pentacles, they are, showing here that it's, um, he will respond to the messages, and it's with the intention of, you know, um, having a temporary experience with you, not a lifelong one. As we he doesn't have the capacity right now in his life to have long term. He can only spend so much time, and then he has to go because he feels trapped, and he has to flee, and then he goes to the next one that's, you know it's like when and this is the way it is, it's if I can get you to have no expectations because you just wanna be with me, I give you enough to where you're starving for me, then you're like, "I don't care, whatever it takes, I'll take you back," right? There's no expectations, and so he feels there's no walls, he feels he can step into that when he has it in a situation where there's no expectations, right? And then as we become comfortable, we start introducing our expectations of, "Well, aren't you gonna be with me forever and family and this and that?" And then he's like, "Alright, I'm out." Vroom, and then he goes to someone else who he's been breadcrumbing to make him starve to where they're like, "I'll take it, whatever I can get from you, just please, I want you," kind of energy, right? And then he goes there, and then as soon as and it's just kinda natural for us, we start having our expectations rise, and then he's like, "Oh, enough of that, zip, out of there, into the next one." I'm avoiding the cage, avoiding the cage, avoiding the cage kind of energy, right? We have the Knight of Wands here too, which is that what we talk about, that's the Knight of Passion, not the Knight of Cups, and yep, and we got the Seven of Wands, which is all about, I need to be true to my authentic self. I'm not gonna shrink, I'm not going to ask permission, I'm not gonna defend what I want and what I'm doing. I gotta be me kind of energy. And then, we have the Temperance, which is, you know, the it just this feels like Temperance just feels like it goes slow for a little while, and they do that, and then he's on to the next, you know, place that doesn't feel like a cage yet. And so I'll pull a card here just to see when he's going to respond. But I feel like, you know, when you're responding with all of the things that you love about him, and, it's like he asks you that question to draw you in. Why do you love me? And it's like, oh, here's all the reasons I love you, and da da da. I challenge you, or spirit does, not me personally. But spirit challenges you to ask yourself, what don't you like about his actions in the past and his actions currently? That'll give like a real clarity, around you like, wait a minute. Yeah, maybe he's not all that I'm making him out to be in this world I have. Let me write that down and just kind of go, what is it that like hearting messages instead of replying, communication F minus. Right, let's see. Based on current energies, when is he going to respond to that message? Yeah, I got the Eight of Pentacles. Here's that, transitional kind of energy. It's the 23rd to the 1st. So I feel like, I mean, that's like what, a week away, a little over a week away, that I feel like he is going to like respond more than just a little, like a true response, not a one word phrase or a sentence, but a true response, is what that looks like with the current energies. So, all right. So let's take a look here and see, what does your fortune cookie say around this too? Yeah, so we have attachment, and it says unhealthy attachments may be hindering your growth and dimming your light. It's time to let go of stagnant energies and release what no longer honors your evolution. Yeah, I kind of feel that, because you do deserve to have someone that actually feels the same way about you as you feel about them, and has the capacity, we'll put it that way, has the capacity to feel and express, how they feel about you. Um, not a little heart. Grr. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. But yeah, just feel like the cycle will continue. And until you break the cycle, at least you won't be part of the cycle of them jumping from person to person to person to person. And you can get out of the rotation and find someone who makes you the whole ballpark and not just a base that they go in as they circle the diamonds in the field, right? All right, my dear. So that is what they have. Hang in there. Again, thank you for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. And let me do a couple shout outs. We'll jump back in here. Let's see. So we did that there. Okay. And then we have Alice in the house. Hey, Alice. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the free, not the free readings, the donations here. And get that there. And let me grab Cat Mia before I skip past there. So, Cat Mia, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. That's what I was thinking when I said free list. But all right. And then, Alice, I got your second one here too. And then, Maria P, I also got your additional donation that came through on Z PayPal. All right. I think I am up to date here. Check, 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 check. All right, let me take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. We have Sudeshna coming up with 3, and then Chelsea, and then Jessica, and then Crystal Ray, and then 2 for Jojo. And Jojo, I don't see your questions. Did you fall asleep? Jojo. And then Maria P, and then 2 for Alice, and then back to Maria P is where we're at on donations. All right, so cheers, cheers. Yum, yum. All right. So Sudeshna, we're at 102.56 for that one here. I think I have one too many. All right. And I want what messages are coming for your finances in the upcoming time? What will happen? Anything else? All right. So, what messages about your finances based on your current energies? I got those. What will happen? Okay. And anything else around finances? All right. And then we got the bottom of the deck. All right. And you got 3 cards and then 2 cards and then 1 card coming up here. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of Cups. 8 of Cups, interesting energy for a financial read, but it can be about leaving behind. Oh, they're saying that leaving behind, and because this is like leaving behind a relationship or emotions that don't serve you, but this is leaving behind a relationship that you have with finances that does not serve you. So we'll see what that means here. The 3 cards you got the High Priestess. So the High Priestess is the revealer of something hidden around finances. Beneath the surface, you do have the 6 of Pentacles and the Mother Star, yes, under there. So there are saying here, and this makes sense, that, the relationship that you have to money is that you have to give so much to get so little instead of, abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. Your inner child, that 6 of Pentacles, and I'm not sure if you've checked out my podcast number 14, Abundance, Where It Be, because it talks about the 6 of Pentacles. And this does talk about, like, the Mother Star, yes, is how we can say yes to things flowing toward us and into the city gates instead of just having things flow to us and they stay outside the city gates where they're just beyond our reach to where these open up. So I feel like they're saying, an important thing around your finances is realizing that and getting to that where this out of balance rate of exchange you learned when you were younger, how you can release that. Forgive the people where you felt you gave so much and got so little from them, releasing, understanding where they were coming from, Allow your inner child to feel those emotions and flow those emotions, whether it's anger and or sorrow, sadness, around those situations so that you can be free and you can bring that from 1,000 to 1 down to 1 to 1, which then allows abundance to come in instead of abundance always being kept just out of reach, for you here. That's the first step. And then you have the Hierophant, and then you have the Nine of Wands. So, there is that block that's there with the Nine of Wands. But the Hierophant, that's the master of change. They're allowing you to see things from a higher perspective. They're helping you to be able to see things from a higher perspective that allows you to step through that barrier to where you can have, the flow come in. So it's very important. And even though that that podcast episode is about abundance, and we can apply it to finances very easily as humans. That is also relationships and our health, our own body. There's a lot of things that can apply to in our lives. So once we grasp that and we do that inner transformation and kind of healing energy, then it opens up the floodgates for us, which leads you to this final one. You have the Three of Cups, which leads you to joy and celebration in that. So I feel like finances feel a bit blocked for you until you go and deal with those emotions, that relationship you have with it. A great book I read, and this is for anyone. It's Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch. It's Lynch. Wonderful, wonderful book. It's tapping, how you can do tapping, um, to connect with your subconscious, to connect to your inner children. It's a great book because it talks about abundance and wealth, but wealth, again, it goes beyond that. And then through the book, and she actually has links in the book that takes you to her website that you get free tapping with her. She does like a tapping video where she steps through, and it is so revealing. There's things that come up that I didn't realize were down there. I had done a lot of shadow work and I thought, but then when I realized, oh my God, I didn't remember that from when I was like 3 years old. And it came up during tapping and it allowed me to release it, allowed me to interact with my inner child, and we got on the same page of, you deserve abundance. The story that came up, it was Easter, and we were at my dad's boss's house having Easter egg hunts, and so all the children, we had little, they'd hidden all these eggs in this field across from the boss's house. And I was good. I had my basket was full. It was almost like the eggs were almost falling out. I had so many. There were kids with nothing in their baskets because I was like, "Oh, look, there's one. Oh, look, there's one. Oh, there's one." I was really keen, evidently. And my dad, who I didn't have a whole lot of time with, so whenever I had interactions that meant something big to me, he saw that. I don't remember him going, "Good job. Wow, that's really good. Let's," he didn't explain what we were doing. He just took eggs from my basket and hid them for other kids, which gave me a message when I was younger. You don't deserve abundance. You need to let everyone else have it. Right? You don't realize those things that were down there. I understand now why my dad did what he did. And maybe he did explain it, but I was 3. I've probably been like, "What are you doing to my eggs?" Anyway, hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. Let's see here what your fortune cookie for this one is, which is resistance. Yeah, your inner child is resisting money. Be aware of subconscious resistance coming from deep within yourself. What? Are you resisting change through self-sabotage? Interesting. All right, so that's for number 3. We'll go on to your other ones here in a quick moment. Let me just uh, do a couple of shout outs here. We do have Butterfly A 3888. Hello, hello. Yeah, you're not too late at all. We'll get you on the free list here. So good to see you. Hello, hello. And then I think I just got a. Oh, Marissa, I see you sent a donation through there. So I will get you on the donation list as well. All righty. So we'll jump back in here. And all right. So for number 4, Sudesh, now we've got 11102. All right, come on. Slow down. There we go. My mouse was just not being nice to me. Or it was telling me, slow down, bruddaZEN. You're acting hyper. All right. So Sudeshna, so your friend in college, they lost their mother 3 months ago. Oh yeah, and his birthday's coming up. Yeah. So he might be out of station at the time. Does he expect anything from me? All right, we'll take a look at here first. Does he expect anything of you? Okay, got that. And then, like to be there on the weekend and celebrate or something. So if I will not be there, will he feel bad? All right. Okay. And based on current energies and what else about the situation can you know? All right. Yeah. I think we talked about this a little bit before they're bringing back because the bottom of the deck, you have the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. He's really focused in on mom, and this is his first birthday without her. And, so there is that sadness that he's in. I don't feel like he's like wanting to celebrate his life because he's still kind of mourning his mother's passing. But let's take a look here. Um, does he expect anything from you? No. Yeah, got the 10 of Pentacles. That's more family. And the Queen of Pentacles again, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. The 2 mother cards are here. So I feel like it's just, doing stuff with the family because it's what they do kind of energy. And yeah, there's a celebration, they're still going to do something because I feel like the family wants to try to have some sort of joyful thing. And he's like, he'll do it for the sake of the family and stuff, but he's just not really into it. He's just expecting family, to be there. Um, and will he feel bad if you're not there? We got the Emperor, energy here. And this Emperor energy is like clear the throne room. They just want to be alone. I feel still here, so I don't feel like he'll feel bad, especially if you're gonna do something over the phone and just tell him, "Hey, I'm not there, but we'll do something when you get back, just the 2 of us." Or, maybe I'll get a group of our friends together, so anyone that can't be there. Or I would just say, "We can hang out, if I'd like to take you out to dinner for your birthday when I'm back in," and whatever, kind of thing. It makes it feel special instead of just I appeared at your party, check, check, right? It makes it if you really wanna make him feel good, then you know, he can share how he's feeling and not feel like everyone's watching and, about his mom if he wants to talk or anything, you know? And then what else around the situation? Yeah, I feel here we got the tower. I feel like there's a lot of people that can't be there. In the 3 of Cups is a lot of friends, and I feel like there might be something that they'll do later, um, with friends, uh, as well. So I like that. It's kind of something you mentioned about maybe we can do something as friends as a group later, but so hopefully that helps there. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Yep, yeah, we got empathy, so I like that. You got such a big heart. It says empathy does not excuse, it expands your vision to see as the divine sees. Listen from the heart, not the wound, and you will shift from judgment to understanding. I like that. I like this, listen to your heart and whatever you wanna do with them, um, let your heart lead, with it, but, he'll be fine. Alright, and then for number, 5 for you, we got 11601. Those are all those, and again, thank you for your multiple donations. So you're thinking, to send him some cookies and chocolates on his birthday for him to feel better. Should I send it or not? How will he react and feel? Alright, let's take a look here. Let's see what the energy is. Yeah, I feel like when we let's look at the energy. If you send it, how will he react and feel? Because that will tell you if that brings you what you want from doing it here. And then if you don't send it, what kind of energy is around that, right? Yeah, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of wands. Here's that joyful celebration, big thingy that they're doing, their family's doing for him. You have the Queen of Cups. If you don't do it, you have the Queen of Cups, which is follow your intuition and your empathy, your heart, like it's doing there is chocolates and cookies, or is it like, I'm not gonna be in town, when for your birthday, so I'd love to, can we schedule a time so we can go have lunch or dinner? And then you can bring him, a little trinket or something if you want, or treat him to dinner or whatever, it's like, "Let me do that for you," or, you know, I feel like that's what if you don't send the cookies and chocolates, follow your heart, we're doing the stuff we talked about in your previous reading. If you do send the chocolates, how will he react? I got the 2 of cups. Yeah, so that's a nice response of, they feel important to you. The sun, it brightens their day. Yeah, and the 10 of cups, joy as well. Maybe you can do both. And then how will he feel? Yeah, we got the magician, kind of energized a bit there. 10 of wands, yeah, a lot of energy with the 10 of wands. This can be burden or it can be harvest, but with the magician, that would be harvest. And there's something here, the 5 of pentacles, because this is loss energy. I feel like and this isn't about you not being there. I feel like this is they like it. They have all this positive stuff around it, but I do feel like there's something to do with his mom would always give him maybe cookies or chocolates or do something, and it reminds him of his mom because that's what I feel like. It reminds him of his loss. Um, and that's okay, you know, because he needs to feel his feels, and, you can't walk around on eggshells for him here, but, I feel like overall there's wonderful energy around it, um, and it does make them think about their mom a little bit too, and they need to, they need to go through the feelings and, they're going to, the first birthdays, the first festivals, all the different things that their mom was a huge part of, then he's gonna feel that emptiness because he's gonna remember, "Oh, mom usually does that. Who's gonna do it this year?" Kind of stuff. But I feel there's something about cookies and chocolates his mom would always, either do it or she would whoever gave him gifts of cookies and chocolates, she would always steal them or something. That's funny. Alright, let's see here what, your fortune cookie says here too. Yeah, we got balance, divine justice, you know? It says, "What was taken will be returned, and what was done in harm will be answered. Stand in integrity and let divine justice unfold. The universe sees all and balances all." So I feel like it all balances out in the long run. So, you can, they're basically saying do what you want from your heart, not from expectation and feeling like it's like something that you're supposed to do, kind of energy. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right, let me catch up here. I think we had some more people come in here. So let me get you guys on the lists here. We do have May in the house. Hey, May, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. No one else came up there. Okay, so then we'll jump over here. And we got Ruby Grimm. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the donation list here. We'll give that a love and a like. And we've got Lemon Limes Lulu. Hello, hello for 2. So here's your first one. I'll give that a love and a like. And the second one as well. There we go. And love and like there. And you'd like to revise your free question. Absolutely. So you're wondering. All right. So let me find you on the free list here. All right. So we're going to replace what you had there about the class action, right? We're going to get rid of that completely and just replace it here. Boom, boom. You are very welcome. Easy breezy, just like that. Doom, doom, doom. All right. And you're actually up next for your donation. So let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in. I'll give a quick update here where we're at on donations. So cheers, cheers. So we got Chelsea and then Jessica and then Crystal and then JoJo times 2. I was going to say, I was about to say, if we have her questions, and here she comes. She knew it. She sensed it. So there's the first one. So then 2 for JoJo, and then 1 for Maria P, and then 2 for Alice, and then back to Maria P, and then 1 more for Marissa. And Marissa, I don't know if you put your second question or if you're emailing me, but I see a donation that came in. So let me know that just in case you put it out there and they erased it somewhere. So Marissa and then Ruby, and then 2 for Lemon Limes Lulu. And then we've got Shloka in the house too. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list here as well. All right. Get that a love and a like since I know I have you on the list now. All right. And so Jojo, I think that's for your first question, I believe, right? You have 2 donations. So and if you put your other one out there, then, YouTube decided to hoard that to themselves there. All right. All right. And I got your question on there, Shloka. So we are good to go. So we'll dive in here. I think I've got everyone. So Charles, 12402, thank you for your donation. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And was he fine with you posting that bikini pic? Whoa. Yeah, that's the question a while. I know, right? It's good. I feel like you're getting back to yourself, right? You're feeling like, all right, I'm not as anxious about work. I'm gonna choose to have some fun, right? Let's take a look here. We got this and these. And none of those. All right. What do we have on the bottom of the deck? Oh, okay. Well, we do have the Lovers card on the bottom of the deck here. So I feel like, well, we'll see what these other cards are here, but I feel like they're pretty secure, it feels like, but let's take a look and see here. Yeah, we got the Empress and the King of Cups. Yeah. I feel like they know that. They know you've got this, you know, it's usually sensuality, but they're saying voluptuousness. Spicy pigs, right? Lauren, is Lauren still here? Taking a page from Lauren's book of spicy pigs. And the King of Cups, there's a balance between head and heart there. So I feel like they like the, you know, the like the sensuality and the divine feminine energy that you put forward. And I kind of feel here, you know, there is a yeah, he doesn't like seem like he's the jealous type. That lover's card is like if you're with me, then I know you're with me. And if you're not with me, I mean, we have the 2 of Pentacles, they're like they're out, you know? They're like, it's not a you know, if it's like you're not, um if you're interested in attracting other people, then I'm out. Like, if you wanna play me against someone else or, you know, there's gonna be a second person or whatever, they're like, "Then I'm out." You know that. So I feel like that's why they're not jealous. They're like, "You know that I don't play that game or whatever, and so if you play the game, you know I'm out." And, you know, so I feel like they're not jealous and they like the pick, but they're like I said, they're like, "I'm not in middle school," you know? If, you know, you do that, yeah. Well, I mean, when we post a bikini pic for everyone to see, you know, what's the reason, you know? If the reason you're putting in the comments is something, but, otherwise, if it's like, "Here I am, everybody, woo, woo, woo," you know, then they're like, "Well, are you trying to attract other people? If it's just for me, then send it just to me, but otherwise, who's it for?" Right? Yeah. And, yeah, but like you said, if it's for me, why post it to everyone, right? But I feel like I feel like they like the pick, but, I feel like that did cross their minds since it came through, right? Of, you know, "Why are you posting it for everyone?" But, you know, whatever unfolds, you know, if it's that, then we're done, and that's normal, you know? Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so that makes sense, you know? Or if we're not at that level yet for one-on-one photos, then so that makes sense why if we were lovers, then, you know, I would be like, What the hell is this?" But if we're not, then it's like, "Alright," you know? Are you trying to but that isn't his mind. Are you trying to attract other people? Is this for other people in addition to me? You know? Yeah. Follow your intuition. You got 111 coming in here, which says, "Divine guidance flows through you with increasing clarity. But like any sacred instrument, your intuition sharpens with practice and intent and attention. Listen closely, for the veil is thinner than you imagine." So I like that. So that is what they have for that one for you, my dear. And hopefully that makes sense. It seems balanced, you know, it doesn't seem like they flew off on one end ever, just kind of scales are moving up and down. They're not like solid, but they were thinking this, but then like this, but they were thinking this and then liking that. And yeah, but we're not this, but you know, are they looking for other people? I don't know. Da, 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 you know, so that's funny. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. And we'll circle back around for your free reading eventually as well. And let me just do a couple more shout outs here. So thank you guys so much. And then Sloka, I see your second donation as well. And there's your question there. I'll grab that. Boom, boom. Give that a love and a like. Thank you for that. And then Lemon Limes Lulu, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get that also on the list here. Give that a love and a like there. All right, I think I got those. So those are chills. That was that. Hey, we got me in the house. Good evening. Good to see you. Got to balance out those scales, right? Well, that's their job, right? But we can make it easier or harder for them. Like someone's trying to balance scales and we're shaking their arms. That makes it more difficult for them, right? So we can make it easier or harder, but it's up to them to balance their own damn scales, right? He is a grown man, grown ass man, you know. All right. Cheers, cheers. All righty. Good to be seen. All right. So up next, we got Jessica, 13047 for you. Thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And so Adrian, your ex, wants to ask for forgiveness, question mark. So does Adrian want to ask for forgiveness? Let's take a look here. Based on their current energies, let's see. I don't want those. I do want these. All right. What do we have here? So we have the 6 of Wands as their underlying energy. That that doesn't feel like forgiveness energy, but let's take a look here and see what comes in here, because that's a victory energy. So let's see here. Do they want to ask for forgiveness? Well, I got the 6 of Swords, the Ace of Pentacles. The 6 of Swords is letting go of old ways of thinking, look at new ways of thinking. And the Ace of Pentacles doesn't, it feels like a new start energy that they're in. Let me see what these other cards are here. Because we got the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Swords energy here. This just, it feels like there's, you know, doesn't feel like they're wanting to head back. Let me see what else we have here, because yeah, this feels like like they're more working on themselves and moving forward, not moving backward. Because we have the 8 of Swords as well, which is about you know letting go of my thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And they looking at the conflict that you guys had, together. And we have the creator, there's a no energy here. This is a special one of two special cards, that come in here. And, there is this yeah, I feel the energy I'm feeling is like I'm not one that asks for forgiveness kind of energy. I reflect and move forward, and maybe that reflection's not a whole lot of ton of reflection either, but I feel like they do more internal, and they don't feel it's necessary to ask people for forgiveness. I'll make a change, and I just won't repeat something if I feel like I don't wanna do it, but I don't need to go forgive kind of energy. I feel like they're really focused in on their own self, and this makes sense with the 6 of Wands is I have to see myself as a victor, you know, because I feel like they live in a black and white world of all or nothing. I'm either a victor or a failure, and if I take responsibility for something, that means I'm a failure because there's no gray. There's either one or the other, nothing in between. And, when we learn to live in a world of gray, then we can have something, that, okay, I could have done that better. Let me apologize because I didn't want someone to have their feelings hurt because of my actions, so blah, blah, blah. But I feel like they're in a black and white world, and that's why they don't feel like the need to ask for forgiveness or apologize kind of energy. And there's wisdom in situations like this for us. There's something beautiful I heard once that really smacked me up, woke me up that, wanting, because I had people cheat on me and different things, and at those times, like, I want them to tell me what they did and ask me to forgive them. And when I read this, it says, when we want someone to ask for forgiveness, that's the second attempt at us trying to validate our worth by their actions. And I was like, wow, psh, psh, psh. Because the first time was I was defining that their faithfulness meant something about my worth. So I was looking for validation of my worth in their actions, which they decided not to choose that. And then I wanted the second one then of, well, then you need to ask forgiveness for that to validate my worth. And then I realized after reading that I don't need someone to ask for forgiveness. I can forgive for my own sake. I can pour out the pain. I can choose to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And then as I pour out that wrath, I pour out that pain. Not, I'm going to forget and let them do it again. Oh, you want a relationship? So you can cheat on me again? Sure. No, it's like because the wrath, the pain hurts me, not them. They've already moved on. They're not thinking about it, right? It's hurting me. So I pour it out for my sake. Then I can become a vessel of love, right? So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. I don't feel like he's one that wants to forgive. Yeah. So we have love. Beautiful card. Let's see what that says. It is your true purpose to love and be loved, for love is the divine force that connects all of creation. Whether you're seeking love or nurturing it, remember that it begins from within yourself. Yeah, and that's what we're looking for. Like the love we're looking for, we're the love of our lives. Like when I said when we're trying to define ourselves by the outside world, we're cheating on ourselves with them because self-worth comes inward and upward. But when we try to define ourselves out there, we're cheating on ourself with them. That's what I learned about when they were cheating on me is I was cheating on myself during those times because I was trying to define myself by the outside world. And, you know, when they were like, this is who I have the relationship with, our self-love. So hopefully that helps, Jessica. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. So let me see here. I did those, I did those, I did those. Ah, very good. Absolutely, Ruby. We can change yours to a general. All right, replaced. And then we got honored in the house as well. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on to the donation list here. Give you a love and a like there. All right. And Jojo for number 2 for you. Up here is a general. All right. All right. So I think we are all updated here. And you're just in time, Crystal. You're up next. I don't have a specific time, Chelsea. It all depends on like usually it's when I'm getting towards when I finish up like all the donations, then I kind of go into the free readings. Is kind of how I've been doing it lately. So I'm not sure when that's going to be. So um, I can't give you a time for that. Um, and then when we get to the free readings, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're sixth in line, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and we got like 15 free readings. So yeah, sorry. I used to have it, like at 2 hours I would do this, but I changed it to, I want donations to have priority. Um, so I do those, and then once I get to the point, then I kinda do 30 minutes. And sometimes I don't even do that. Sometimes I'm like, donations, 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 and, like, when I have an 8-hour session, if it lasts that long, then I'll do them in the morning. So who knows? Spirit knows. Woo! But I will get to them, just a matter of when, right? All right. So, and then Rocky's World. Hey, Rocky's World. Good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the list as well for donations. All right, and I'll add your question when I see it. So I'll give that a love and a like, but you're on the list. All right, let's get back into the readings here. I'm updating on my list and we're not getting any readings done. But thank you so much. The donation list has multiplied like a little bunny rabbit. So I'll give an update on that in a little bit on where we're at, just so everyone knows. So, Crystal, hello, hello. 14114. Look at that timestamp. There it is. And I do believe yours is on your email here. So, yeah, it's right here. All right. So we got these three questions. Let's take a look and see what we have happening here. So Justin's thoughts on you. All right. Ooh la la. Why you gotta tease me, Crystal? You're so funny. All right, so let's see here. Justin's thoughts on you. All right, and then that here. All right. So, wow, I like that. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just joking. I have to live. I've been single and celibate for 17 years. I didn't realize that till I was walking it one day. It flew by. So I live vicariously through all of you and your relationships. I'm a monk at this point. But you got the full card on the bottom here. I like that. Whoa. But there is this, the full card is a new beginning and adventure kind of energy without expectations. This wonderful kind of flow energy. So it's a helpful, not a helpful, it's a freeing, light feeling energy. So we like that. Yeah, Queen of Wands. Yeah, huh. So we do have, that's the passionate, fiery, you know, you're talking about him having a lot of fire energy. Well, yeah, you two probably set fire to things. And the Nine of Pentacles is this feeling of self-sufficiency, and it is in a way like a physical dream come true energy too. So I feel like the feeling is mutual, it feels like here, between the two of you with that. And got the Hanged Man, the Page of Swords. So I like this. He is kind of looking for clarity, taking things kind of slow, I feel, because he just wants to make sure he's just not gonna kind of flip back into being wide open like he was before. He just kind of like, so what's going on? You know, it's like he's entered this situation with his eyes wide open and he's watching to see, you know, is this, is this gonna be more like I wanted, or um is it a facade? And I feel like that's kind of it's kinda like learning trust again kind of energy, which is good. Yeah, and the Wheel of Fortune, so definitely positive energies in their thoughts here. They feel like this is a good thing, and they're glad, they're happy that, you were able to reconnect. So evidently the reading that I had, that he would calm down and be open to chatting and you know, hanging out. Evidently was came true. All right, and then number 2 is the neighbor's thoughts. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I feel like that looks good there too. We've got the star card on the bottom, which is that kind of a dream come true energy. You even said it looks pretty good, and that makes sense here because you got the 6 of swords, which is letting go of old things, and old ways of thinking. seeing things from a higher perspective, which moves from choppy waters to calmer waters. So things are looking good with the neighbors there. And even the Hierophant has to do with, change energy and seeing things from a higher perspective. So I feel like there's a lot of clarity that happened, and it does feel good there. The bottom, we have the Creator, which is a no card, but it's the power of no. And I like this, that it's okay. Like, boundaries is kind of the energy under there is, I know my boundaries and I respect other people's boundaries. And I feel like that's kind of the underlying energy is there's a mutual respect now, with whatever unfolded, it feels like, but it feels good. So I like that. Um, Nothing else out of there. And then messages from your spirit team. That and that and that. All right. Yeah, and the bottom of the deck of that, you got the full card for that too. So, there is that energy of you are on a new adventure, and the more like you're in this wonderful, um, again, they're going to call it an adventure of learning to let go of expectations, learning to let go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, and allowing to go with the flow and not reacting for what people are doing or not doing, what they're saying or not saying, but kind of being in the moment and being grateful for what's going on. I feel like that's kind of the journey that you're on, and the conflicts that you've had and will have are all about, oh yeah, this I was triggered because I have this belief. Why do I have that belief? Why do I fear it? Let me transmute this and I don't have this trigger anymore. So I feel like, there's a lot of this. You kind of felt like you were dodging, like going through a battlefield, explosions and, gunfire and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, all right, I've become aware during this. And you will become more aware, it feels like. Yeah, the Page of Cups, you're really learning a lot about your self-love here with the Page of Cups. So, I like this, you know, that you're again, when things happen on the outside world, you refer back to, "How am I doing that to myself?" And when you do that, you grow, and your love vibration grows higher. Your ability to give and receive love to the outside world also increases. As this relationship opens up, so does that one. So, I like that. And then, you've got the 2 of Swords and the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, so here's that growth energy. Again, the 8 of Pentacles, the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. And the 2 of Swords is the power of story. And this is one of the big things that you're learning with the 2 of Swords is, I have the power of the story of what this means, because outside stuff is meaningless till it gets in the noggin. The story maker here, and if I'm not consciously choosing what the story is, I'm on autopilot choosing whatever I was taught that is supposed to mean, and I'm just reacting. That's where the reaction comes in, instead of when something happens going, "What do I want this to mean? Do I wanna go into drama? Sure, let's go," or, not this time. I think I'm gonna choose to look at this as for me, and what gift is in this for me to learn about myself and to grow, and the power of story that comes in, right? So, I like that. And then you also have the Chariot. Yeah, the power of all choices as well, because we have the power of the choice of our story, high vibration, lower vibration, then the emotions, the emotional soundtrack that goes with that, higher or lower, my physical actions, higher or reactive, lower, and then what energy am I focusing on, higher or lower, which I will draw in and match whatever I'm focusing on. So I feel like they're saying you're in this new adventure, this new journey of stepping into your power of choice. Yeah, and that leads you to joy, and the more you focus in on gratitude of what you have and have had, the more you draw that in. The more we focus on lack or the craziness of things that we fear and feel we don't have and that we need and that we want, we draw on that stuff instead, right? So, I like this. It's a kind of a quick overview of your path ahead and the power that you're stepping in with. An explanation of why the war zone. Right. And then for your fortune cookie, you have freedom. And look, 555. Yeah, it's the freedom work. You're being set free from old beliefs. All these fives, all the number of change, that Hierophant 5 times, I mean 3 times. Your calls for freedom are heard, and the day of liberation is arriving. What once limited your voice and your power will soon be dismantled. Boom. I love it. That is awesome. I love that message for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. Let me get caught up here. Hey, Val. Let me see how many we have. I had a couple more donations just now. So let me get caught up on the list and I'll let you know. It does feel like it's a little extensive here, but we'll take a look here. So let's see. I got that one. So Rocky's World. Let me just grab this here. So I see your 2 additional ones. So let me do those. Give those loves and likes here. So number 2, thank you for numbering them. That is so helpful. You're so efficient. My Capricorn rising appreciates that. All right. So we did those. And then here's number 3. All right. So I've got you all in there. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So I think I've got everyone. So where we're at, so up next we have JoJo times 2, and then Maria P, and then Alice times 2, and then Maria P again, and then Marissa, and then Ruby, and 2 from Lemon Limes Lulu. So that's 10 so far, right? And then we've got 2 for Sloka, and then another one for Lemon Limes Lulu, 1 for Honored, and then 3 for Rocky's World. So that's 5, 10, 15. Is that 17? Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. Maybe I should have gone to my toes. 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it is 17. My goodness. So they did multiply like little rabbits. So that's where we're at right now, Val. So, and of course, um, I always try to complete all the donations, the night of, and we will put timestamps, whatever, as well. So, and I know sometimes if you like to be here to ask any follow ups, I do allow like a follow up here and there, but that's up to you for sure. All right. So let us jump in and continue our readings here. So thank you guys again so much for all your donations, all your love, support, all your thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you're part of this giant love tsunami called us. So cheers, cheers. I love you guys. There's some sort of flying bug in here. I don't know if you guys, if I would go like this, it's a bug. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Always a reminder whenever I get a flying bug, expectations. That's like spirit's message. Expectations. That's right. Let them go. All right. So Jojo, you're at 154. 21 is for yours. Your first one here. So thank you for your dual donation. So you want to know so a message from DA if he has any. All right. So message from DA. Do you want those 2? And I do want this one, and I also want this one. All right, let's see what we got here. Your underlying energy is temperance. I like that, right? Patience, balance. But I feel like the message they're bringing in is that even when things are not moving, things are moving behind the scenes, below the surface. up in the rafters. They're showing me like a stage, and they're showing me like even though the person on stage might, you know, be standing still behind the scenes, they're moving stuff, everything's going lights, lights, boom, boom, boom. They're showing all this activity. That's spirit. That's things that are happening and moving behind the scenes. So I feel like that's their message for you there. And then you have the Hermit, the Queen of Wands. Yeah, there's something here about, Queen of Wands is, of course, connecting to spirit. She has a great connection both with fire and water. And the Hermit is about spending time away, asking guidance from spirit and spending time with spirit. I feel like you have this invitation, this nudge, this pulling in the messages that they are your great resource. They're the ones behind the scenes and doing all this stuff for us. So they know they're the experts. We can ask them for advice and what's going on and why did that happen? And I feel like it's important to connect with them. Yeah, and your higher self too with the star card. That's the in the hermit card. Normally it's a star in there when you look at the original tarot, that is the star card. That is your higher self, your connection up through there. So I feel like it's important here. And and maybe it's a reminder that we can get caught up in the human world and the human story and forget that we're eternal beings that are down here having a temporary experience as this character. This is one of your characters you're playing on stage, but the actor behind the character is so much more, right? And I feel like that's a big piece of the message that's coming in from them there. We do have the Page of Cups and the Empress as well. So, a big focus here too on Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, focusing on your self love is very important. And and this could be like the combination of the higher self of this individual, along with the character that they played or are playing on the earth, and that they're like, it's so important for you to know who you are, um, because then that allows you to play parts that are not you, but also it helps you connect with parts of who you are to bring your I want to say your performances through in a beautiful way because you're able to connect because you know who you are. When you don't know who you are, it's more difficult. So I don't know if is this an actor or someone? I'm getting a lot of theater energy. I don't know why, but um, but I feel like they're giving you all this, kind of advice regarding like your dream and things that can help you, but it's important that you know who you are. And then you have the Eight of Wands and the World card here. So, you know, feel like you're moving up here on a very fast uh, change coming up, a significant ending of a cycle and beginning of a new adventure, that comes in. And there's this energy here of um you know like it kind of comes out of nowhere suddenly. It's like poof, and then you start a new cycle kind of energy, a new beginning kind of energy that comes in with that. So interesting, right? So that I feel like is their big message here for you. So hopefully that's helpful. We'll get you your fortune cookie, and then we'll go on to your second question as well. All right. And let's get you a fortune cookie here. So for is this one, we have this one, which is, yeah, completion, ending of a cycle, right? 999. 9. Completion is a sacred process, a time to release the past with grace and embrace the possibilities of the future. The chapter you are closing has served its purpose in your journey. What? So there you go. Can't make that up, right? All right. So that is that one. We will circle back around for number 2 here in a moment. Let me just grab here. Um, okay, there we go. Let me just add a couple individuals here. We got Rahul in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Looks like you're happy here. We got a little happy face. Hello, hello. Someone crying happy. And then, all right. And then Jessica, I see your additional donation and your question here. So we will find that out. Yeah, good question, right? If he doesn't want you back, I'll just add that in there just for clarity. Yeah. Which, you can do that. I can still want you back, but not apologize. You know? For you, I know for us, right? I'm right there with you. If you want back in my life, then you need to, you know, we need to talk about what happened and, da da da. And they're like, well, can't we just restart? Can't we just forget that? Can't we just leave the past in the past? No. Here, I'll do it for you. No! That's the no. That's the extreme no. It resets now, I think, too. Um, a gentle no. All right. So we'll find that out, Jessica, um, here eventually. All right. So let's jump in here for just JoJo's number 2, which is 20214. So JoJo, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so a general reading. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All righty. We got that, and those 2. All right. See what we have here. Oh, well, that makes sense. I was going, what is this? It's like a scale, 2 cards, 1 card, 2 cards, and it looks like a scale. And then on the bottom of the deck, you got the scales, the justice card coming in here. So this little balancing Libra energy that's coming in. Um, there is some clarity that's being drawn in. It's like you're, you know, something from you know, seeing something from a higher perspective and cutting away some expectations. We'll see what this is. The one in the middle, that's the balancer. Yeah, is the Page of Cups. So we got that in your last reading, which is about your self-love and and happiness. I feel like this is more zeroed in on happiness. What is it that I feel I'm supposed to have to be happy? And it's almost like, you know, making a list of these are the things that I feel have to happen in my life in order for me to have happiness. And that's the should, the supposed to, the need to, the have to. And to be honest, just I mean, we can just do it. We can just, um, write them out. And then that allows us to question them, of course. So let's see here. I feel like that's the left side of the scale, which is, yeah, the Ace of Swords and the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, what makes me feel secure? Um, how am I defining, the Ace of Swords? There's that clarity that comes in with the Justice card, who has the Ace of Swords in her hand right there. And so there is this, it helps you understand uh, how you've attached your worth to those things that you write down. So when we get honest and go, what is it that my mind thinks I need in order to be happy? Let me write it down. And then we will be able to see it from a different perspective and go, do I though? Is my worth really anything that we're focusing and attaching our worth to in the outside world, of course, is not true, right? It's what we've been taught we're supposed to. But in truth, right, we are a being made of unconditional love and joy. It's our natural state. I can be happy and joyful for no reason at all because I am who I am. But we're taught, no, you need this and this and this, then you can be happy. And that's always in the future. And then we don't celebrate every moment of happiness and gratitude and all that. We're focusing in on, um, in the future, I can be happy. Then on the right side of the scale, you got the 4 of cups and the 9 of cups. Oh, I love this. So, the 9 of cups is, uh, from the heart. What do I feel my heart feels its need in order for me to feel like my emotional dream has come true? And we write those down because the 4 of cups is the stagnancy, the boredom of love in the outside world, and the 9 of cups is the love on the inside. So both of these, it feels like you're looking at the scales of the mind and the heart going, "What is the dream? What is it that I feel I need from the mind to happen, and what do I need to feel in the heart in order to feel like my dream is coming true or that I can now have joy? When is that? What is the situation? What does it look like?" And there's been might have already told you this, last week because it was coming out last week in a few readings where we can ask ourselves, what do we feel is out there that we need that we can't find in here? And that's like a big wow. You know, Olivier, we had, her message last night was one of them was, "Journal the crap out of your life." I love that. So, it's like journal, write those things out, investigate them because that's where you find freedom there. Alright. Yep, and then we do have the divine detour here. And it says the universe is adjusting your path to match your soul's evolution. If a door has closed, it is because it no longer resonates with who you are becoming. Ooh, I like that. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So that's what they have for you, JoJo. So thank you again for your donations. And we'll circle. Well, I don't know. I don't think you put a free reading out yet. Yeah. So that's it for now, but you have a free reading if you want one. All right. So let me see. I left off over here. All right, let me add that onto your reading there, Jessica. So I have that captured there. All right, and we got Carmel Damon. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here as well. All right. So I think I'll come back up. So we'll jump back in here. And so we will be over here, right? Make sure I've got it all up here. Yeah. All right. So Maria P 20816 is for your first one here. There it goes. All right. So let's take a look here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. And then what's coming towards your relationship. Okay, none of that. All right, that one. Thank you. And then what's going on the dark side? What's happening over there? He seems ugh. Message from Wally. What is it that he misses most from you? But it's wands. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So, what are his thoughts and feelings towards you today? I like that. Joy, celebration, this wonderful union kind of energy. It's marriage card energy too, but I feel like it's more they're just focusing on joy. They're thinking about the good times, the fun times, you know, and I feel like that's what they're doing to help them get through this trip, you know? What's coming towards your relationship? Oh, you got the 2 of cups. So that's a beautiful the relationship feels like it's continuing. It's very I feel like you guys are kind of it's funny, you're not married, but they're saying you're renewing your vow to one another kind of thing. I feel like the absence makes the heart grow fonder, and so you guys realize when they're not there, how much you miss them and how much you were taking for granted from each other. So I like that. Dark side, what's happening over there? He seems ugh. Yep, Leo energy. A lot of roaring, a lot of hungry, angry, hangriness. Um, it's like a lot of fighting. Um, and it's because there's like, Wally feels like he needs to be the one leading, he needs to be the one making the decisions because he's the one paying for all this stuff, and, um, he's they always looking to him to make the decisions, and then, of course, putting all their 2, 10, 15, 20 cents in, and I feel like that's where the stress is because he's being looked to make all the decisions, but everyone he's, like, being placed in the middle between his son and the dragon, right? And he's trying to keep them from fighting, trying to keep them both happy because you don't want fire breathing during this trip and everything, and they're like, "Okay, um, I need to step up," but then you get burned, as well. So I feel like there's a lot of stress with all that's going on there. A message from Wally. We got the Hanged Man. It's a pausing energy. It's like, I know, this wasn't a good time for all this to happen, but it had to happen so we can get him prepared for college and do this everything now. And um, there is transformation, and I've got a lot of transformation going on right now. So please bear with me. Please stand by. I like that. And what does he miss the most from you? We got the Six of Cups energy, which is, um, I mean, it's interesting that that's child energy, but um, I just feel like it is kind of the funny child side of you when you act silly um, and your fire kind of energy. But the Six of Cups is a bit of an energy of that. He misses when you guys are equal, and because you can tell when you're harmonizing, and he misses that harmony. Um, and I feel like that goes beyond just with him being on a trip too. I feel like he misses the old times of harmony when you guys just were before expectations and the fighting and everything began. He kind of misses that calmness that you guys had. All right. So let's see what your first fortune cookie brings in here. We do have deception, dun dun dun, which says, be aware of those who operate with dishonesty and deception. Don't let the darkness take advantage of your light, and do not rush into agreements or actions without clarity. This isn't Wally, just so you know. Who could it be? It could be ourselves. It could also be other people, right? With initial J. No. All right. So that's what they have. We'll circle back for your second one here. We have two for Alice, and then you're up after that. All right. So Alice, you're up 213. Was that 43? No, it was 49, I think. 213, 49. So Alice, here's your first one. Boom, boom. And you want to know what's going on in Jay's love life. How does he think and feel about you? All right, we'll take a look. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, what is going on in Jay's life? Love life. All right. And then what does he think and feel about you? All right. So, what's going on in his love life here? We have the Hierophant, which is a change energy. It's the major arcana number 5. The Hierophant is like the master of change. And underneath that, we have the Page of Cups and the Seven of Wands. Yeah. So I feel like, he ended something, it feels like, um, with someone a little bit ago. And I feel like he's still with this Page of Cups. He's kind of focused in on a bit of himself, it seems. Seven of Wands is like standing up on a hill, being seen, being true to yourself, not dimming your light, not asking permission kind of energy. And this Page of Cups, it doesn't feel like um, like I'm trying to get back with someone, though on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 6 of cups, which is the return of an ex, and the page of cups can also be return of an ex, but I feel like they're standing tall, standing big to and I don't feel like this is, that they're wanting to get back with them. I feel like they're just putting themselves in front of them to make them wanna get back with them to deny him getting back with them. So he's playing a little game with an ex, it feels like, but not to get back with them, just to I don't wanna say punish them, but in a way, to make them feel that because I feel like their last ex or whatever ex this is, they broke up with them, broke up with Jay and for someone else. And so now he's like flaunting himself that so when they're like, can I want you back? And they're like, no, I can use my no button. No, no, thank you. So I feel like he's doing something like that. It just feels like are we in middle school, Come on, Jay. But he feels like he wants to do it for himself, so, you know, we all do that stuff at times, right? So how does he think and feel about you? Got the Justice card. They're still trying to figure it out. This is the balance going back and forth, trying to see things from a higher perspective, So I feel like they're in their head trying to figure out things under the surface. Yeah, we got the death and the rebirth, a new beginning energy, and the Knight of Swords. Yeah, so I feel like they're still kind of finishing up the getting over some old stuff, but they are seeking communication with this Knight of Swords. It feels like communication and through communication, getting clarity on who you are and um, kind of like, in their head analyzing what, uh, who you are and are there any red flags and stranger danger energy? Um, and so I feel like they're more in their head right now than anywhere, trying to communicate, trying to get to know you kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for that one. Let's get to your fortune cookie here. And yeah, expansion, which says, you are being entrusted with more, both energetically and physically. So prepare to gain new territory and step into roles of greater responsibility and influence. What is arriving in your life is a reflection of what you are now capable of holding. Ooh, I like that. So that is for your first one. So thank you for your dual donations here. We'll move on to number 2 here, which is 21852. So I got something in my eye. Okay. So if you reach out to Jay, how will he respond? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, and then will he want to take you out on a date? All right. Yeah, seems like his energy here with the full card on the bottom is, not about expectations or intentions and, it's about possibilities, a new it's because I feel like that, that death card we had before, it's like they're ending this and this is ended and they're kind of moving on from it besides the little game that they're playing. Um, but I feel like they're not looking for anything super serious right off the bat. They're gonna want to just kind of let the adventure unfold kind of energy is what the bottom of the deck is. Uh, how will he respond if you reach out to him here? Yeah, I've got the 3 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. That's a positive energy. The King of Pentacles, it's abundance. They feel it feels like uh, they feel special in a way. They're like, oh, and the 3 of Pentacles. is an energy of being true to their authentic self, though. So I feel like they're going to be like, not like, oh, hey, da, 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 but they're going to be themselves kind of energy. Happy that you reached out to them. And they got the Ace of Wands and the Queen of Wands. Yeah. So there is some action energy that they're looking for here. I feel like, they're activated as far as their passionate energy, not their emotional energy, right? But they're like, hey, um, again, not expressing from their heart, but from their energetic and physical attraction energies and action, kind of energy. Will he still want to take you out on a date? We got the Two of Pentacles. Two of Pentacles is it's a balanced, harmonious energy, of course. What is this coming in here? Because it's like, I feel like this is a yes with a but on it. I know, right? We don't like big butts. It's like that song. But this is BUTS. There's this I feel like they're also taking someone else out on a date energy as well. So I feel like they're wanting to say, yeah, they will, but it's not, you know, as though exclusive, you know, kind of, oh yeah, you're the only one I want to see kind of energy. Cause again, I don't feel like they're in that place of wanting a commitment kind of thing and expectations and intentions they're looking for just to see what unfolds and because they're still getting over, you know, what happened with the other person there. Yeah. And they are going through some healing. So that's good, It says a situation that once brought pain is now transforming into an opportunity for renewal. Even if healing is not instantaneous, take peace in knowing that the process has begun. So I like that. Right, so hopefully that helps, Alice. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. Appreciate those. All right. And then Maria P. We're back around 222.55. All right. Boom, boom. So that's for number 2, which would be this one. It sure is. Good guess. All right. Let me remove that off of here. All right. So, Maria, Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today, and then work for you next week. What's coming for you this week? Message for you at work. All right, those two. And then Dr. Laura and Dr. Bob. All right. So, Jeff's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, we got this little creator energy. This is a special card for this deck. There's 2 of them. This one's the no, the power of no and boundaries. So I feel like there is this they're feeling like a big no energy from you and also their own boundaries, I feel like are kind of kicking in a little bit here too. But I feel like that's the big thoughts and feelings is like, what's this barrier? What's this no energy? And I feel like that's kind of where they're at with that. For your work for this week, you have the 3 of swords. So I feel like this is the unexpected, not expectations equal disappointment, but there is some unexpected news that is coming, although we expect it because we've been talking about it, but it's unexpected in general of everyone else. Besides the gossip of change that's coming. So I feel like that's the big kind of highlight of the week is that they are bringing in the announcement of changes next week. The unexpected is coming. Um, what's coming for you this week? Yeah, you got the 4 of swords. You got rest and relaxation. So you might have a day of rest or something that's coming in here because 4 of swords is, you know, the 3 of swords are normally on the wall, and so you're kinda just like I it almost feels like you're unimpacted by this unexpected news, and you're kinda just like, "Oh, I knew this, everything's fine." And I feel um, like you have peace of mind about this announcement and these things. But I almost feel like you might have a sick day that comes in, this week. So, with this 4 of swords, because it does feel like maybe a little bit of tiredness or sickness or something that comes in here. So that's based on current energy. So take care of yourself, drink lots of water, a lot of liquids. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, not stressing. And then a message for you at work. You have the 6 of wands to the 7 of wands. Yeah. So here's a victory energy, and with you standing out energy that's coming in here. So I feel like it feels like a good week for you here. Again, maybe this is why you feel unimpacted by whatever this unexpected stuff, whatever this unexpected thing is that's unfolding at work. Um, because it is 6 of wands is a victory being put up on a horse and celebrated, and then the 7 of wands is like a sun, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but just shining bright and being true to yourself. So I like this kind of energy for you. And then we wanted Dr. Laura. Got the 4 of cups. Pretty stagnant, just kind of blah energy. It's not up, up, it's not down, down, it's just kind of mediocre, just I feel like she's distracted, maybe, uh, not there all week kind of thing, because it just feels kind of flatlined, not, "Wow, you're amazing," or, "What are you doing?" It's just kinda like, "Hey, Maria," kind of energy coming from her. Dr. Bob, yeah, 2 of cups. You get that a lot with him, we have had. They feel like you're a true partner, in the business and the company, um, and they feel like you're an important, um, partner, you know, in the company. You are, an important cog in the cogwheel kind of energy that comes in there. But he's more of a people person, I feel. He looks at people's, personalities and that, and again, I always feel like he leaves the other stuff to Dr. Laura, like, "You're in charge of the productivity and the blah, blah, blah. I'm in charge of, I'm Mr. Congeniality." That's funny. Alright. And then for your fortune cookie for that one, you've got obstacles, yeah, which says, "The road ahead may present some challenges. Consider looking for an easier path to your destination." And of course, I do have a podcast called The Easier Path with a lot of tools to help with that if you're interested, which I know you know about. All right. So that's what they have for you there, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then let me take a look here. So, Marissa, if you're here, did you have a follow up question? I did get a donation from you, but I don't have a question anywhere. I do believe. I do believe. Let me see, what time was that? Let me just scroll back up to around that period just to see here. All right. Sorry, bear with me here. I'm just going to slowly scroll all the way down. I don't see one there, and I don't have, let me just make sure I have all my emails are all here. Yeah. I don't think there was, it would show it usually on the Square, donation here, and I don't see one there. So, Marissa, if you're here, I'll add you to the end of the list for now, and then if you are here and, I don't know if that was a tip or if that was for a question, so I'll just put you to the side for now, just for the sake of time. All right. All right, so let's tell everyone where we're at now. We have up next, we have Ruby, Grim, and then we have two for Lemon Limes Lulu, and then two for Shloka, and then back to Lemon Limes Lulu, and then one for Honored, three for Rocky, and then Jessica is where we're at. All right, so thank you guys for hanging in there. All right, Ruby G, 23047 is for yours. So thank you again for your donation, and I'm so glad that you heard from your little baby boy. So what else does Spirit want you to know right now? Right? This one. Oh, those two. Okay. And that one. All right. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have here the Knight of Wands. This, is an energy, the Knight of Wands. The part of this energy that Spirit wants to bring in for you is it's a quest of stepping into your power, right? It's realizing whatever we're focusing on in every moment is what we're drawing toward us. And so if we're focusing in on our joy and our gratitude and unconditional love and laughter and play, we get things like that. If we're focusing on seriousness and our fears and our lack and our need and our want, and then we get things that match that. So the Knight of Wands is really clarity with that. And you have the Ace of Swords too that came in here that showed itself on the bottom energy of all the cards here, not the bottom of the deck, but a card that flipped over that's below these other cards, which is all about bringing in clarity, seeing things from a higher perspective, which is that place of unconditional love and joy, gratitude energy. And so I feel like there's a big piece of clarity that is coming in with all of this through this adventure that you're on. Let's see what your first card is here. You got the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, this is for you. It is let's see if I can do this. Here we go. The tune of For You, right? um, so with everything that unfolds here and is unfolding, um, when we realize if we think that we're on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode in a gorge, then we're going to have a life of a victim, right? When we realize, wait a minute, no, everything that happens in life is for me in some way, even when I can't see it. It's building that trust in the creator, in the universe, that they are kind, they're for us. Everything that's unfolding is indeed for our adventure, not happening to us. We're not being punished. We're not, like I said, we're not uh, in a a sorry, there's something vibrating. What is vibrating? Here's something going. It's not my. Oh well. Anyway, I'll just ignore it. I'll try to ignore it. um, and then it stopped. See, that's what you do. You ignore it, and then it stops. You ignore the noise, and then it stops. But there's this, realizing that, there's always a gift in every moment. And I feel like that's kind of what's coming in here. And you have these 5 cards, which is the gift of growth, the gift of stepping stones. So let's see what they're bringing in here. You've got the 7 of Cups. You got all these emotions to feel, and none of the emotions are wrong. Realizing if I feel something, it's okay. If it's fearful, we can feel it, allow it. It takes 90 seconds for an emotion to go through us. If we try to suppress it or we keep looping it, then we keep feeling it. But if we allow ourselves to feel it and then take a big deep breath, come back to center, and then we can kind of look, okay, what gift was in that moment for me? If that's your new mantra, what gift is in this moment for me? What gift is in this moment for me? Then we change our mind from focusing on what's wrong in the world, what's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong, instead of it's like, what gift, what gift, what gift? Our reaction starts to becoming that instead of the other. I like that. Got the 9 of cups. Yeah, what is the dream come true? What is the wish come true energy? And I feel like there is, something, um, with all this. Let me do you have these other emotional cards of the 4 of cups and the 5 of cups. The sorrow, the stagnancy, the feeling, you know, of the outside world. So you got 4 emotional cards in this. So it's emotional change that is what you're going through. And you even have the strength card underneath, which is Leo energy. This is your human self. This is your higher self, the maiden. And this is about finding your inner strength because it's like there's this, what do I feel I need to have happen in the outside world in order for me to be happy? And we had a similar kind of approach to this in one of JoJo's earlier, where they were saying, write it all down, make a list of what do I feel has to happen in the outside world in order for me to have happiness. And it's important, as we said with Livier's reading, journal the crap out of it, write it down, make the list. And then we look at that list and we're going, is that true? How am I attaching my worth to that thing? And and is that true? And that's when we do the inquiry, we just look at it and understand it and realize that stuff that we've attached our worth to our happiness to, is a lie because we are beings made of unconditional love and joy and happiness. We don't need anything in the outside world in order for us to be happy. We can choose to be happy for no freaking reason at all, and then no one can take it away from us. That's empowerment. Realizing back to that power of emotional choice, which comes in with the 5 of cups you had. There's 3 cups that we cry over, and there's 2 cups behind us. The power of emotional story, the emotional choice that we get to choose. No one makes me feel any particular way. My triggers, my beliefs are what are making me feel a certain way. Things in the outside world just are. So there is this beautiful, transformative, empowering energy that's coming through regarding your emotional transformation. And I like that. So that is what they have for you. And then you've got here, yeah, because you have free will, baby, which says, you are a sovereign being, fully capable of directing your life with intention and clarity. The divine respects your power to choose, offering guidance, but never interference. Wow, you can't make it up. Boom, boom, right there. All right, so that's what they have for you, Ruby G. Thank you again so much for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. Whoops. There we go. And then we have Lemon Limes Lulu, 238.41 coming in for number 1. Coming in hot. There you go. So for your first one here, you want to, how does he feel about you? All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So how does he feel about you? All right. I do want that one. Do you want that one? Okay, did want that one. All right. What else? All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Death card, which is kind of this beautiful ending and beginning energy that comes in here. Transformation, it's like a wanting to take things to a different level, or things can't stay the way they are kind of energy. Something, something needs to change, right? So let's see, what are his feelings towards you? You got the 2 of Pentacles. Right, let's see what these other ones are next to here too. We got the Ace of Swords and the World card too. Here's that ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventure kind of energy here. And it's like it's like there's this, like maybe I had someone else in mind too. I don't know if that's, it kind of feels like, um, they knew someone and then they met you because I feel like they were talking to this other person first and they met you and they're like, "Wow, I really like who you are." And they were kind of like, "Well, I had this interest, but I'm really more interested in you." And this Ace of Swords is like, "Okay, I've got clarity. And I'm not gonna pursue this, and I'm going to prioritize pursuing you," kind of energy that's coming in. Is this, like, fairly newish? I don't know, this feels, interesting. Let me see here. Yeah, we got the Judgment card, which is this pulling, this calling energy. It's like an awakening. Whoopsh, did you wake him up? Yeah, the 7 of Pentacles. Still a little bit of slowness here. And the 8 of Cups, yeah, because they are letting go and walking away from something else, it feels like here. And they're not gonna, it's like fools don't rush in, they, uh, they still wanna take their time to get to know you and everything, but I feel like they've realized, "Yeah, I know what I want," kind of energy, and I feel like I'm leaving behind this other person, uh, to pursue you kind of energy. Exclusively, kind of energy. So I feel like that is kind of what it has here. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. All right. Yeah, we got greed. That's interesting coming through here. Chasing excess pulls you away from the abundance already present in your life. Shift your focus from accumulation to appreciation, and your hunger for more will be replaced by the joy of what already is. I like that. So that's kind of like the expectations, and I want more from them than just, um, you know, than just um, what they're giving. It's like, you know what? if we focus on gratitude for what someone is giving, then that grows. If I'm focusing on what someone's not giving, I get more of not giving kind of energy. So hopefully that resonates there. All right. And then we'll jump into your number two here, 24311. And then I know you have another one further down the list that we'll get to as well. All right. So here is that. And what kind of energy is he approaching you with and why? All right. Well, we kind of got a little bit of a why there, right? Hey, Marissa. Oh, good. I think it just came through. So thank you. You'll be up next then. All right. Let's see here. What kind of energy are they approaching you with? Tuk, 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 and then why? Got that and that. I do want this one too. All right. Yeah. I like it. We got this in your first reading, the Ace of Swords, clarity. So they have this clarity of mind and this interest energy. I like that. So what kind of energy are they approaching you with? Yeah, the magician. So this is manifestation kind of energy, the divine masculine energy. They're coming in with that. Yeah, we got the sun coming in hot. That's where that came from. Coming in hot. The sun card, it's brightness, it's warmth, it's victory energy, it's high hopes. It's, it's passionate energy. And with those there, and the 6 of Wands too. So there is energetic and physical attraction that's here, but also the magician card is actually like Mercury energy, which I believe it's like communication and that type of thing as well. Because I did get that they're liking who you are and the conversations you guys have had too, but they are drawn, passionately towards you. But and why is he approaching you this way, right? Yeah. I feel like there's some sort of past life connection with the 6 of Cups and this fate. You got the Wheel of Fate, which they call the Wheel of Fortune, and the 6 of Cups. It almost feels like there's this, I don't say kismet, I don't know what that means, but it's this draw, like there's this familiarity, that, comes in with that, and there's this, you know, comfort level that they're feeling, but there's like they feel like this draw to you, like, "I know you from somewhere before." So, I feel like there is this kind of underlying energy that's kind of drawing you guys, together. Yeah, and the Judgment card, the calling, the pulling together. What else is here? And the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, this equal giving and receiving type of energy that's coming in here, like a balanced relationship kind of energy. So, I do feel like, um, I don't feel any weird vibes or anything with it right now, but, I feel like that's kind of why is they're drawn to you, both in this lifetime, but also past lifetime energy that comes in, as well with you there. So, I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. My, my, my. You are the chosen one. Let's see. Yeah, we got balance, 666. It gets a bad rap. It's not a bad number. It's actually a number of unconditional love and mother energy, not the devil. It says, in this world of duality, you are not here to choose sides, but to hold frequency. Sacred neutrality allows you to witness without absorbing and to remain steady when others are swayed. So I like this balancing energy. This is a flow energy too. Um, like two sixes mean like this is the path, this is the a path that you were wanting to experience kind of energy. So this looks good. I like this for you. If it resonates with you, of course. But, so those are those 2. We'll circle back around for number 3. Um, we have Marissa will be up next, and then we've got Sloka times 2, and then you're up after that. So you're just, like 3 away for your 3rd question. All right. Let's see here, Victoria. Oh, no, Victoria, I haven't got to any free readings yet. Donations do get first priority. And so I've had a ton of donations, and I'm so grateful. I'm not complaining at all. So we've got 3, 6, I've got 9 donations right now. If I don't get any other donations in between now, then I'll move on to free readings, and you're number 2 on the list once we get there. But I haven't got to you yet. You're like, what? All right. So, we'll do that here, and then in about 15 minutes, I do need to take a little break because I've been on for 3 hours, and I kinda wanna split it up. After 3 hours, I need to get circulation going and, uh, you know, take a quick human break. We'll call it that. Alright, but so Marissa, thank you for your additional donation. You're at 249 even. There is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And here is your question. All right. So, I wanted to know here. Yeah, you're welcome, Victoria. So, are they still living with April and will he leave her? Right. So, right now, is he still living in la residence? We'll ask that. And then, will he leave her based on current energies? And that here. All right. Yeah, I mean, I've got this Leo energy on the bottom. There's that lion that doesn't like to be caged energy flowing below the surface here, right? Um, and so is he still living there? We got the 6 of Wands, which is a victory energy. Let's see what's underneath here. We got the King of Wands and the Sun energy. That's all coming in here. So there's all this fire. I mean, of course, we know we got the Knight of Wands a lot with them, right? And the Strength card, fire energy. It's all this fire energy. The Sun and the Strength card, both Leo energy, both fire signs. Of course, Wands, King of Wands, and Six of Wands. I'm getting this energy that I don't live there, but I spend a lot of time there still because all this passion energy that comes in here. But the King of Wands is a more selective uh, sharing of passion than the Knight of Wands. That's just go, 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 go. You know, it's after a while the King of Wands is like, I know when it's appropriate, when it's not, or it's more um, paced. It's not like that's what all life is all about. There's other things going on. So I don't feel like they're living there like all the time. I feel like it's like they're staying there a lot, or like they live there part-time kind of energy. Interesting. Let's see. Will he leave her? We got the Six of Pentacles with the King of Pentacles, all this Pentacles energy, and the Five of Cups. I do feel they will, because here's the loss. This is April crying. Um, but it's when they find the other, um, you know, the Six of Pentacles is when the scales move to the other individual, whoever that may be, if it's you or someone else, because they're looking for security. If when they have somewhere else to be and be able to live and stay, then they do make the movement. But I feel like they spend half their time there, maybe more than half their time, maybe 60-70% of their time there, and the other they're staying with a friend or a family member, um, the other percentage of the time while they're looking and organizing for their next, movement. Um, so, uh, interesting. But I feel like that is what they have for those. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for that too. Yeah, we got the Unity 222, and it says you are stepping into a season of unity where relationships are flourishing and mutual understanding is taking root. Expect reconciliations, shared purpose, and meaningful collaboration. So I feel like, and we got that right. It's like that July, was it July 2nd through July 21st or something? They will try to reconcile, but it's not a permanent one. And I feel like that's important to know that, you're entering this period where, it's kind of like the lesson is repeated. The cycle will keep repeating until you get tired of it. Cause he won't grow tired of it. Um, until everyone gets tired of it, and then he has nowhere to go, then he'll get tired of it, or he'll try starting it up another way. But it's sooner or later, it's going to become uh, impossible for him to continue the same exact cycle if people start dropping off, right? If the bases get removed off of the baseball diamond, the game can't be played um, correctly anyway. It'd be very odd. All right. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. Thank you again for your additional donations there. All right. Oh, that's great, Ruby. I'm glad you got a manifesting gratitude journal today. I love it. Perfect. And then we got plate of spaghetti too. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. So I think I've got everyone there. All right. Let me scroll up here. All right. So I think here we've got Sloka for number 125501 is for your first one here. And hey, hey, good to see you. Are you supposed to be going on a marriage or a dating website? All right, let's take a look here. What's the energy if you do? Because there's no supposed to when it comes to spirit. There's just possibilities, and there's no right. There's this different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. So they'll give you the energy if you go on a marriage or dating website, and if you don't, and you can see which one aligns with the energy you want to experience. So if you go on a marriage or a dating website, what kind of energy will you receive? And then what if you don't? What if you don't? I got those there. And then that underneath. Yeah, I feel here you got the Hierophant on the bottom of the deck, which is an energy of like they're the master of growth, the master of stepping stones. And I feel like you do have some stepping stones. These are individuals that you'll learn and grow through with your experiences with them, but they're not like your soul partner. If you want to know more about that, if you check out my podcast at The Easier Path, it's linked down in the description area. Episode 13 is about fated love, and we dive deep into how all that works. So if you're interested in knowing what all that stepping stone and fated love, how does all that work? Check it out. Because you do have the judgment card under that, which is like a calling, like you're being drawn somewhere. So you're being drawn through this adventure, and as you experience these things with individuals, you're gonna be releasing old beliefs, old mindsets, old emotions, old things that don't serve you anymore, and it requires to have these little mirrors along the way to show you what you wanna see, so by the time you are gonna be getting to your soul partner, the one you'll be with the rest of your life, you'll have, you know, release these things to raise your self-love and your self-worth. So when you meet each other, because 'cause they're doing the same thing on their side, they're not all perfect waiting for you to show up, they're doing their work too, their freedom work, and then you guys meet at this higher level and have this higher vibrational loving relationship instead of the lower vibration, which is what you kinda have with these little stepping stones. If you go on to a marriage or dating website, you do have, um the Queen of Wands is more of people interested passionately, not emotionally, but, that energetically, physically kind of energies that come in there. Um, yeah, we've got the Six of Wands. It's like there's these individuals that, the Nine of Cups is like an emotional dream come true. And I feel like, again, they're kind of talking here about the you would meet the stepping stones there that help you move towards this victory of this emotional dream come true individual. I don't feel like you meet them through the marriage or dating website. I feel like you meet these others that help you realize what you want and what you don't want. And that sets you up for this feeling of appreciation for when you do meet your soul partner. You would be like, I appreciate you so much because of this. Like, that's normal. And you're like, no, it's not. Whatever they do. It's like, I brought you flowers. Oh my God. And like, no one else ever did that. Like, isn't this normal? No. But and we have appreciation for something that they do that we wouldn't have had we not experienced those others. Right. So I like that. If you don't get on a dating website, yeah, you still encounter the liars, deceivers, the stepping stones, whether you do it or not. Yeah, you learn your power of story. You learn that you get to decide what things mean. You don't have to, you learn, that whatever people do just is until it gets in here and you assign a story to what people are doing, but it brings you freedom. Yeah, you do end up deciding to kinda hang out by yourself a little bit for at times, um, and the Temperance card is patience. Things slowly grow there as well. So, I still feel like you do learn not getting on a dating site and marriage site. It's a slower process because I feel like the people you meet by not getting on there isn't as fast and furious as when we're on a dating and marriage site, right? It's like you get hit up and you experience all these people, a lot of people communicating, then ghosting, and you know, you just meet so many interesting individuals on those sites, right? Where I feel like you learn a lot very fast, but it does have its growing pains, right? Whereas if you don't, you'll eventually it takes longer because you meet those individuals more slowly through friends and through work and different places, and you still learn, but like I said, it's an extended, more slower um, pace. So whatever you're up for, if you're like, "Come on, bring it on, I'm ready to, play whack-a-mole with all these people, bam, 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 bam," or you're like, "No, I like the slow and steady." So whatever you're in the mood for, and you can change it at any time too. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Yeah, you got connections, which says, "Your energy is aligning with others who walk in similar frequencies. Expect connections and encounters that feel expansive and mutually empowering." So you do have, those types of experiences, but I feel like, you know, uh, thing things just don't click with them. Even if you have this wonderful, wow, we are so compatible, but the feelings aren't there. And you're like, "Dang," and it's like, but it's happening on purpose because 'cause you're being called somewhere else, and so are they. So, the few of these empowering mutual ones, and you're just like, "Oh, if only I felt this way for you," and they're like, "I know, but, we can't," and they don't feel that way for you either, and like, we can't tell our heart who to care for. It just is the way it is. So, hopefully that helps. That's for number 1 there. Sloka, so many blessings to you, and then we'll do your second one here too. We got 30236. I'm gonna I want to finish just a couple more here, and then I need to take a break here. All right, so that's your second one there. And then you want to know, should your mom be writing her will soon? Oh my gosh, this week? And will she do right by you? All right, we'll take a look here. So that's like based on her current energies, it's like, is mama leaving the planet? I'll check her reservations. Does she have a flight reserved for off planet? Let's see here. Is it a good idea for her to start working on her will? And if she does, will she do right by you? Meaning, is she going to be fair in her assessments here? Yeah, we have Queen of Wands on the bottom. Yeah, I get it that there is she is kind of a fiery gal, and she fiery energy. Let's see here. When we do have the Hierophant, we have the Eight of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. I would say yes, it's a good idea here. Just because the Eight of Cups is walking away from relationships that don't serve. Ten of Pentacles is, do they have it actually on here? Inheritance and family. So, yeah, I feel like that is important. In the Hierophant, there's the master of change and transformation. So I feel like it's a good idea, for her to do the will. Will she do right by you? We got the Nine of Swords, which is your nightmare and insomnia, your Seven of Swords. You got all this fear energy here, but you got the Six of Cups, which is you're still her child here. And I feel like they're saying here that, and especially with the Queen of Wands on the bottom, they're the outcome of how it unfolds has a lot to do with your energy. And if you're focusing in on the fears, right? If we're focusing on lower vibration, what if they don't lack energy or want energy? What if she doesn't energy? that lower vibration draws in those experiences for you because that's what your energy is asking for. If you focus in on, the love that you have, the gratitude that you have for your mom, and I mean, sincerely, you can't fake energy. Energy knows. So it's true. What do I love about my mom? And what, am I grateful for her? When you sit in that energy, then that's what draws the higher vibrational results to you. So it's important, because you'll block the positive outcome and draw in the fears if you focus in on all the fears. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. So success. We like that with those changes, right? Your angels send good news of success on the horizon. Stay focused and you'll soon see the rewards of your hard work. So I like that. Looks good, Sloka. Right. So we've got that for you. So many blessings to you. And we got Sarah Taylor in the house. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. Hello, hello. I think I just got a donation through here for you. Yes. All right. Very good. So I see your questions in your PayPal. So let me remove those off of here. So I will go look at in addition to the tower, your other questions too. So boom, boom, boom. All right. So, where we're at, I have one coming up here for Lemon Limes Lulu. So I'm going to finish that one. And I'm going to take a quick break to get some more coffee and to get circulation through my buns and to hit the human facilities. And then I'll be back. And after that, we have Honored, Rocky's World times three, and then Jessica, and then Sarah. You'll be up after that for donations. All right. So thank you guys again for all your patience and getting to all of your readings. I really am grateful. All right. So Lemon Limes Lulu 30739 coming down Chicago line. There you go. Boom, boom. All right. So I want to know, what feelings does Kyle have for you that surprises even him? I like it. Let's take a look here. Let me just take a quick sip here too. I'm a little parched. Cheers, cheers. All right. So what feelings does Kyle have for you that surprises even him? All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. Bottom of the deck, you have the star card, which is like a dream come true energy that comes in there. It's like, wow, why do I feel like you're a dream come true? So interesting, right? Let's see what else we got. A lot of cards here. We have the Page of Wands, and what's next to it here? And the Seven of Wands. Yeah, it's funny because uh, spirit, they joke, and your spirit guides are hilarious because they were like, he's really shocked about how physically and energetically and passionately they're attracted to you. And then they said, since he's gay, it's like, you're funny, but that it was a joke. But bunch, you're like, what? He really is surprised. That surprised even him. No, but he's not. But there is this, the attraction energy that's there, and how you stand out of the crowd to them. Like, they're just like, wow, it's almost like you're walking you guys are somewhere and maybe like at a restaurant or a club or something. So they're showing me in my head, like, you're walking through a crowd and they're looking around, they're like, ooh, who's that? And it's you. And they're like, whoa, What is happening?" So I like that energy. We also have the World card and the Eight of Cups. It's an interesting energy. Eight of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve, and the World card is ending old cycles, and it just feels like, you know, there's this energy here of, like, I'm managing my emotional energy, like who I'm focusing on, friends, family, exes, whoever. And I feel like they're cutting people out of their life, and that surprises them because they want to spend more emotional energy on you than that. And if you ever seen the movie As Good as It Gets, it has Jack Nicholson in it, and what is her name? I can see her face. But there's a scene in there where he tells her, because he's got, like, severe ADHD or something where he has to, like, turn doorknobs, he can't walk on cracks and everything, and he's a real jerk in this diner, and no one wants to wait on him, but she's a waitress, and she waits on him because she can put up with him, and she'll dish it right back at him, and he's like, "Oh," um and so they start actually dating, and it's funny because he's trying to tell her how much he cares, but he can't put it in words, and he goes, I'm messing this all up." He goes, "What I'm trying to tell you is knowing you makes me wanna be a better man. I wanna take my drugs. I wanna get better. I don't wanna be that I am when I'm not on my drugs," and it's like that kind of energy here. It's like, I wanna be different because of you, and I feel like that surprises even him. He wants to end some old cycles. Yeah, we got the Magician. It's like you're inspiring, because that's underneath here, and the Ace of Wands, and the Five of Pentacles, yeah. It's like, there's something here about energy around not not abandoning people, not leaving them behind. 'Cause it's almost like now they're bringing in The Runaway Bride into my head. I watched a lot of movies, growing up. It was my outlet of my life, so they use those. They just start showing me movie scenes, but I'm not, they're surprised that they're not wanting to run with all these feelings that they're feeling, and they usually kind of get freaked out and then take off, but they don't wanna do that. And that's kind of like, "What is happening?" And then you've got, yep, the 10 of cups. There is this desire, this great amount of joy that they're feeling, even relationship energy, maybe even family energy. Yeah, they see you as the mother, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Um, so, of course, all the sensuality and the birthing of things, but they do see you as that kind of energy for them here too. And the Two of Cups, yeah. So definitely this relationship energy that's coming in here. Very strong. But yeah, ultimately it's like, what the hell? Why am I looking at you as a dream come true? Because I drugged you. No, because you are. That's who you are. I like it. The spell worked. I know those spells don't work. So it is definitely something else there. But yeah, it looks really, interesting there, Lemon Limes Lulu, and because your donation was $5 or more, you do get one of these Whispers of Healing Oracle for your fortune cookie. So let's take a look here and see what we have here. Alright, and this one is Learning, number 25. Yeah, this growth energy. Isn't that amazing thing, we know when we're in a relationship where we get to learn and grow, we know it's special, right? Says, as humans, we're perpetually learning and growing. Learning to handle emotions comes from attentiveness. Managing stress and anxiety and anger is a learned skill. Understand what sets off your distress or anger. Choose how you will respond to your triggers more effectively. Persist with this approach until it becomes an automatic response. You may feel you are resistant to learning the lesson at hand. The reasons for resistance vary. It may be stubbornness, habit, or self destructive patterns. Maybe this is talking about his energy, right? During times of conflict, your lesson may be more crisis oriented. During, I'm sorry, you may be in denial about something in your life. It can be hard to face your fears and admit weakness. Issues may build to a point where you need to address your reactions. Be honest with yourself. Are you in an addictive cycle? Are you accepting responsibility for your role in this situation? You may need an outside source to help you break out of a pattern. Once you recognize an unhealthy pattern, you can learn how to improve your existing situation. Try new approaches and be open to not knowing what will happen next. Ask to learn this lesson with grace. In the card, here's the child energy again. A child holds a single stalk of wheat with a ladybug on it. Wheat denotes the use of caution and wisdom. The child studies the ladybug to learn what she's going to do. The ladybug represents delight and a knowing that cannot be taught. Can you remember how you were as a child? Children are often able to create exactly what they want through positive thinking, resourcefulness, and persistence. Throughout life, you've learned to doubt and fear. Be like a child, willing to learn and in awe of the world around you. The butterflies in the picture are symbols of transformation. And if you're willing to work on this situation, transformation is inevitable. The prevalence of green means healing and abundance are not far from you. Wow. Isn't that amazing? I just feel like that's kind of their energy. That's how they're feeling, um, what they're going through. So I like that for you, Lemon Lime Lulu. And that is what they have for your third one there. So thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. So I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, we have honored three for Rocky's World, and then one for Jessica, and then for Sarah. And that's what I have so far. So I will be back lickety split. I just need to get some more coffee and do a couple other human things, and I'll be right back. So thank you for your patience, guys. Cheers, cheers. right. We are back. Thank you guys so much. Just get situated here and we will get back into it. Let me just get my tablet hooked back up here too. Get some juice going in there. All right. So got a protein shake. I keep my proteins, So cheers, cheers, everyone. It's my dinner. Yum, yum. All right. So we'll get back in. So up next, we do have Honored. So Honored, we got you at 322.43. You're welcome, Sloka. Thank you again for your donations. All right. So Honored, thank you for your donation. And you want to know, does your friend believe in your tarot reads? All right, let's take a look here. Do they believe? Do they believe? All right, what about this here? I want this one here. I do want to get those two there too. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Cups. So to start off, I do believe that I feel like the readings in their heart, because we can believe, we have like the belief in our head and then we have the belief in our heart, right? So I feel like in their heart, it moves them and it resonates in their heart. Like they're like, this feels like right. But I feel like their mind might be the problem. We'll take a look here. That's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have the Sun card. So there's a victory energy there, of course, right? So they do feel like it brings them some clarity. Have the Queen of Wands. I feel like they trust you. Queen of Wands she has this connection to the spirit world, right? Through the Wands energy. But behind the scenes, all queens have cups energy, which gives them the empathic energy. So I do feel like they feel like you have a connection. So I do believe, I mean, they're kind of skimming around it. We got more cards here, but I feel like they're wanting you to know these things, right? That they believe you have a connection with spirit. With that, and then you have the Six of Wands and the Two of Wands. And so Six of Wands is a victory energy. The Two of Wands kind of is a sometimes, it's like it depends on their energy, and it can depend on your energy too, you know. What's under they have one card underneath that. You got the Ace of Swords. Yeah, again, you bring in clarity. Um, and you know how like when if we're feeling off and their energy is way off and we're like, I know, I don't know how long you've been doing tarot readings, but I know in the beginning when I was doing tarot readings, I just started doing it for friends and friends of friends, and I didn't have my little energetic bubble built up where my emotions were just mine, and I could have a clear connection to the spirit world and hear because my fear noise is turned down, my love vibration is high, and that's why we can hear so clearly. But in the beginning, without that bubble, I was feeling other people's emotions. So if the person I was reading for was anxious, I was feeling anxious. It was noisy, and sometimes it's like it's hard to hear through the noise sometimes. And so if they're freaking out a lot sometimes, maybe that it maybe doesn't resonate as much with them. But when they're in a place of openness and calmness and it's like between the eyes kind of energy, it feels like. So hopefully that makes sense. You have the Queen of Pentacles Yeah, this is a victory energy, a lot like the sun. So there is, a growth energy, mother nature, mother nurturing energy that comes in here. And they trust your heart. They know you're coming from a good place here with that. Yeah, and then we've got the moon and the two of swords as well. So a lot of beautiful energy with the moon and the two of swords. It's almost like around full moons and around like new moons. It's like if you're doing it like really close to those, I feel like you're even like because it like expands your connection. Like they really believe your tarot readings. Because again, the clarity that comes through when you're around, and it depends on what kind of moon. Maybe it's the air moons. Um, when you're around those, like today's a Gemini new moon, you'd be like, I feel like for some reason, maybe you have an air moon, but it's just like, it's just like, whoa, kind of energy. So I feel like that's what's coming in there. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. And you have, yeah, knowledge. Boom, there you are. You're like Cleo, the old Cleo. You're being called to explore new ideas and seek knowledge that resonates with your soul's truth. This is a time of intellectual and spiritual awakening. Yeah. So I feel like there's even more of an opportunity to even expand your gifts even more. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you honored. So many blessings to you. All right. Absolutely. Ruby G will get you on the free reading list here. And we got Blueberry in the house. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the free reading list as well. Oops, I put that in the wrong place over there. Okay. There we go. All right. So I think that's everyone here. We'll continue on down the list here. So we got Rocky's World. Hey, Rocky. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your multiple donations here. Here's number one. You want to know what will happen with your family situation? You feel your purpose is to be away from it, right? All right, let me take a quick drink of let me power up with some protein before we dive into this one. All right. So based on current energies, what will happen with your family situation? All right. Got these here. And can you confirm or deny if your purpose is to be away? All right. Yeah, underlying energies. We do have the King of Pentacles, which is a positive energy that's there. So it feels like underlying energy does have to do with abundance and riches and things of the physical world, but it feels like things are, uh, you know, uh, auspicious in a way. It feels like things will work out. Let's see here. What will happen with your family situation? Yeah, we got 10 of cups. We got joy, energy, fullness of family. So joyful family, contentment energy. You got the 5 of cups. Yeah, I got some sorrow and some transformation of emotions, you know. So I feel like there is a bit of emotional drama, but it ends up turning to joy eventually. We have the Empress. Yeah. So here's another victory energy, mother nature, mother nurture. So I feel if there's a mama involved or a matriarch, I feel like they're the ones that just bring everything together. Because you got the 10 of Pentacles too, another abundance and family card, inheritance, property. It just feels like there's a little bit of, feelings of loss and a little sadness around someone. I don't know if this is because of someone who has passed, um, but that would explain why there's all this inheritance and family and abundance stuff while there's still sorrow, involved. But I feel like and all overall, it feels like whatever this matriarch is, this mother, badass mother that you don't wanna piss off, comes in with authority and that matriarchness that everyone's like, "Shh, don't look her straight in the eye," you know? It feels like it works out there. Is your purpose to be away from it? I think you are right. You have the Queen of Wands and the Three of Wands. Three of Wands is off-road, off-ramp, a different direction, right? And, I feel like that Queen of Wands is like a, you know, someone who's very connected to the spirit world, so trust your intuition, trust your gut, and I do feel like it's like, uh, everyone's on the freeway and you're like, "I'm gonna go off this way." So, I would agree with you. It does feel like everything works out, but, I feel like it's best for you to be, um, out of the picture or, away from it, like you said. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that one too. So you've got, yep, caution, right? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alert, alert. You are being asked to reconsider. Caution allows you to navigate with wisdom and avoid unnecessary risks. Move forward only if your soul feels fully at peace. And you're like, hell to the no, it doesn't feel at peace. I am going over there. I'm going in the opposite direction, right? Right. So that's what they have for your first one there. And then for number two, you're at 333. 33. Wow. You got all those threes. Look at that. So there is your for number two, which is what is coming for you in the near future, right? Based on your current energies, what's headed your way here? Right, we got those, we got that, got that, and that. All right. Yeah, something unexpected. This is sometimes the heartache and um, disappointment card, but this uh, I've been getting here energy with the Three of Swords as the unexpected is happening. Let's see what they can tell us about here. Something unexpected. You have the Ace of Swords and the Eight of Cups. I do feel like with clarity, the Ace of Swords, something bringing in where you're seeing things clearly, you do walk away from relationships that don't serve you anymore. The Eight of Cups is that energy of both being aware of these relationships where you're investing a lot, like 70, 80, 90% all the time, and only getting back 10, 20, 30% all the time. This isn't about fluctuating where sometimes you're giving 10 and sometimes they're giving 10. This is like all the time, you're the one that's keeping these relationships alive. You're the life support system. And so it's time to evaluate which of those are you backing off to 50 and see if they last. Because if they don't make up the difference, it'll drift away, and then you just get all that emotional energy back. It's also about looking at emotions that you might have suppressed and kept down, these, energies of anger or sadness when you were 7 years old and younger, where, you weren't allowed to feel those things. Happy child, but no angry child, having tantrums, and no sad child crying. Those are the 3 ways we respond as a 7-year-old and younger, and so there's some of those that are pushed down. You weren't allowed to express them. Where do they go? Into our subconscious to stay charged and sitting there until we bring it up and feel it and transform it, right? And this is what I feel like there is coming in here, and that kind of feels unexpected, where I feel like what's unexpected is you learn something and you're just like, with this clarity, I'm just cutting off a lot of people, relationships, not even cutting off, just backing off. You're like, I'm the one that keeping all these alive, and then this happens. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna stop investing in those or back off to halfway, and so there we go, um, that's the way it unfolds, right? And then you have the Hanged Man and the Nine of Cups. I do feel like you have a transformation, here with the Hanged Man in what you feel a dream come true is as well. So, like your Nine of Cups, what you've thought is what this is what has to happen for me to be happy. I feel like you're taking some time to kind of sit back and ask yourself, what is it that I feel needs to happen in order for me to be happy? And write it down. We've been talking about journaling the crap out of your life, right? Write down what you really feel. What are all the things I feel I need to have in order to be happy? And then after you do that, after you kind of just throw it all up on paper, then question that and go, is that true? Because one of the big questions we've been kind of bringing up is, what do I feel is out there that I need to make me happy that's not in here already? And that's a big, I feel like a reflection energy because I feel like you do, there's like this emotional changes here that's happening. The Eight of Cups, you're letting go of emotions and people that don't serve. The Nine of Cups, you're questioning, what is my dream come true? And I feel like there's this transformation and revitalization of it coming in. Yeah. And the Two of Swords, your power of story that's coming in here. And it has to do with your Four of Pentacles, which how you're defining your worth, right? Four of Pentacles energy talks about um, we're taught to define our worth by the three buckets of the outside world: relationships, situations, and things. But all those things are unstable, right? People change, people pass away, people walk away. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down. So when we define ourselves by those, we feel unstable and all points us inward, where that's where we find our stability through the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, right? And so the story change, the Two of Swords, is every moment just is until it gets in here. And then we in our noggin choose a story about what that means about me and what it means about the world, but ultimately what it means about me. And we're the ones in charge of that story. And when we're running on autopilot without consciously choosing, we're choosing what our 7-year-old and younger would have chose about what that means, or our 7 to 14-year-old. And those are our inner children, two of our inner children, right? And I feel like this is a big change. You're stepping into your power of, I decide what things mean, and I'm taking charge of my life, and I'm reevaluating what I thought was the truth, and it was a small t truth rooted in fears, um, and now you're seeing things through your heart from a higher place, from unconditional love, and I feel like you're reevaluating things. So I feel like that's what's coming in here. But whatever this big thing is, yeah, we got a little bit of despair that kicks in here. Maybe this is the thing that kicks you into thinking about things. Losing touch with your divine nature can cause you to be overwhelmed with heavy emotions. Though the outer world may seem to be the cause, these dense energies are often the echo of inner disconnection from your sacred self, right? Again, there's that what we're talking about. When we define ourselves by out here, we disconnect from here. When we're connected here, then we feel full, right? So hopefully that helps, Rocky. That's what they have for number 2. And then number 3, you have 340, 36. All right. So for this one, you want to know, what is your purpose here and what does Michael J and the spirit have to do with it? You kind of feel disconnected from social in a way, so you want to understand. All right, we'll take a look here. Let me just take another sip here. That'll keep my stomach from growling. All right. So, what is your purpose here? Okay. And what does Michael J in spirit have to do with it? All right. With the Page of Swords on the bottom, I feel like you will get clarity here. Because the Page of Swords is you're given this gift of the Page of Swords, which brings you information, and I feel like you're gonna have communication and clarity coming in regarding that. Let's see what we have here. So what is your purpose? You've got the Queen of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. I like this because, there's this energy, yeah, and underneath you have the Six of Swords too. You know, we sometimes we go, "What is our purpose as humans? Don't I have like a contract? Don't I have this, that?" And it's it's that's human, the need to define and have some sort of goal, when really our purpose with this Ace of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles, both of these are Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, to nurture ourselves, to find our self love, to go on this journey with the Six of Swords, letting go of old ways of thinking and see things from a higher perspective. It's to wander around this perfect mountain of who you are, your higher self. We come down here as a little human to walk around, to understand ourselves by experiencing this life. And that's what we come down for. Our purpose is to experience life with all of its choices. And there's no right choice, no wrong choice from spirit's perspective, just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And that changes us because when we feel like, oh, there's an unknown purpose and I don't know what it is, and I'm probably falling behind because I should know by now. I probably should have taken steps in it. And then we're stressed and we're going crazy trying to figure out what the perfect thing. I need to be perfect. And we don't realize we're already perfect. We're a perfect mountain. We're not trying to become something else. We're just trying to understand ourselves more. And we come down here as well as billions of different other expressions and different dimensions and different frequencies to be able to see ourselves from different places on the mountain at different vibrational levels. And that's what we come here for, to explore, to journey, like I said, to experience thoughts and beliefs and emotions and energies, and and especially understand what it feels like to be alone, because we don't experience that on the other side. We can only experience that in this duality where we're veiled away, where we feel like, "Oh my god, I'm all by myself," and there's like a multitude of millions of beings of light and love behind us going, "Shh, they think they're alone. Let's give them the moment." So, I like that. I feel like, it's understanding you're here, you're on a playground, you're learning to play, you're learning what it feels like to interact with other children on the playground, and that's it. It's simple. We're always on our path, always experiencing 100% all the time. So we're perfectly experiencing our purpose, right? What has Michael J got to do with all this? Yeah. Well, you got the death card. So their death did mean it did put a spark under your bohini to stop. Um, what is he saying? To stop sitting around waiting for things to come to you and to start making things come. I mean, and start doing things. Instead of going, "Oh, I need to have this and this and this, I hope it comes my way." They're like, "This is all about," you know, instead of they're showing me, instead of waiting for someone to ask you to dance, get out on the dance floor and dance by yourself. And I feel like that's what they're doing. Woohoo. They're doing their leg. That's funny. Come on. Who cares if no one else is dancing? Consider it a stage. Get out there and dance. I like that. Yep, and he's helping you with your transformation. He does help you see things from a different perspective, definitely so from the spirit world. Yeah, and then you had the Page of Swords on the bottom. We got the Ace of Swords, which is they help bring in the clarity. They drop things into your brain, into your mind, and, they help you, um, see things more and more clearly, um, and it's about flowing with your life instead of trying to control your life. And I like that. So I feel like that is what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one as well. All right. So for this one, we got this one right here. You have, yeah, protection. Divinely guided, divinely protected, right? 444. If you see fours like that, then that's from them. A powerful boundary of angelic light surrounds you, shielding you from negativity and harm. You are held in the light of divine safety, assuring that you will fulfill your destined purpose. That's funny because we're talking about purpose. So they're like, yeah, we're going to make sure that you stick around so that you can fulfill what you're wanting to experience. And there is that, we want to experience a bunch of different things, we have intentions coming down here of, I want to feel like what heartbreak feels like, and I want to feel like what this feels like, and I want to feel like what that feels like. If we have time in this lifetime, if that happens to be on the path, this is kind of, I choose my life before I come down knowing the possibilities of what could happen. And those are on the path, but there's not sometimes there's faded things we absolutely want, and those are hard coded across every path, and we'll have those, but those are very far and few between. We have the exciting thing about this human experience that draws so many souls here is it's we're veiled and we don't know what's gonna happen next, and there's possibilities instead of we know because we came here in a human iterations, a couple the first time we came down as humans, it was like were fully aware who we were, and we saw the entire map from birth till all the possibilities of endings, and we were like, "Okay, well, what do I wanna experience? We'll take this route." We did it, and it was fun, but we had the entire map, so we always got to our destination exactly as we wanted to go and, you know, as we planned and all this, and we're like, okay, well, it was fun, but it kinda got boring after several lifetimes of doing that. So then we shielded and veiled the endings. We still saw a lot of it. So it was, more exciting, but after a while, again, we were like, "What if we veil more? And then what if we veil more?" To where we kind of are riding with our in fog going, "Oh my god, what's happening next?" And for our human, it kind of like, "Oh my god, what's happening next?" But for our soul, they're like, "Oh my god, this is so fun," right? So, hopefully that makes sense, but that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for all of your donations. Very grateful. All right. So, we're circling back around for Jessica, 35005. So, Jessica, here is your additional here's both your timestamps. So thank you for that donation. Oh, that's right. You're welcome, Rocky. So so he wants you back without asking for forgiveness, right? If he doesn't want to ask for forgiveness, why did he post like he wants you back? And yeah, you need him to say, "Please forgive me." But I think his ego is too big. I think you are on the button. But let's take a look. So first of all, we'll confirm he does want you back, right? Okay, we'll do that. And then what is this what's this business about um no forgiveness? Does he expect you to take him back with that? Yeah. Well, underlying energies, we do have the 2 of cups, which is relationship energy. So it's definitely there that they do feel like you're an important person in their life here. So does he want you back? Yeah, we got the King of Swords. They're in their head. They kind of feel like they do. Let's see what else. We got the Devil card. Yeah, there's like here's that mind energy and the Queen of Cups. Yeah. I like this. There's um the King of Swords rules over the mind suit with the Queen of Swords, but all kings get a second portion of swords, making him the master of mind. The Queen of Cups rules over the heart suit with the king, but all queens get a second portion of cups or heart emotional energy behind the scenes, making her the master of emotion. And it's almost like opposites attracting between the two of you. Because he's like the master of mind and you're like the master of emotion. It's like extremes. And so I do feel like they, with the Two of Cups on the bottom, that they do want to get back with you, but they come in from the mind. They approach the relationship from the mind. You approach the relationship from the heart, and you guys don't speak the same language of heart and mind, right? So what is this about expecting, what is this gonna be swords almost? So I got 2 cards, like, what is this about he expects to come back? So for you, you're like all the emotions, Ace of Cups and 10 of Cups, right? You're like, there needs to be a it's almost like the Ace of Cups is there needs to be a, gift of the heart to show that you care, and that's what the forgiveness is, right? That's someone giving you a chalice going, "Here, my queen, this is representation of I'm sorry for the tears that I made you shed," you know? And it's like, "Okay." But they're approaching it from the mind, the Six of Swords, which is leaving the old behind, and let's just move from choppy waters to calmer waters. Can't we just leave it behind? And what we're leaving behind is the Five of Wands, which is the drama, the conflict we had. Can't we just leave that behind and start something new? So they definitely want to be back together with you, but hopefully that makes it more clear that they're coming from the place of the noggin, that they don't understand emotions need to be felt and transmuted and transformed, not just left behind, because emotions push down, fester, and I'll kill you in your sleep, man. Right? Why did you wake up with, why were you, I was fluffing your pillow. It was on my face. I know. So that's how I feel that's happening, Jessica. So hopefully that helps to understand that they're coming from a different place. They don't get it, you know. And that's where communication comes in. It's, when it's like if you have two people who speak foreign languages, because it is that way, the mind versus the heart. In order to communicate, one of you has to learn the other person's language. And it works even better when both learn each other's language, right? So I feel like it's important if we want a relationship, we have to go, oh, they approach it differently than I do, and I approach it differently than they do. And if we understand that, we can try to understand each other, find a balance in the middle somewhere, right? Yeah. We do have temptation here as your fortune cookie for this one, which says you are being tempted by the allure of something that may not serve your highest good. Before you act, ask yourself, does this align with my truth? And like you are, you're definitely, I am tempted, but if if they aren't willing to meet me halfway and I'm willing to meet I also have to be willing to meet halfway, then this ain't going to work. So let's just call the whole thing off, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate you. All right. So, Phoenix, hey, Phoenix Oracle, thank you so much for your donation. And I'll give that a love and a like here. And 2 questions, please. So we'll grab that. Question 1, question 2. All right. And I just have 1 donation ahead of yours. Sarah is who's up next, and then you'll be up after that. All right, and thank you for your additional donation. I'll grab that here in a sec. And then we got Anshuman. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, we'll get you onto the free reading list here. All right. In the house. Sarah's in the house. The call is coming from in the house. Is that like that was from a different movie? That's not Scream. That's a different movie. So I got you on the list here. I'll grab your question when you put it out there. All right. I think I've got everyone here on the list right now. So we'll dive in. So, Sarah, thank you so much for your donation. Thanks for being here. What time is it on your side of the planet? Let me grab her additional question here. There we go. And you are here. See, it's 9 o'clock at night here. What is it, like 4 in the afternoon there? Just a guess. Because I think over there, it's almost tomorrow. Almost lunchtime. Oh, okay. So not so bad. But on Monday at lunchtime, I just love how we can be talking across the entire planet. It's just amazing. All right. So let me just drink the last of this protein here and a sip of coffee, and we'll dive in here. You're contacting us from the future. It gets a little pasty toward the bottom there. Cheers, cheers. All right. So what is this tower card about? So you keep on pulling the tower card, right? So what is being removed to make space for something new? Another meaning of the tower too is something's being brought into your life on purpose too. So let's find out here. What is this tower about? What is this tower about? Got those like that and this one here. All right, let's look at this first. Oh, leave them like that. All right. So the bottom of the deck, I'm surprised we didn't get the tower. But we got the Knight of Wands, which is kind of like lightning because it is something that comes in quickly out of nowhere, right? It's like the fastest horse. And you do have, of course, we're in the year of the fire horse, so you do have that energy coming in with all of this too, which is a year of change and movement and things being moved around for us, right? And so that's important, of course, to always emphasize with the tower is that this is for us. It's not happening to us. It's something's being moved for us so that we have space for something that aligns more in alignment with our energy and it's clearing a block to allow us to move forward, right? So what is this about? Yeah, we got the 8 of Wands and the Ace of Wands. Definitely action energy. Again, 8 of Wands is fast moving energy. Ace of Wands is a new beginning, as well. I like that it talks about career beginnings and travel. Let's see what we got here. And you got the Knight of Pentacles with the 3 of Cups. So it is something that's been very slow going here for you. The Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight, direct opposite of the fire horse, right? But it's something that's been very slow growth, where even it might feel like things are going backwards. But this 3 of Cups, it does have to do, excuse me, with your tribe. So there's something here about like friendships have been growing slowly, not growing slowly, but almost feels like they've been growing apart. Like friendships are kind of like drifting away. The tribe has been kind of, you know, drifting is what they keep saying, drifting away. And I do feel here, let's see what this other card is here, because I feel like, yeah, 5 of Wands. Here's friends and drama, competition. It just feels like there's been kind of, and it almost feels like you're in the middle of the firestorm and that people have been fighting with each other more than you fighting with them. But everyone, it's like this friends group, this close group. I mean, it could be family even, or combination of all of it, that people have just been kind of pocketing off and drifting away. And I feel like this is like some big blow up that happens among family and friends that kind of just gets you out of the middle of the firestorm where you don't feel like you have to solve anything for anyone, that you have your own space, that you have um, your freedom in a way here. Let's see what's underneath that too. Yeah. Okay. Because you've got the magician and the emperor, both powerful beings, divine masculine energies, usually, which is you choosing what you wanna create, and it's like it's giving you the space because you're not investing your energy in trying to make everyone get along and trying to do things for people so they don't get pissed off and, all this energy that is coming back to you because of this these individuals getting moved out of your life here. And, this creation energy of the magician realizing I get to choose what I want in the emperor energy, which is clearing the throne room of all the noise so that you can sit still and get out of your head and into your heart to decide what it is you want to do. You make a plan, and then with the magician and this Aries emperor energy, you're taking action and movement. So I feel like that's kind of what's happening. You got these other two cards too. Yeah, there you go. And the 7 of Wands. And the Ace of Cups. So your self-love, you're able to focus on your self-love, and the 7 of Wands is also an energy of, like, it's like the sun, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, but and not even needing to defend what you're doing. And I feel like that's with this unsupportive kind of group around you, it feels like there's now you don't feel like the need to defend, and now I'm gonna make my decisions, I'm gonna do what I want, and I'm gonna shine bright, baby. It's that kind of energy that's coming in here. So I kind of feel like that is what the Tower card is about. So hopefully that resonates here. And then, yeah, there's even under the bottom of the deck, you have the 4 of Cups, which is the 3 cups of the outside world being boring. And you're the Ace of Cups. Again, you're getting in really in tune with your own heart kind of energy. So interesting. And we'll ask specifically here, because you gave like three possibilities. We'll see if they hit as we pull cards for them here too. So the Sir, and does it have to do with them? Are they on the chopping block? Are they going to get blasted with electric shock therapy? And then friends, or friend, or job. All right, let's see what energy's in those. So with the Sir, I feel like that seems okay there, because you got the 3 of Pentacles. I feel like you are getting clarity with that relationship. 3 of Pentacles is you being true to your authentic self and not trying to change to be who you think they want you to be, blah, 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 right? This is that. There's clarity there, but I don't feel like there's electric shock therapy. For friends, yeah, but I do hear we have the King of Swords and the 8 of Swords. You are letting go of communication that no longer serves you with that 8 of Swords, and you're stepping into your power a bit here. So I do feel like it does have to do, and we did specifically say friends, and that makes sense here with that 8 of swords, because it's those that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless. And it's like, yeah, I need the freedom just to be able to be me and not be afraid of, "Oh, I do this," and they complain, or they're always finding something wrong with what I'm doing, and, always have suggestions on how I could do it better, or I could have done it better. It's like, "That's okay." And then what about job? Yeah, we've got the 8 of wands here, which is here's that energy that we got with the tower energy, and the creator, the power of no. And this is a specific card for this deck, one of them. And snap, 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 underneath job, the tower. You can't make it up, right? Snap, snap. But I feel like, there is this, the the power of, I get to say no to jobs that I don't wanna do, with that too. So I definitely feel the big thing kicking in here, has to do with job, but friends is involved too, because it's part of the you stepping into your power. And on the bottom of the deck, you do have the page of wands, which is that stepping into your power. You can't make that up. The tower card. Boom, boom, boom. I love spirit. I love it. So I feel like that is the info on that. And then we will also pull, because your donation is a $5 or more, you get one of these special oracle, which is Whispers of Healing. So let's take a look and we'll see what comes in for that too. So if you guys see me smiling, my host got a new pug puppy, and he's adorable. In fact, I might have a picture. I gotta show him off because they're going to bed, and I can hear him, doing his little "woo, woo, woo," because he doesn't wanna go to bed yet. So they're adorable. Here, let's see, do I have, I think it's an, oh, yeah, here it is, screenshots. Let's see here. See if I could show this on camera. Yeah, there we go. Do boo do boo do boo boo. Isn't he adorable? His little ears up in the up there. It's a cutie pie. Excuse me. All right. So, I like this. We got your fortune cookie is reliable. Look at, got the harp, candles on a little boat, new moon energy up in the corner there. So let's take a look here and see what we got here. Isn't he cute? All right, so 38. So it says one of your biggest challenges may be relying on yourself. It is easier for you to be dependable for someone else. When you offer to help someone move, clean up, or with some sort of project, you make a commitment to them and you make sure you follow through. Yet, when it comes to making a promise to yourself, you're not so steadfast. Being accountable to yourself is the first step in really shifting your relationship with you. How many times have you made a commitment to yourself but quit soon afterwards? When you resolve to get a good night's sleep, to start and stick to an exercise program, to eat healthy, to start writing, or to finish off a project, you want to know you can count on yourself to do it. Begin a new practice of self reliance by keeping small commitments to yourself. Use a calendar, notebook, or some other tracking device to list your goals. Be specific about time frames or completion dates. If you've been putting off cleaning out a drawer or something simple like that, put it on your calendar. Make a date and stick to it. You have renegotiated with yourself so many times, you may not trust in yourself. Follow through with whatever you have told yourself you will do. Give yourself something small to accomplish every day. Take pride in yourself and your unwillingness to let yourself down. In the card, a maiden plays a harp on a beautiful moonlit night. Candles surround her as she strums her melody. A lit candle represents the four main archangels. The flame is Archangel Michael, fire. The smoke from a lit candle is Archangel Raphael, air. The melting wax is Archangel Gabriel, water. And the candle itself is Archangel Uriel, earth. These archangels are the perfect energies to work with as you shift your pattern from not following through to wholeheartedly committing to the promises you make to yourself. Angels are 100% love. They can guide you to the best decisions and outcomes. Dedicating yourself to your own goals and commitments will have many benefits. You will have a stronger, more trusting relationship with yourself. It's time to be your own best friend. There you go. They're clearing out your friends so you can be your own best friend, right? For now. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sarah. Sarah, thank you again so much for your donation. Hopefully that helps. And very grateful. Excellent. I like it. All right. So let me just double check here. So, Lauren, I think I asked the same question already recently. Can I swap it for what is he doing for his birthday? Like Charlie Suicide. Um, uh, are you talking about your donation, Lauren? I already finished your reading earlier, just in case. Here's your timestamp if you didn't get that one. Um, and I don't think I have you on the free reading list, but I can add that as your free reading if you'd like. So I'll do that for now, unless you want to do something different. But I had already completed your reading there, so I don't have my time machine working yet, so I can't go backwards. All right. Does he love the puppy? Sucker for puppies, dogs in general. Yeah, I love it. All right. So Lauren, I'll add you onto the free list for that. And unless you do otherwise. All right. How are you doing on those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, I've got like 23 right now. Oh, no problem. Oh, yeah, so that was way earlier. Yeah, way earlier. So thank you for your donation. Yeah, I got like 23 on the free reading list right now. So we might be heading to those here in a little bit, but I got a couple more donations here that we'll dive into next. Let me just take a quick sip and we'll dive in. So thank you guys again so much for all your thumbs up and cheers. Hope you had a great weekend. I know it's coming to a close for some of you, right? Don't bring it up. Live in the now, bruddaZEN. Live in the now. All right. So let us dive in. So I have two for Phoenix Oracle Healing. So for your first donation, we got 415.46. So there's your first one there. And that one has two questions in it. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. So number one is, what is ER's current energy towards you? And what are his current thoughts and feelings about your connection? All right. So what are ER's current energies towards you? Okay. Right. That's that. And then what are his current thoughts and feelings about your connection? Thoughts and feelings. All right. So, let's see, we'll start over here. Let me just put these out of the way over here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 4 of Cups, you know, and it's good to know that they're kind of in this place in their life where the outside world kind of feels empty. And, usually it like shows the person really bored with the 3 cups of the outside world, relationships, situations, and things because they don't see that Ace of Cups yet. Their self-love, and it's quite revealing to us as humans when we realize until we find our self-love, we're taught to look outside of ourself for our fulfillment, and we don't find it. If it ever we find something that feels fulfilling, it is only for a moment, and it's like eating American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. It's not, you know, uh long-lasting fulfilling. It's temporary, if any. And we're taught, find your love in the outside world, but, it's unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away. So relationships with humans are unstable, right? Same thing with, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever. Those things are always changing. And then also things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, they burn down, they blow up, they deteriorate, they're stolen, all of that break down. And so we eventually, everything points us inward to find our self love. Once we find it, doesn't mean that we stop wanting things in the outside world. We're full and overflowing. That becomes above and beyond extra instead of like, feeling like it's lacking or something's missing. Well, they're in this beginning stages of that feeling like, God, nothing feels like it's fulfilling me. And so there's that begins that the fingers are pointing inward and they're like, what is this kind of energy? So it's important to know that they're in this feeling, they're in the in between where they don't know what's going on and why I'm feeling so unfulfilled in the outside world in every area of my life kind of energy. So his energy toward you has 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card. So there's a countdown to something here. We'll see what this is. Yeah, so I do feel here we got the Libra justice energy. They're really trying to clarify what is it that they want out of a relationship. Libra rules over the house of relationships and the ace of swords and the scales. They're trying to figure things out. They're trying to see things from a different perspective. We do have the 2 of cups. So definitely relationship energy here, and you're an important person to them and they're trying to figure out what's going on. Why am I feeling this way? And they got the Hierophant, which is they try to give us the viewpoint of seeing things from a higher perspective. It is the card of like the master of change kind of energy that's coming in here. And so I do feel like they go, why are things feel like they're changing inside of me? And they're trying to figure it out, right? So I feel like that's the 3. The 2 cards, we've got the 2 of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles. So they do have plans. They're trying to make plans. They're trying to understand. Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So they're nurturing themselves a bit, but they are trying to figure out what are the plans that I want. And they do see you as this nurturing energy, this, not their mother. They see you as their mother. No. No, this very big heart nurturing individual, sensuality, and of course, there's emotion behind the scenes too. All queens get a cups behind the scenes too. So I feel like they're trying to make plans, trying to figure out what they want. And this 2 of Wands is giving me an energy of kinda going back and forth because I don't know what I want, but I want this, I don't know. Bup. So it's kinda like this you might be feeling kind of this mixed messages, kind of energy from them because of all this. And then also down to the 8 of Cups, yeah. So the 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore, and I kind of feel like this is their the energy is heading in that direction, but I feel like it's heading in that direction because they haven't figured out yet that this isn't about you, this is about them. And because they're starting to see, "Wait, but I'm not happy about anything in my life." So, there's a one common denominator in all of that thing of my life, and I think that might be me. So, I feel like if you had been feeling like this energy of, like, they wanna like escape or go somewhere else or do whatever, I feel like that energy is going to change with what I see unfolding here because I feel like they're starting to it's starting to click a little bit that these fingers pointing back at me are pointing it back at me, not someone behind me. What are you guys pointing at? No, you. So I feel like that's the kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here. What are his current thoughts about your connection? Yeah, we do have the Four of Pentacles. Here's that what I was talking about, like with the Four of Cups. They're kind of, again, looking at their worth here. They got the Magician energy and the King of Cups. So I like this because the King of Cups is a balance between head and heart, and the Magician is, action energy. And I like this because it feels like I was just saying, they're like this stability, this feeling of unfulfillment isn't anything about the outside world. This is about my inner state. Uh, and I feel like they are, like I said, it's clicking. Their head and their heart are going, tick, 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 tick. They're realizing, oh, this isn't I'm looking for my satisfaction in places that can't give that to me. They can't give me we're looking for a 10-course meal with 2 desserts. All we can find in the outside world is dessert. It's a giant dessert bar. That's all we are to each other is dessert in this scenario. Inward and upward, we find the 10-course meal with 2 desserts. We fill up there, and then the outside world is 3rd dessert and more. And just because we have the 10-course meal and the 2 desserts doesn't mean we don't want anything in the outside world because we can always make room for more dessert, right? And so then that becomes above and beyond extra instead of we're looking for a 10-course meal and what we get is a dessert. We're like, "Why does it feel so empty?" Right? And so I feel like it's important to know, of course, that this isn't about you and your abilities. This has to do with humanity and how we work. And so, but I feel like they are finding this balance inside. What are their thoughts here, too, right? Oh, those were the thoughts. So, and they're in their head figuring those out. Um, yeah, they got the feelings here. They got the King of Wands, which is a lot of passionate energy and the trying to figure out what my heart wants. And I do feel like here with this, the death card is transformation energy. It's not ending energy like the Eight of Cups that we were looking at. Because this feels like I have been able to give passion and physical attraction and energetic attraction, but emotion has been missing. And I feel like the heart is going, yeah, this situation needs to evolve. It needs to end from being just passion and emotion. The heart is saying, I need to be able to be expressed. Once we fill up on the inside, then I do want emotion from the outside. So I feel like this is kind of energy that's going in. And if you feel confused, I understand why, because they are confused. They're trying to figure things out. They're in the middle of kind of like a mini midlife crisis trying to figure out what it is. What is the source of all this? And they're hopefully they'll realize, yeah, very confused, right? That um, so they're in this space of the outside, to summarize it really quick, just to help bring a little clarity maybe, that they're, um, the outside world in every area, relationships with everyone, friends, family, lovers, whatever, unfulfilling. Job, education, any kind of situational stuff, unfulfilling. Their bodies, their bank accounts, possessions, no matter how much they get and how they look and whatever, unfulfilling. They're feeling empty because they're looking out there instead of in here. So they're in this place of going, why do I feel so empty? And because there's so much that's in their life, it feels like. But that's the thing. That's when it happens. When we have so much, we realize, why do I feel so, all the promises of being fulfilled aren't there. And so now they're all, they're kind of realizing maybe this is something going on inside of me. And so that's where I feel like they're kind of inner reflective right now rather than outer. They still care. They're still, but there's passion towards you. Their heart hasn't they don't have the ability yet to express their heart because they haven't connected to it. So that's when the emotion will kick in. But they've got passion. They can express themselves through passion. But even that's starting to feel unfulfilling. And it's not about you. It would be no matter who they're with or whatever they're doing. There's just this lack that's in their life right now. So hopefully that helps with that. Um, let's see what question number 2 brings in here as well. So what is the energy around movement or communication between you 2 over the next 30, 60, 90 days? Currently no contact and we blocked one another. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, because 'cause they're just, like, pulled inward too. Alright. So, let's take a look here. So, over the next 30, 60, 90. So 30, 60, 90 days. Alright. I know when we blocked one another, that makes contact difficult, doesn't it? Because the bottom of the deck, we got the 6 of wands, it goes both ways, right? Even the 6 of swords, because 6s are like 3 on one side, 3 on another, and, there's this energy of, you know, it takes the things connecting, to be able to do it. Because if these 3 wires, if there's not other 3 wires connecting it, it doesn't go anywhere. So, anyway, for the next 30 days, yeah, it feels like here, Queen of Cups energy is kinda like the High Priestess. The Eight of Swords is a lot of reflection on, our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. This feels more um, like no communication still because it's time for both of you to focus in on yourself. The high priestess goes up into her high priestess temple to connect with spirit, to look behind the veil, to dive into their own emotions. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up on here. He blocked you first. I get it. And then 60 days. Yeah, we got the two of wands. So it does feel here in 60 days, it does, here's 2 wands coming together, right? It does depend on energetic choices, right? If you want to have contact with them, your side of it is to focus on what you're grateful for and what they were bringing and who they are, and not focusing on what they weren't doing, who they weren't, what you hated about them, whatever. Because the more we focus in on the lower vibration, the more of that we get. The more we focus on the higher vibration, the more we get that, right? So the two of wands, it's plans and partnership, it says here, and influence, but it's the two wands can come together, but it depends on your energy. Because if you're focusing in on what they did and all that kind of stuff, then that would be a no for the 60 days. But it depends on your energy and their energy, but your energy can at least, you're halfway, right? And if they don't show up, then they don't show up. But at least you're altering your energy and not having a block, literally the block. And you might even remove the block at 30 days, right? So that from 31st day to 60th day, that if they open up, you've opened up your block. So I feel like that's what they're saying too is, wait these 30 days, do your inner work, freedom work is what we call it. Look at your thoughts and stuff. And then if you want to communicate with them, then you will open up your block day 31 to day 60 and and then we can see what happens with that, right? And then for the 90 days, yeah, we've got the 7 of Swords and the Temperance card coming in here. It's an interesting energy because, you know, if you don't do what we're talking about with the focus of the changing of energy, then it's a very slow process. And then nothing happens in 90 days either. Because the temperance card is slow, 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 right? And then, it's alchemy, something slowly changing. And the 7 of Swords is us getting caught up in our inner conflict and not realizing that I'm the one that has the power to change the story about, what their actions or non-actions, their words or silence mean. I'm the one that gets to choose what that means for me. And that gives you the opportunity to realize I'm the one that gets to choose how I feel about things, how I think about things, my actions, my energy. I can't control theirs. And so I'm going to take control of mine. That's what would happen in like day 90. I mean, 61 to 90, right? Um, if you don't do the Two of Wands energy of change, shifting your energy in that period. So hopefully all that makes sense to you. Deep stuff. I know. Deep stuff for a Sunday evening or Monday morning, depending on where we live. But let's see here. Since your donation was $5 or more, you do get this here. Yeah, you got compassion. Compassion energy here. Number 2. And that was the Queen of Cups too for these 30 days. There is this having compassion on yourself and other blockheads. Blocked heads. So during a healing challenge, it might seem counterintuitive to to have compassion for someone who hurt you in the past. Hello, Phoenix, where'd you go? Phoenix, get back here. La 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 la. However, forgiveness is a vital step in your healing process. Decide to let go of resentment. Feelings of hurt, suffering, being the victim, or wanting revenge are low in vibration and prevent you from making progress. Forgiveness carries a high vibration. Forgiving someone in your past will bring healing to you. You don't need to communicate an apology. Yay. Forgiveness is something you do within yourself. So once you decide to forgive, it can lead to feelings of tolerance, sympathy, and consideration for the person who hurt you. It's interesting. Spirit is talking, right? One of the most beautiful ways I've heard forgiveness is to refuse to be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. And in pouring out that resentment and that pain and that wrath, right? Then we wash it out and then we become a vessel of love instead of a vessel of pain. So I love that. This card might be prompting you to consider any hurt or pain you may have caused others. Ponder the times when others have forgiven you. Forgiveness is a process. You may need to reflect on small offenses more than once, and bigger offenses even more so. In this card artwork, a dryad is connecting to a rabbit and a sparrow. Oh, I love that. I didn't even see them on there. So you see them on the see if I can get it to focus. Oh, there we go. Beautiful picture. There's a honey badger back there and 2 deer. Beautiful card. All right. So the dryad's visible roots may signify the need to ground yourself. Try to look at a situation from a different perspective. The sparrow may indicate a situation being resolved in a creative manner. The rabbit signifies a beginning as well as working out social differences. The orange and yellow hues may relate to the sacral and solar plexus chakras. The color green represents the heart chakra, where the major healing will occur in this situation. Reflect on how this card affects you. When you think of forgiveness, is there anyone specific that comes to mind? No, I have to think on that one. Where would the healing that comes with forgiveness be of benefit to you? Wow. Wow, wow, right? Big stuff. Big stuff. So that is what they have for that one. Woo woo. All right. And then we got Debbie O. Hey, my Texan friend. I'm doing. You want to pop say hello? You're drained, about to go to bed. Good night. Sleep well, my friend. Enjoy, enjoy. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. Saying hello. All right. So let's dive into question number 3, but second donation. Cheers, cheers for you here. See what we got going on. All right. So for 38.50 is for your second donation. And there we go. Oh, should you unblock ER? What would be the energetic consequences of unblocking ER now versus keeping them blocked for, say, the next few months? I love this because this is kind of what we were talking about, right? But I like the little kind of clarity on this because they said day 31 to 60, right? Let's see, what's the energy if you do it today, right? Or between now and day 31, right? So what would be the consequences of unblocking ER now? Okay, we got that. Right, just those. Excuse me, I feel like there's another one. Isn't there another one? 2. Oh, nope, just 1. All right. And then let's say you wait and unblock them like after a few months, like 90 days, right? Or let's do the 60 to 90 days and then post 90 days, since we had what happens in the 60-day, 31 to 60 day, right? All right. Oh, the bottom of the deck. Boo doo boo doo boo boo boo. You got the lover's card there, right? Yeah, shouldn't you block them at all? Well, they did recommend, well, I mean, they said if you do the focusing on what you're grateful for, and now with that forgiveness energy, if you do it, 31 to 60, then that draws you guys together, right? Because it mentioned unblocking energetically and then also unblocking, in the however you blocked them. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so if you unblocked them now, what kind of energy is there? Wow, got the Emperor and the King of Wands. They're in chamber, is how we're gonna say it. Both of those, I have the story of the Emperor and the King of Wands. They're such close energies of they clear the throne room, lock the doors, sitting by themselves, deciding what they want, not to be disturbed. They're in chamber, so no visitors, kind of energy. Yeah, and the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So they're healing their boo-boos right now and working on themselves, and so that's what this time frame is designed for, is self-reflection before reconnection, because if we don't do self-reflection, we're just gonna keep doing what we always did and get what we always got, blocked again, right? So I feel like right now, they're like, no, they wouldn't even recognize it because 'cause they're in chamber. Then 61st day to 90th day, if you unblock, and you don't unblock in the 31st to the 60th day. Yeah, I feel here you got the 8 of Pentacles, still more transformation, strength card, all about me, Leo, lower vibration energy of me, me, me. I'm transforming. Again, it feels like if we don't do the energy shift and the unblocking of energy in the 31st to 60th day, then I think we got that too, that things stay blocked and, you know, working on ourselves kind of energy, right? So that would continue, and then if you do change it 90 days after the 90-day period, yeah, then you've got temperance. Again, we did get temperance was in the other one, right? Things slowly open up, and then we have the yes energy, the mother star, which is a special card in this deck, which is about, um, the saying yes, the positive, energy, bringing things through. Eventually, there is healing and transition, um, but they're saying yes, after 90 days. If you don't do it in that other period, then definitely do it after the 90 days, but it'll be a while. It'll definitely extend it out. But if you're wanting connection sooner, then definitely, you know, spend the next 30 days focusing on your own what thoughts and beliefs and mindsets don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve, even physical things that don't serve. And then focusing on that forgiveness and changing the energy during that other period and then unblocking during that period feels like if you want faster movement. If not, then screw him and wait 90 days. And then things slowly unfold. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. This one, you get one of these angel sign cards. Let's see what comes in here. Yeah. So we got misalignment, which says you may be moving in a direction that no longer reflects your highest truth. If the way forward feels foggy or forced, it may be time for a course correction. Remember that your highest path brings clarity, not resistance. Brings clarity, not resistance. I like that. All right. So I think that be it. Hopefully that brings a little bit of clarity there, Phoenix. What an adventure. Woo, woo, woo. So thank you again so much for your dual donations and what an adventure, right? Absolutely. Thank you much, my friend. And maybe we'll have some great Gemini new moon dreams tonight. Yay. All right. So that is it for the donations right now. So I'm going to jump in and do some free readings. And we will complete them all at some point here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All righty. So we got Betty Joe up first at 446 even. So Betty Joe, here's your timestamp. And how often is the situation on Phil's mind? All right. Boom, boom. Cards just came flying out of the deck here. The Two of Wands, the Five of Pentacles. You know, kind of back and forth with the Two of Wands. It's an interesting energy. The Five of Pentacles kind of feels like what the situation is, which feels like abandonment, being lost, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough energy. And I feel like that's the energy that they focus in on the most. Um, so it's like the situation, their perception of the situation feels more that kind of energy. And if you're wondering, well, is he thinking about how I'm feeling? I feel like this is more focused in on themselves about how they feel abandoned, left behind out in the cold. But more so like that I'm not enough is the one that really stood out to me for him. And I feel like that's this big fear. So when something happens and we go into fear, we're out of our intelligent, loving, compassionate mind. And we're a little child doing whatever we need to do to feel safe and in control and comfortable. And because we're feeling unsafe, out of control and uncomfortable. And the Two of Wands, it feels like it fluctuates and goes back and forth, but it feels like more I'm focusing on me than what happened, you know, what does this mean about me? And, fears are activated, triggers are activated. So it doesn't feel like they're, like, spending a lot of time thinking about, um, like, impacts to you or anyone else. This is about just trying to feel safe again, trying to feel in control again. And so I feel like that's like the big thing that's coming in here. And that's what humans do. It's reactionary, not planned out that I'm not going to think about that. It's "Psst, I'm freaking out about this because this is a long held belief that goes all the way back to their childhood. That's echoing and that scares their inner child. And then the inner child takes over the bus and the bus ends up in a ditch. And then it's like, why aren't they on the road, to thinking about this stuff? Well, because they done crashed because of that. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Betty Joe. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we got Victoria 44902. Oops. For yours. Here's your timestamp. And then, will you be offered a job at the place that you've been submitting applications to in the near future or before the end of the year? All right, let's take a look here. So, is it going to be in the near future or by the end of the year? So, let's take a look here. In the near future, Eight of Swords, it doesn't feel here like, you know, that happening in the near future with this Eight of Swords. And then you also, by the end of the year, you have the Eight of Cups. This energy here means the current state of energy. Now, the Eight of Swords, it's about letting go of some mindsets, some thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore, that are blocking you from this position. And then there's the Eight of Cups, which are emotions that are blocking your movement forward. Now, these eights do tell me that there can be flow and you can move forward. I have a podcast, if you're interested, called The Easier Path. And there is an episode 14 called Abundance, Where It Be. And we dive into that, talking about our energy and the emotional kind of rate of exchange where our inner child is saying you have to do so much to deserve so little. And so I feel like if you check that out, that will give you the some tools on how you can have that flow and then bring it forward towards you. So I definitely feel like you can. It just there's some energy shifts that can happen that need to happen first to allow it to get to you. Otherwise, our inner mental and emotional inner childs are like, no, we don't deserve that yet. So hopefully that helps, Victoria. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So I do have a couple of donations that popped in, so we're gonna jump to those real quick, and, not real quick, we're gonna give them their due, and then we'll jump back to free readings after that. So, obviously, Cancer, hello, hello, my friend, hope you're doing well. Thank you for your dual donations. Let me get those on the list here. You're welcome, Victoria. Oh, if you're here, Victoria, here, if you're interested in that, I can give you a quick link to it. I wasn't sure if you gutted out hanging out. Here's the one I was talking about. And let me give both of those a love and a like here. All right. Yeah, the neat is treating me well. Well, maybe not. I think my mind is going, the night is treating me well. I hope yours is going well too. So cheers, cheers. Take a sip and we'll dive in here. All right. So up for number one, we got 452, 39. Whoa. That's the kind of night I'm having too. Maybe it's the Gemini new moon. All right. So, uh, again, thank you for your dual donation. So we want to look in here first. Can we tell you how your niece and nephew are doing? All right, let's dive into their energies here. See how your niece is doing first. Look at her energy, and then your nephew. Okay, and then underlying energies. I feel like that is theirs, and that's your niece's. Oh, and then nephew. All right, yeah, 3322. Are they twins? It's like we got the exact same amount of cards. 3 and 2 and 3 and 2. Yeah, 1 year apart, right? Almost twins. The bottom of the deck, we do have the devil card. So there is this energy of course, the shaking and the rattling of things. I feel like it's I know it's hard as a, as the uncle, to, you know, we're always gonna care, but when we realize that before we came down here, we chose our lifetime, we chose our experiences, we chose our, adventures, and we knew that when we chose to be born at this exact time to this, you know, mother and father and blah blah blah, these are the possibilities of everything, and I knew fully every possibility, and I kind of signed off going, this is great, this is the one I want, with our full knowledge and not drunk like sometimes we think we are with, was I drunk when I chose this life? But it's like, nope, we didn't. And so I feel like that's important to know that, the challenges and transformations, even children and everyone that have that, we did choose our lives. We did choose our parents on purpose. And so, I feel like that's just an underlying energy to kind of a little bit of breath going, I don't need to save anyone. I'm going to do my best if I feel like someone's in danger or whatever, of course, but their story is going to be theirs, and I'm going to try to be a source of love for them, you know. So I definitely, can understand that. So, niece, how is she doing? We got the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah. So, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, loving, loyal, charming. Yeah, this is definitely her energy. You know, she's like a little mini mother, nurturing herself, nurturing her brother. I just feel like she's a little, uh, it's like she's like she's a surrogate mom for her brother and a lot of other people too, even without them wanting her to be. But but she's a good mom for a lot of people. But I feel like she's doing good. She's taking care of herself. And then we got the King of Pentacles too. So this abundance energy, again, she's really balanced between her divine masculine and feminine. So she's being both father and mother as well, right? Yeah. So I feel like she is kinda like this. She's both. She can be dad if she needs to be too. And the 5 of Cups. Yeah, so she has some sorrow. She feels big too, and that's understandable. She has a huge heart, but I like that she allows herself to feel, though. I don't feel like she stuffs it down. I feel like she will go and cry away from people, but she doesn't hold it in, and I like that she allows her emotions to flow, and then she transforms her emotions. So, little Spitfire, just a little it's like a little Zen master in a little child's body in a way. She's just very self-aware for such a young age, it feels like. Beneath the surface of that, let's see what we were asking. Oh, yeah, how they're doing. Underneath the surface, yeah, again, Queen of Cups, so huge empathic abilities, great spiritual connections. Yeah, Cancer moon energy as well. Is she Cancer too? But, huge emotional energy and action energy. She moves a lot with emotions, and I like this. This is why she just allows herself to feel. There's this great energy that's here. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a Cancer moon, or a water moon, or a lot of water in her chart, because there's a lot of emotional energy that comes in here. So, but it feels she is the master of her emotions with the Queen of Cups and this beautiful chariot energy. So I feel like she's managing her emotions well. I really feel good about her energy. Your nephew, so we got the Lovers card here, little Gemini, split personality energy. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got the Knight of Pentacles, patient, slow, taking things slow, and the Page of Pentacles too, which is I feel like they're doing good, because that's a positive card that comes in there, as well. Um, so, um, they're not in a rush, and I feel like I don't know, this Knight of Pentacles, it just really feels like I'm on this quest of finding my self-worth and understanding who I am, and this kind of Gemini energy that's kinda like going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth that's in there, is, I don't know, it's just like I don't wanna say I have a split personality, but it is like the twins. It's like the Gemini twins where I do have 2 2 settings, and when I'm in this setting, then I'm this, and I'm bold, and I'm rah, 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 and then when I'm in the other one, then I'm really reclusive, and I'm the opposite. So I have, like, these opposite personalities that kick in, and it can and if it's not Gemini, it can also be Pisces energy, because Pisces can do that too, where they have the 2 fishes, the bright light fish, and then the one that likes to go into the dark side of the pond and brood and go into the dark emotions, and then they come out into the light emotions, and it's like one or the other. It's like when they're swimming, they experience some of them, but they don't, like, hang out in the middle. It's always high going to low or low heading on their way to high, but never sitting out in the middle. And that's the kind of energy coming in, but it feels like it's more personality than it is because of surroundings. Underneath that, we have the 7 of Swords and the Creator, one of these special cards for this deck, which is the Power of No. 7 of Swords, I feel like there is a little bit of lying, a little bit of deceit. I feel like they're not telling the truth because they don't want to get in trouble, and they're learning this, you know, and I feel like that's like their challenge right now is like they're just, um, they don't tell the whole truth or they make up things to be out of, I don't wanna say out of harm's way, but out of, just out of not out of danger either. It doesn't sound like that extreme, energy, but just to be out of trouble. We'll say that. This power of no is a bit of a rebellious streak that kinda kicks in there too. They're being a young man, I almost feel like they're already being a young teenage boy if they're not already. I feel like that they are already inhabiting that. They're growing up fast. But I feel like they're fine overall here. They're just, children are so resilient. I mean, we all are. We all were children, surprised at all the stuff we survived, you know? But it feels good. I don't feel like there's anything to be um, extremely, concerned about. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one. And yeah, we have the waiting. Yeah, it's almost like there is this feeling of I just need to get through childhood and then I'll be fine. The impulse to act may be strong, but this is not the moment. Energies are still in motion, and unseen factors have yet to be revealed. Remain centered until the path stabilizes, for the next step will be revealed at the right time. So, whatever that answer is there for you. Right. So, that's for number one. Let me do a couple shout outs. We'll jump into number two here for you. So, we got Beatrice in the house. Hey, Beatrice, good to see you. And And we've got Sudeshna. Hey, Sudeshna. Good morning or good night if you're just getting off your shift. Let's get you on to the donation list here. And here is your question. Get that there and here. And here. Okay. Very good. And then, Beatrice, I do see your free question, and we'll get you on to the free list here as well. All right. So I think I've got everyone. Oh, I'll give that a love and a like. Make sure I got that here, and we will continue on. All right. Just take a quick sip here. We'll dive into your second one. Cheers, cheers. All right. So we got 50448 is for number two. And is your sister close to losing parental rights? All right, of course. Disclaimer, I'm not a licensed legal expert or anything like that. Tarot's for fun, entertainment purposes. Disclaimers down in the description area. All right. I have to say that when we get into some areas of questions. So, disclaimer made. Check, check. So, based on current energies, is your sister close to losing parental rights? All right. What do we got here? Bottom of the deck, we have the Page of Cups, which is an interesting energy because it's love energy. We'll see what this is about. So, these first three cards, we have the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. We have the Six of Pentacles, which is, again, a balancing energy, with the Nine of Swords. I feel here there's something about emotional upgrade And I don't know if she's going to counseling or if she's got on meds or there's something going on because it feels like for anxiety and worry, the Nine of Swords is nightmare and insomnia energy. And I feel like she might be getting on something that helps balance out her personality or balance out her energy. Underneath that, we do have the King of Pentacles, which is abundance and, solid energy that's there as well. So, we do have it feels solid. There's something happening there. Let's see what these other ones are here. Yeah, we got the Knight of Wands, the Ten of Cups. Yeah, so there is flow and fire energy. The Ten of Cups is about joy, family, celebration kind of energy. And it's like something's changing quickly and altering. And yeah, even the Nine of Cups, which is like an emotional dream come true energy. That's below the surface here. I don't know. I mean, quite honestly, it does feel, yeah, even under the Page of Cups, we got the Nine of Pentacles, which is an energy of kind of solid self sufficiency. So there's something that's kicking in here, something that's uh, changing. And that's the kind of energy I'm going for because it feels like I'm doing something to become more stable, balance between my head and my heart kind of energy. Let's see anything else here. Yeah. So there is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure, a lot of clarity coming in with the Knight of Swords. So I feel like they're getting to the root of the anxiety and getting to the root of something that helps um, just balance the whole situation out. So um, I don't feel like they're close to losing it. I feel like maybe they were close to losing it, but there's something that has drastically changed um, to bring in balance, or there will be something that comes in to bring in balance if it hasn't happened already. I feel like there's something that, you know, changes. Let's see what the fortune cookie says too. Yeah, a lot of reflection energy. And it says the energy you project into the world is mirrored back to you through the people and situations you attract. Shift your vibration to draw in what resonates with your highest self. So there is a shift of vibration, like I said, that makes sense that the reflection is changing. Interesting. I'm not sure what that is, but it does feel like that kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what we have for you. Again, thank you so much for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. And I like your niece and nephew there. They've got really cool energy. I really like your niece. I can relate to her emotional upbringing, but uh and I can also relate to your nephew a bit too. But yeah, what a wonderful thing, right? Cool. All right. Thank you. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donations here. I don't see a second question yet, just in case you posted it and it done disappeared. You know how it can be. So just in case. But we will jump here. So this will be number 6 for tonight, or for this session, 51041. Boom, boom, boom. There is that one. And so you plan to go to on the 19th through the 28th, your mom's sister's house and your cousins, and we're making some plans for your cousin's anniversary. Will you be able to go out and celebrate? All right, we'll take a look here. You said the 20th. Okay. And will you be able to enjoy it? How will be the weather? Anything to worry? Okay. So it's the 20th. Let's change that here. Get rid of this. All right. So let's take a look here. So, first question was, will we be able to go out and celebrate? All right, so based on current energies, will you be able to go out and celebrate? All right. And will your plans be successful? Will you guys be able to enjoy? What will the weather be like? And anything to worry? All right, let's see what we got here. So, will you be able to go? We have the Ace of Wands, which is a new, it's beginnings, new beginnings energy. The bottom of the deck, we do have the Death card. I just have to mention that because it's glaring at me. Because you have endings and new beginnings here. It almost feels like there's going to be a change of plans. Did we talk about this already? Or did you guys push it back a week already? Because was it going to be this week and you guys pushed it back? Because I feel like they're saying, here is the new beginning, right? Um, so, will your plans be successful? Do you have the Three of Wands? Yeah, change of direction. Let's see here. Will you be able to enjoy it? Nope, disappointment. I think it's going to be changed again here. The weather, oh, Knight of Wands, lightning, storms, and temperance, patience energy. Eventually, I do feel like it's going to be rescheduled. I don't know if you guys check the weather. It might be like severe thunderstorms. Knight of Wands is sudden. Suddenly, it's going to be bad weather. And it's like maybe you should wait a little bit on that with that temperance card. But yeah, with all of that death and new beginnings and the Three of Wands, a change of direction with new information. If you go, there's disappointment, there's sudden, bad weather, and anything to worry about, just temperance, just patience kind of energy that's coming in there. So, yeah, it might be like, well, maybe we should check the weather channel. What's the weather gonna be look like? Because it might be some, like, flash flooding or, something going on that's like, maybe we should play it safe, and let's check the weather because I feel like there's something there. Let's see what your fortune cookie says. Yep, you got the enemy. Oh, no. What's this? Be careful who you share your energy with, for you live in a world with both darkness and light. Yeah, I feel like this might be a change of plans. You might want to, consider that. But of course, you know, we can make the best of whatever we want with our own energy, but I feel like the overall energy of the family and everyone going, it's like, it doesn't seem as exciting as we might want it to be. So we'll take a look here and we'll do your second one here in a moment. Let me grab. Thank you, obviously, Cancer, for your additional question. We'll get that on the list here too. All right. All right. And then Sudeshna, this will be 1, 2, 3. This is number 7, right? 51530. Thank you for all your multiple donations this even morning. All right. And for this one, you and your family will be traveling by car to Ranchi, almost 8 to 9 hours journey. Will you reach safely? Everything will be fine for you guys. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, let's look at the dates that you had already given. And then if you guys change the dates to something else, right? We'll see if there's different energies. Like maybe you guys will get arrive different. Well, so I put all the cards in, in the middle of the deck so that the same cards don't keep coming out all together. Well, the bottom of the deck, you got Temperance again, which was the anything else you should know, you should wait Temperance energy on the bottom of the deck, right? So if you guys go at the 20th through that energy there, yeah, I feel like do you guys reach there safely? Yeah, I feel like you reach there safely with the Sun and the 10 of Cups, one of the most, um, abundant cards and happy energy there. Underneath the surface, everything will be fine for you guys. I feel like things balance out. With the Justice card, that means there's something on the other side of the scale, but it would, and here's the like the Sun card, you got this Leo energy that comes in. It would take some I feel like it takes some strength to get for everything to be fine. So I feel like you reach there safely, but I feel like there is some necessity for strength along the way, which means there can be some difficulties along the way. Meaning maybe like I said before, if there's inclement weather and there's flooding and you have to take a different route or different things like that, it just feels like there's a little bit of struggle to get there. You get there fine eventually, but with white knuckles, right? Driving, if you've ever driven in bad weather. It's like you're holding on so tight, all your knuckles are white because you're just like no blood in them. If you guys wait and reschedule it and do it another time, will you reach there safely? Yeah, you have the Knight of Pentacles. I feel like you might have to leave someone behind if you reschedule it for another time. But I feel like it's you get there. It's a slow ride, a slow drive, everything fine on the way there. Yeah, 9 of Pentacles, Page of Swords. So those are positive cards. Physical dream come true. A lot of clarity, a lot of wonderful talk along the way. So it feels positive there. So you can consider the energies. Either case, I feel like you get there fine. Just one feels more calmer and just da 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 versus the other that comes in there. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna, and we'll get you a fortune cookie here too. But I do feel like Spirit is saying, wait with Temperance. All right. And then your fortune cookie says Ascension. Beautiful card there. It says your consciousness is expanding, allowing you to see beyond veils of illusion. As you rise to higher levels of awareness, remember that ascension is not about escaping the world, but transforming within it. Ooh, nice. So it feels like a nice little visit when you guys eventually go. So I like it. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Cheers, cheers to you. Hey, Shanji. Hello. Good to see you. All right. So, obviously, Cancer 52019 is for your third donation. Thank you again for those. Boom, boom, boom. And can we tell you how the system views your sister's case? All right, let's take a look. Of course, disclaimer applies. Of course. All right, let's see what we got here. The system. Do it that one, and I do want this one here too. That one's underneath it. I do want this other one too. It's kind of separate over here. All right. The bottom of the deck, we do have Cancer Moon energy. No, 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 there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there's it feels like that there's more to be discovered is kind of their view. Like it's very reflection energy. Kind of like we got in that other card as well. And underneath that, this other one, we got, yeah, the 10 of Cups. I feel like they want to try to keep families together as much as they can with the 10 of Cups energy and Mother Moon. I feel like they try to keep them with the mother is kind of like their, I don't feel like it's their, you know, pirate's code or something. But I feel like they're just, depending, they put a lot of weight on children being with their mothers, right? Ah, okay. So I definitely feel like that's kind of that energy that's there. Let's see what else we got. We got the Queen of Pentacles, yep, and the King of Wands. So they do see the Queen of Pentacles. I feel like they see your sister as a nurturer, the mother, um, energy. And the King of Wands, I feel for some reason, if they're looking at the father, there's something about, you know, controlling kind of personality, but this fire energy, it's almost like there's something about maybe some past aggression, aggressive behavior or temper. I don't know, there's something here just about this fire, even though it's subdued now with the king and it's not like the knight where they just I feel like there's concerns around like anger management. I don't know why that's coming in, but well, I know why it's coming in because Spirit's telling me it, but I feel like there's something like they see something in between there, that there's some behavior that brings them kind of awareness, maybe not concern, but they're just aware of it. That's part of their view. Then we also have the Six of Pentacles and the Two of Wands. Six of Pentacles is this balancing energy, and I feel like with this Two of Wands, which is plans, and that I feel like there is something in place or they're working on something to bring, and maybe this is that thing that comes in suddenly to bring balance to her situation that helps, bring that in. But I feel like there is some plans. It's almost like they're partnering, and I like that energy. The system trying to partner with the parents to make things work instead of taking them away and just, and controlling things. It just feels, that kind of partnering and making a plan to balance things. See what else this looks like. Yep, the Knight of Cups. There is movement of emotion along with the High Priestess. Again, more of this emotional energy. There might even be some sort of counseling involved here. We got the Seven of Swords, which is some deception, some lies, and the Ace of Cups having to do with some. Well, I mean, I know you're not lies, but maybe it's more, um, can be dishonesty, but I feel like it's more mental conflict, and I feel like that's why I feel like it's counseling. The Ace of Cups it is relationships and beginnings and like helping find self-love. So it's almost like that there is this plan to help bring in that balance, and maybe they will pay for counseling and then they realize, you've been bipolar all your life. No wonder, or you've got ADHD or, um something that you can have some, medications that can help bring in balance. It feels like there's something like that kind of energy that's here. Because when we go back to the moon, there is a lot of hidden emotions that come to the surface, and it might be hidden emotional challenges that come to the surface, and they realize, "You know what? Have you ever been, like, tested for ADHD?" And they're like, "No." And then they realize, that's why they've been so all over the place all the time and forgetting stuff because they have a brain that's wired differently. And once they get on, ADHD meds, just as an example, they're like, "Wow, is this how you guys function all the time?" They're like, "Whoa, whoa, I can actually focus," or something. I just feel something along those lines, but I feel like that it it doesn't feel hopeless, it doesn't feel extreme, it does feel like they're, um, doing this, plan. They're planning to, balance stuff rather than to split up and destroy and upset everything, right? Yeah, I like this. We got boundary, and it says your energy is sacred and it is your right to protect it by setting clear boundaries. Honor your energetic limits, for what is aligned with you will never require self-sacrifice. I like this because it feels like that boundary sounds like such a counseling term, right? So I feel like there's something like that involved. But, hopefully that helps a little bit there. Right. So that is what they got for you there. Thank you again for your, uh, donations. I am very grateful. Alright. So Sean G, I see you. Hey, I do have your donation. Let me get you on the free list here too. And got that here. All right, very good. I know, right? Scary, huh? Nah, I have friends who are counselors. I have friends who worked with, you know, uh, like the system and all that, and not that they mention names or anything, but I've heard stories, and I'm just like, "Whoa, wow, wow." Yeah. So, certainly life is a challenge, this human life. I like it. I like it. Glad that it resonates there. And, helps. All right, and we got Alice in the house. Hey, Alice, I see your additional donation. We'll get you on the list here too. All right, I think I got everyone here. Let me just do one last little check. Okay. All right, I think I got everyone. Um, all righty. So, Sean G, you are up. 5:30 at 15. Here is your timestamp. Like I said, I do have you on the free reading list as well. So let's see here. Guidance for next week. So let's see what we got here. What do we have for next week? We got boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything for the weekend? Is this like Monday through Friday? And then this card for the weekend? Any other for the weekend? Okay. And overall guidance for the week. All right. All right. So, of course, for the bottom, we do have, of course, the Queen of Pentacles, which for the week, there is this abundance energy, this, you know, uh, I don't know, it's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, creativity. abundance. So it's these three kind of energies that are flowing consecutively all together throughout the week. Underline energy for the entire week with these two cards. You got the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Swords. There you go. You got three queens for all the energy for the week here. So, what's the one that's missing is the Queen of Cups. We'll see if she appears in these other cards, but definitely you're in your divine feminine energy. You're focusing on your what you're putting forward energetically, your mind, and in the physical world too. So it feels like a very busy week, a productive week coming up here. For Monday, you do have the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it's a slow. The week kind of starts off slow, but you're on a quest. You're on a quest for getting things done, but things just be prepared for things not to go like boom, 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 boom. Just, like you're going to go make a copy of something and you're out of ink and then you're out of paper and then you have to reboot it. And then, okay, now I can finally print something out. Just feels like there's a little bit of obstruction just to slow things down. So when you go into the day, you're just going, you know what? I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm not going to rush because there's no use. Just, you know, go with what's going on Monday. Tuesday, you had the Five of Swords. A little bit of conflict energy on Tuesday, and this feels like more between your head and your heart. Um, you might be like your heart wants to do something that your mind is keeping you from doing it. And of course, follow your heart. I was going to go into a big old spiel, and they're like, no, she doesn't need that. You can just tell her. She knows. Follow your heart. Wednesday, you have the Three of Wands. So you do, with new information, you do change some directions. Don't be afraid. Don't hold back from your willingness to, you're like, well, I really wanted to go this way, but with this new information, I really should go this way. But, and it's like, no, follow your gut. Go the way, the altering course that you have on Wednesday. Follow that. Thursday, got the 10 of Wands. You have a big choice to either feel like you have burden that day or abundance. And your energy is going to determine what it brings for you. So feel like put Thursday on your calendar as focus on gratitude day as much as you can. Because if you focus on gratitude, it brings in a lot of that. If you focus on burden, you get a lot of burden. So it's like Thursday is an energetic day that brings in a lot of whatever you're focusing on. So Thursday, gratitude day for sure. Extra gratitude day. Which brings us to Friday, and you got the 10 of Pentacles. So there is this abundance energy, this feeling of fullness. There might be some interactions with family or even a date, possibly, of someone. But don't go on a date with someone who wouldn't make a good mate. That's what Granny used to say. I don't know where that came from, but that's what she said. And then Saturday and Sunday, yeah, you've got this your calling with a judgment card pulling you towards something, and the death and rebirth energy. It's like the ending of something significant that no longer serves you, and which opens up your energy to focus in on something that your heart is drawing you to, something that feels like your next calling, the next thing that's drawing you, but from the heart, not from the head. Kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Sean. Let's see your fortune cookie here. You do have blindness, which says blind spots of unawareness may be interfering with your ability to see clearly. Call truth to the surface, even if it disrupts your comfort. For clarity begins with the willingness to see. I feel like that has a lot to do with what you're letting go of the next Saturday and Sunday. So that's what they have for you, my dear, and we'll get to your free reading eventually here as well. So hang in there, or you can always check the timestamps later because I've got like probably 25 or so, maybe even 30 free readings, and you're on the end of that one. So maybe that's I'll check it in the morning or while I'm getting up for a midnight stroll. Right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Alice, I see you have an additional one here. Let me grab that here. All right. So, I think I've got everything on there. Let me just make sure here. One more. There we go. All right. And I think you're up here, Alice. There you are. All right. So, Alice, 53714. Excuse me, I feel like I'm gonna burp. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to do it in the microphone. That coffee I just drank, created a bubble. Maybe that's a meaning of something, but let's take a look here. It went away. So, this is number 3 for you, right? Yeah. So, will your acquaintance friend Max respond to you and give you a referral to his company? All right, based on current energies, will Maximus uh, Aurelius, right? Whatever the name was, will he give you a referral? All right, let's take a look here. Well, bottom of the deck starting to look good here. We got the Page of Cups, which is a happy energy, beginnings energy. I think so too sometimes, but it is a happy energy. So that's good to start off. And then you do have the Hanged Man, which is it is a pausing transformative energy. Let's see what that's bringing in here. You do have the World card. You do have the Seven of Swords. So there's a little bit of energy here, um, there's something about there is a possibility of a significant ending and new beginning energy here. But the Seven of Swords has like a mental conflict energy. There's some sort of thought or belief that's holding this back. Let's see what's underneath the surface here. We got the Knight of Wands, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So there seems to be like a little bit of just a change of mindset does change things immediately and brings, this is fast energy that brings a new opportunity here. But there is some sort of story that you have around something. And I feel like what it is, and see if this resonates with you, Alice, here, because I feel like a little bit of a tweak realizing it's 5 of Pentacles energy, which is a change from a mindset of that humans are what create opportunities and what bring me abundance, that do things, right? Um, and and I feel like if you change this realizing it's creator that brings me opportunities. And he works through people. They work through people. Not a he, it's the they, right? But they work through people and to bring things to us that we change our perspective, feeling like we're at the whim of people when we're really in the beautiful hands of the creator in the universe. So when you are grateful for what you have and what you have had, and thank you for bringing me the perfect opportunities, and you know we ask once, I'd like a referral from this company for mine. And I hand that over to you. And then I just focus on gratitude for what I have and have had. And then that's when the flow comes in. And that's why I feel like this happens here. So I don't feel like it matters who. I'll pull a quick card for Pedro too, but I feel like this is the troublemaker, not them. It's the belief that these people are the ones that hold the power when it's really creator, and they'll bring through things for us through other people. Our energy will bring through things when we change that. Even the 10 of Wands on the bottom, changing from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like a blessing, right? What about Pedro? Would he give you a referral? 8 of Cups. Uh, I don't feel Eight of Cups isn't a positive referral energy. This is more of a, uh, that's leaving something behind kind of energy. So I feel like you're on the right track with Maximus there. Um, just changing that mindset, then, I feel like things quickly, uh change, the energy changes and it brings it towards you quickly as well. So I like that. Right? So, and then let's see your fortune cookie for that one too here. Yeah. So there's this inner child energy. Let's see what this is about. Beautiful card. Your inner child holds the key to your deepest wounds and your purest joy. Embrace this part of yourself and nurture it with love and a safe space. This will bring deep healing and spiritual expansion. That kind of triggers me to just mention this podcast to you. I probably mentioned already, but I'm going to mention it again because inner child, that refers back to they're the ones that hold our emotional inner child, especially the rate of exchange, what we feel we have to give in order to receive. So that podcast talks about the things that we can do and that provides tools on how we can bring things to us more quickly instead of in an area where we may be blocking, um, things from coming in. Sorry, I feel like I have to crack my uh, my back. All right, I think I stretched it up. All right, there we go. So it's time to stretch. Maybe that was, another, meaning there too. All right, and then let me add your additional donation. Thank you for all these donations coming in here. Come on. There we go. All right. And Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. All right, we'll get that 11 like I got your spot saved here. I'll add your question when you pop it out there. All right, so Alice, there you are. So for number 4, we got 54402. You feel like Max is more friendly. Me too. All right. So for this one one's if you wait to reach out to Jay a little more, like a month, will he want to have a serious relationship with you? I remember you said in one of our first readings about him wanting the dream come true, 10 of Pentacles with me. Yeah. Let's take a look here. So if you wait to reach out a little more, then will he want to? So let's take a look here. Those two. All right. I feel like we went this one too. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, ready. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Cups energy, which is beginnings, right? Love, relationships, beginnings. So, looking good so far. And that's the bottom of the deck. You do have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, there is some expectations and some fears. I feel like they're saying between now and then, there is some stuff that we could work on ourselves, right? Which is the expectations of who someone's supposed to be, what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it, what I'm supposed to do, what a relationship is supposed to bring me, how it's supposed to progress, blah, 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 right? So, there is that energy, um, that that would be an important thing that would have to occur because if we're focusing in on expectations, we end up focusing on what's not happening. And when we're focusing on that, we get more of not happening. But when we focus on gratitude for what is happening or what has happened, and that's what draws things in. So it's about, there's a little bit of expectation reflection kind of pointed for us for that to happen. Yeah, and then and then we have the full card right next to it, which of course is the first card in the major arcana, which is about letting go of expectations and having possibilities and a journey together, an adventure, instead of structure. This after these many months, you will do this, and after these many months, this must happen, and then this. It's about an adventure instead of an itinerary of a relationship energy, right? So I like that. What else? We got the Five of Swords, the Hierophant. Yeah, there is some, working through that we have to do as well. The conflicts we had with our stepping stones, right? There is some, you know, this is giving time. They're working through things, right? But this is also a time for you to work through some of those things that we went through with he whose name we shall not be named, right? Lord Voldemort. uh, there's some stuff that you can transform because you don't want to take those into that one. And so it's giving you time to kind of let some of that stuff process and understand what was it that I was wanting to learn through that, right? Um, what gift was in it for me? Because I don't want to take it into another. I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and get what I've always gotten, right? So it's kind of a reflection time for you as well. Um, okay, so doing all that, then we have if we do that stuff, then we have Ace of Swords. So here's new communication that comes in. We have the Page of Wands. There is action that is taken, and Ace of Wands too. So I do feel that it brings in um, positive energy. They're saying go forward, and we do have the Two of Pentacles, which is a balancing energy. It's the power. It's like you step into the power of your physical choices, right? So I feel like all of that go if you do those things when you feel ready, then you reach out, then that's when you get the Ace of Cups energy. Um, because until then, it's kind of like it's time. If we take the bread out of the oven too soon, we end up with a mouth full of dough instead of delicious bread. So hopefully that helps. So I like that for you. And then we'll pull a fortune cookie here for you too. All right. Here it is. Yeah. So it's looking at the negativity. Let's see what this is about here. Focusing on the negative may be causing you to attract more negativity. So that's the expectations we talked about, right? So redirect your focus towards what uplifts, for your emotions are powerful forces of creation. So there we go. Confirmation of what we were talking about, right? So I like that. All right. So that is for that one. And then for number 5, we got 5, 49, 48 coming in. So there is that timestamp and a message from your angels and spirit guides. All right. Let's take a look here and see what we've got here. All right. Take a quick sip here. We'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Hanged Man, which this is a pausing energy that's here. So it's a pause um, with growth and transformation that's happening within it. So kind of like we kind of referenced a bit of in your just this last reading, right? So they're saying this is a time of seeing things from a different perspective, the caterpillar turning to the butterfly, caterpillar letting go of some piece of itself that just doesn't need anymore. There's things that you had developed that protected you when you were younger that you don't need anymore. So you're letting that go. It's like the baby gates. We had the baby gates so we didn't kill ourselves falling down the stairs as a baby, but as an adult, it now is an obstacle that almost takes us out because we trip over the baby gate, right? So the baby gate can be removed so that we can move smoothly up and down the stairs. So I feel like that's kind of some of what's going on here. You also have the Six of Swords and the Empress, yeah. So it does tell you here, the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, creating a new you. And the Six of Swords is that energy of letting some old ways of thinking drop away, seeing things from that higher place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. And in doing that, you move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And so I love this transformative energy that you're in right now. You also have the Five of Cups and the Page of Swords. Yeah. And I feel like this is that, we're talking about the five energy of the stepping stones, that the sorrow and the lower vibrational energy that we felt, the Page of Swords is bringing us clarity. Through that, we're allowed to see the root of some old wounds that, you know, because the emotions we felt with, these individuals' actions that you've been dealing with probably the last 3 to 6 months especially, that these are echoes from emotions you felt when you were younger, and this is some beautiful energy, and in fact, if you haven't cried, you need a good cry because tears they help us process emotions. So if you haven't cried, it's time just to watch that sad movie that just makes you bawl. It's funny, if you ever watched A League of Their Own, um, it has Madonna in it and Gina Davis, she's the main character, and I think Tom Hanks, and it's a great movie. There's a place in there where they're going off into separate teams, her and her sister, and every time I see that, I bawl for some reason. And so whenever I need to cry, I just know what I can go to that movie and watch that, and then I just cry like a little baby. A sob. I mean, it's a sob. And I feel like that's important for you to hear, to feel your emotions, allow them, and it brings you clarity on it takes you back to the original wound that, happened when you were 7 years old and younger, and that's been an echo of things, whether it's not being chosen or feeling abandoned, those wonderful emotions we feel as children that we stuff because we're told, "Don't cry," when we're younger, and then we feel like we can't cry when we're older, and it's like, no, we're allowed, and we can embrace our little inner child and cry together, allow them to cry, right? Let them to cry through us if they need to. So I love this for you. You have the Six of Cups. Yeah, here's your inner children, both your inner emotional child and your mental inner child, saying, it's time to release some of this old stuff that we've been holding on, and our hands are tired. Can you take it from us?" And you get to become the um, the adult. You get to become the trusted, loving, unconditionally accepting adult that we all wanted as children. You get to become that for your own self. Yeah. And here's that Five of Pentacles. It does have to do with feeling abandoned, left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, kind of energy, that the inner children felt when they were younger that just keeps echoing. It's down in our subconscious until we process it and transform it. It keeps impacting our lives because it's down there charged until we allow ourselves to feel it and transform it, from our little inner children. And then it comes through there. And you got the Eight of Wands. Yep. And then there brings beautiful flow into your life. It just, whatever feels like there's been this stuckness inside you, it just you feel this freedom, this whatever the, uh, what do they call them? Clogs, whatever clogs were in the emotional pipeline just flow, and you feel so free because of it. So I feel like that's what they have for that one. We'll get you a fortune cookie for that one as well. Let me just put these cards back in. All right. Yeah, I like this. Creativity. Here's the Empress, Empress, Empress 333. It says, know that you are supported in your creative endeavors. Trust in the inspiration flowing through you, for it is a sacred gift from the divine. And that is something else that will open up too, is your creativity, because your creativity comes through your emotional center. With that pipeline opened up, it does allow it to flow. So I love that. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So let's take a look here. So, Sudeshna, here is your questions for that one. Let me get that on here. Okay, I think I got all those. Just want to make sure I'm not skipping anyone. And then we've got Pearl Jam. I'm going to call you Pearl Jam just because they were a great group. So we've got you on the list here too. We'll give that a love and a like here. I feel like I missed someone. Let me just make sure here. Oh, maybe I didn't. All right. And then Alice, thank you for your oh, and you gave me cake. Oh, thank you. I want a slice of birthday cake. All right. Let me get you up here. Come on. All right. And then this down here as well. All right. And then we've got Crypto Carrion. Hello, hello. Yeah, absolutely. I'll put you on the free list. The free list, it's first come, first serve. Um, and I've got probably maybe 30 people on the free reading list, but donations do get priority. So I've got 3 donations ahead before I get back onto the free reading list. So if you want to be moved ahead on the free reading list, a donation of any kind, you can use the super chat, or in the description area of the video, we do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. If you want to use any of those, or if you're like, no, I'm just interested in a free reading. Once I finish them, and I'm at like 6 hours right now, I might be able to finish them all tonight. If I don't finish them tonight, I will pop in the morning and create a special stream to finish up everything I don't get to. And I always put a pinned comment on my sessions showing everyone I completed with their names and timestamps. So you could just click on it and it takes you to your reading as well. So I'll put you on the free reading list for now. Did you want a general reading, just whatever spirit has to say, or did you have a specific question? You can do that too. All right. All right. So we've got Sudeshna up next, and then Pearl. I want to say Pearl Jam, but it's probably Pearl James, Sarah. And then Alice will circle back around for that one for you too. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Sudeshna, oh, let me wait. 1, 2, 3, 6 hours even. There we go. 6 hours even. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Um, this is what is this? Oh, this is blueberry flavored coffee with hazelnut zero sugar creamer. But it's almost gone. And then I have water over here too. I got my water, which I will go to after I run out of my coffee here in a second. All right, Crypto. Thank you so much for your donation. We'll get you up to the top here. Thank you for that. Get you on the list here. Oh, Sudeshna, sorry. I gave you your. We're going to keep you at the 6 minute mark. I mean, the 6 hour mark exactly, because that's so cool. So thank you, Crypto. If you want to, if you have a specific question, you can put it down there, or we can give you a general reading and see what Spirit has for you as well. All right. Alright, so Sudeshna, so we'll be going on the 20th of June, but our plans will be mostly on the 26th and 27th of June, which is, 2 almost 2 weeks from now, and your sister will be going on the 25th of June. Alright, so what energies are coming around that? We need to finalize car drivers, so it's asking reschedule the whole plan. When can we receive clarity? Alright, let's take a look. So with those plans, so mainly with the 26th and 27th, what's the energies around that? All right, let's see here. What do you got on the bottom here? Well, you kind of have a dream come true energy that comes in with all of that. You do have the King of Cups, the Ace of Cups, so there is a balance between head and heart. There is still fun energy with all of that, right? So it seems that things are balanced, things are flowing with those dates. Um, so it seems to be looking good there. We need to finalize the car driver, so it's asked to reschedule the whole plan. Well, it wasn't. Well, it's saying that it could, if you're open to having some challenges and going in it with it wide open, then that's fine too. Um, yeah, it's just, it's like you'd have to let go of expectations with the 10 of swords of it's like almost like traveling during a retrograde, like a Mercury retrograde. They're like, plan for delays, plan for challenges, and as long as you're okay, like, and you know what? We're gonna get there when we get there, we're gonna be fine. Let's just, we're just gonna go. So I feel like they're not saying that you have to, you're just asking for advice. And if you're like, well, we really want to go on that, then that's you get to do what you want, which is wonderful. They're just we ask them for their advice and then they just say it might be best to kind of if you want the absolute free of no trouble, it's a later, do it later. But I feel like there will be some, challenges with weather and things to get there. But you also have the Wheel of Fortune and the Page of Wands, which is an energy of, remember that whatever we focus our energy on is what grows and expands. So if I focus in on, oh God, then we're going to have more of it. But if I focus on, you know what? I'm just grateful we're getting to go together. We're going to spend time in the car together. We'll make the best of it. Just, if we're like, we're going to have to be here by this time and this time and da 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 da. And there's a lot of pressure on time frames, then allow extra time for travel and getting there because like we were saying, like with the Mercury retrograde, plan for delays, plan for challenges, plan for having to be detoured and rerouted somewhere. That'll take a little bit longer to get there. So it's fine energy there. There's not any don't do it or you all die or something like that. It's just it's full, it's has not full of, but it has a lot of challenges with it. So other than that, it feels good. Just remember our energy in doing it, right? Your fortune cookie for that, yeah. So, there's that we can get overwhelmed if we don't keep our energy focused in on what we're grateful for instead of the, stuff. But so feeling overwhelmed is often a sign that you have taken on burdens that are unnecessary or excessive. Release what is not yours to carry and prioritize self-compassion and personal wellness. So, everyone is going to choose for themselves and you can choose, of course, for yourself, right? So hopefully that brings more clarity in there for you and not too scary. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Thank you, Crypto. Here, let's grab your, and we'll do it here. There we go. All righty. So up next, we got Pearl Jam 60606. Look at that. Oh, they These wonderful repeating numbers, the number of unconditional love, all those sixes. And you want to know, how will things unfold in your love life? All right. So, based on current energies, how will things unfold? Hello. In your love life. So, we got that, and that. I do have that. I don't want those. I do want this one. And this one too. All right. So, based on your current energy, let's see what we got going on here. So, you do have the world card on the bottom of the deck, and the bottom of the deck tells you like your overall energy for all this, right? Gracie. Now it's only a matter of me remembering that. That's the harder part. I can say it, but remembering it. But the world card is about, and even have the three of wands underneath that, just so you know, which is with new information, a change of direction. So I do feel here, you even got the page of cups underneath that, which is a new love that comes in, um, or a returning love, but we'll find out more here when we look at these others. But, this is an energy of letting go, of old energies or old ways of thinking, old expectations. And that's the last card of the major arcana, the world card, which begins the full card, which is a new adventure, like I said, free of all the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, and looking at order possibilities instead. So we can get caught up in, who are they supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring to a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and progress and end up, and what is it supposed to bring me, and what am I supposed to, bring to it, and blah, 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 right? It's exhausting. And that's what it does. It sucks the life out of a relationship because we have all these expectations that it takes all this just to get up to zero. Then we start having success. The rest of the time, we feel like we're in the negative and we get more. We end up focusing on what's not happening instead of gratitude for what is. And I feel like that's kind of a change that's coming in here for you is, I'm going to approach relationships different instead of trying to control them and order them and all this. It's, I'm gonna focus in on, what I'm loving about it and what I'm grateful about it, and that's it. And then that grows instead of sucking the life out of the relationship, right? So that's on the bottom of the deck, and that's what else we have here. Yeah, we got the Queen of Cups. I like this. She's the master of emotion. She's also very intuitive, very empathic. And I do feel like there is someone that's coming your way that is this energy of, maybe they're a water sign or they have a lot of water in their chart, or a water moon. It's someone who's very nurturing, very giving, and I feel like that's important to match your energy. Um, Someone who's not, they're not like emotionally unstable. Not that you're emotionally unstable, let me rephrase that. All this emotional energy, they're not so emotional, they're emotionally unstable. They're like you, they're balanced in their emotion. They can share and flood emotional energy together. We also have the 10 of Wands and the 3 of Cups. So I do feel, before you have like this love that enters your life, first you have kind of like a prerequisite where you have 3 of Cups, where you have like it's like three peas in a pod. There's like two besties that come into your life. If you don't have them already, and these are two individuals that you guys just are so much on the same page. And with this 10 of wands, it's like you guys keep each other accountable in a loving way, where if we're falling into burden territory, where we're losing ourselves and we're going into all those expectations, that we kind of remind each other, like, Have you met somebody?" And you're like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" Because you're shrinking and you're like, "Oh god, I'm doing it with my old habit." And they're like, "It's all right. We're gonna pull you out of that." And that's what you do for one another, and I feel like that's why it's a prerequisite, so that you have that, so that you don't, fall into old habits um, of shrinking, trying to become who you think they want you to be instead of being true to yourself. And so all three of you kind of commit to keep each other true to our authentic selves kind of energy, which is great because this person you meet doesn't they don't want you to blend in. They are attracted to you because you stand out, not because you're drawing it, you're shrinking. Yeah, you're the King of Wands energy and the Page of Wands underneath it. I do feel like you meet them when you're doing something that you love. So it's not that you're on a dating app or someone's introducing you like a friend or whatever. This is you doing something you love. Like, I'm going to go do pottery and there's a shop that has pottery and clay and a kiln and paint and everything. I'm so excited. And so you go there and you're in your ratty clothes because they're going to get full of clay and your hair's all up and you're hardly wearing any makeup because you were going there not for a date. You're going there for fun and for adventure. And then you happen to bump into someone at the potter's wheel next to you. They're asking you, how you doing, what you're doing? And that sparks, it's like this conversation sparks and you guys have a good time while you're doing what you love and you get on the subject of this pottery exhibit at the museum that's coming and none of your friends want to go and none of their friends want to go and you go, hey, you want to go together? And like, yeah. Hey, you want to grab a bite to eat before? Yeah, let's do that. And then you have great conversations and something sparks and it organically grows from something like that. Doesn't have to be a pottery, just so you know, but it's you're doing something like that, and then a relationship grows from that. And I love that. And then you have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, so here's the letting go of the expectations just to bring it full circle. They wanted to make sure if I didn't read the bottom of the deck that the Nine of Swords is it's the important thing that you can do now while you're waiting is work on letting go of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be in anything in your life to focus on gratitude. Now is the training ground to have you be able to do that. And then your relationship is going to be like nothing you've ever had before because you're going to have a relationship of gratitude, not attitude and, um, complaining about each other. So I like that. Sounds like a movie scene. Well, it might be from Ghost. They had a Potter's wheel in Ghost, but this is about it does feel like a movie. It sounds beautiful. Yeah. And look, your fortune cookie is hope. So no matter how heavy the moment feels, trust that this too shall pass. Your angels surround you with love and assurance, reminding you that change is truly possible. So I like that for you. Gracie, Gracie, right? Gracie? Yes, that's right. So thank you again for your donation. I love this adventure for you. And that's what they got. All right. And then here we go. So number 6 for you, Alice. Thank you again so much for your multiple donations tonight. Here is your timestamp. Timestamps. All right. Let me drink the last of my. Oh, I have a little more left. All right. So all right. So if you reach back out to Jay in the future, will he, having done what we've talked about, right? Will he still have those 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups energy towards you? Or will his view have changed? And if so, what is that new view? Because when he first reached out, he messaged you multiple times and you never replied. And now has been a year since you responded. Okay, let's take a look here. So will he still see you as those 10 of Pentacles and 10 of Cups energy? Okay. And let's see. All right. So We do on the bottom of the deck, we have the moon card coming in here. So the ruler of all emotion, a ton of emotional energy. I feel like maybe they are a water sign or they have a lot of emotional energy um, there. So it feels like they have an ocean of emotion to pull from. But let's see here what comes in here. We have the creator, we have the power of no energy coming in along with the 10 of pentacles. Interesting. So we there's the 10 of pentacles. Um let's see what this other energy is cuz I feel like this no response energy kind of brought a thunderstorm over the sunny the sunny appeal. But let's take a look here. We also have the 7 of pentacles, the 3 of pentacles, which is about, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But the 3 of pentacles, they still like your uniqueness, how you're true to your authentic self. Underneath that, we do have the 3 of wands, which is a change of direction, kind of energy here. And we do have the emperor and the queen of wands. So there is fire energy between here. So they still feel, that there's this matchable energy there because the emperor rules over all kings. The queen of wands, I feel like they might in the beginning kind of not not see it as wow at first just because of the no response and because because we got the no energy here and they honor people's power of no, but I feel like it takes them a little bit of time to kind of warm up to see you as an empress, their like proper match instead of someone who is like I see the potential, you could step up to be the empress energy with them. But I feel, and yeah, that's good to know that it was that long ago because I feel like there is that energy of, well, you didn't choose me. So now I'm kind of like, I need to, it's like when you have a fire and the fire's gone and the coals, the embers are still there, but the fire's not going. Just takes a moment to throw some stuff on the fire to get, the flame going again. So feel like it takes a little bit of time for it to be, to that extent, um, for that to happen. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they got for you, Alice. There. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. So you got light worker, fire builder. As a light worker, your energy is your offering. Understand that it is not necessary for you to be a teacher, healer, or guide to serve the light. You are serving simply by existing in alignment. I like that. I know, right? Good to know. All right. So thank you again, Ellis, for all of your donations and questions. What an adventure. Isn't love grand? I feel like the stuff we've talked about, the energy is the biggest thing. Like it says, your energy, whatever your focusing on um, you know, the the gratitude for the things that you enjoy and that change of energy is the big thing there. Do you want that to be your question for this one here? I know, right? Is that donation to dive deeper? Because we'll do that after crypto then here for the additional. I know spaghetti, right? Well, I had a few 2 or 3 8 to 8.5 hour sessions where I didn't get to any free readings. If I don't get to them in the night, then I come on to a special session in the morning and complete them all then. So I will get to them. If I don't get to them tonight, if I start running out of time and start downward spiraling, I will complete it, tomorrow. But we will get definitely to the free ones. Just a matter of, donations are how I do make my living, so that's why they do get priority. So, thank you for understanding. I know, where's my free reading?" All right. So, let us dive in here. So, crypto, we got you 621.37 is your timestamp there. Boom, boom. And your question was about the red money that you picked up. Um, will it flourish this year? Also, is you moving into your apartment the best idea? All right. Let's take a look here. So, of course, when we're talking about, money and financial investments or anything along those lines, I do have to mention I have a disclaimer in the description area that tarot's for fun, it's for entertainment purposes, and of course, whenever you're making big decisions in your life, seek professional assistance, and I accept no liability for anyone's choices. All right. So, disclaimer made. Check, check. All right. So, this red money that you picked up, will it flourish this year based on current energies? Future is always fluid and changing, of course, but based on the current energies, we'll see that. And then, is moving into your apartment the best idea? So, from spirit's perspective, there's not like good, bad, better, worse, um, kind of energy. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. It's like asking them what kind of flavor of ice cream to eat. And they're like, I don't know. What flavor are you in the mood for? So, what we'll do is we'll give you energy if you move into your apartment. And then if you don't, and then you can see what energy matches what you're wanting. And that's what we'll look at. So, and I'll do that separate. We'll do these other ones first here. So, will your red money that you picked up, will that flourish this year? You got the Page of Swords, which is an energy of clarity and clarification coming in. Let's take a look here. You do have the Five of Pentacles, which is a little bit of lack energy, but the Ace of Cups is also a happy energy. Let's see what this last card underneath the surface is here. Yeah, the Two of Swords. So there is a power of story energy coming in here with choice and decisions. And what I mean by that, and I'll share a podcast that I have here that um, we have for my channel here, which is this one here, which is Abundance Where It Be. We talk about our energy. We talk about our this rate of exchange that our inner child has as well. But a part of that, the Two of Swords is our power to choose what something means. And when we're focusing on higher vibration, like gratitude and unconditional love, and for what is and what I have had, I get more. If I'm focusing in on expectations, like I have beliefs and fear of lack, of need, of want, those energies actually put up blocks and make it harder for things to come in. So I do feel like there's possibilities here based on your choices of your energy of having it flourish. And but it has to do with what our focus is, right? If I'm focused in on, universe, creator, whatever your higher power you believe in, if it's like, wow, I've got I'm grateful for all of this that I have in my life. And let's say it does well for a little bit. I'm so grateful for, this abundance that has come in on this red money and, you know, for this other stuff that's happened in my life. And, it's not trying to control it or fear it or have a strong drive for need and want, but it's about being present. The more we're doing that, the more we allow the flow to come in. So I do feel like it's possibilities here, um, and it has to do with our emotional energy. We can't fake our energy. If I'm going, "Thank you, I'm so grateful," is it coming in yet? Our energy can't lie. Our energy is what draws things to us or repels things from us. So I feel like that's what they're saying there. And then you moving into your apartment, if you move in, what kind of energy do you have? And if you don't move in, what kind of energy do you experience? So we got those there. All right. So if you do move in, yeah, I feel like we've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tuna for you. It's a positive energy that comes in. The Eight of Swords, let's see, you also have this one, and the Six of Wands. Yeah, Six of Wands is a victory, energy, positive, another positive outcome energy. The Eight of Swords does talk about, letting go of some mindsets, some expectations, thoughts, beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Those would be ones that are kind of rooted in fear, right? Of the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's. And those things are what suck the life out of experiences. Like we're talking about when you focus on gratitude, you have a higher vibration. When you focus on lower, we have a lower vibration. It just grows whatever we're focusing on. And so I do feel like there is that energy that is here to be aware of. And that's the Eight of Swords. It's a nice flowing energy, though, that you're letting go of mindsets and fears around having your own apartment or moving into that apartment. If you don't move into the apartment, you have the Page of Wands, and you have the Eight of Wands as well, and the Emperor. So I feel like if you don't move into this apartment, then you eventually, I mean, you're going to be Wands energy is fire and action energy that it's like you will still move into an apartment eventually, but it with the Eight of Wands, it comes out of nowhere. It comes fast where it almost feels like rushed, like you were planning on planning with the Emperor, you're planning on, "Let me figure things out and da 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 da," but then this need comes and you're like, "Oh god, I gotta move quick," and then you end up being somewhere that, maybe isn't what you're exactly wanting right away, and then you end up making plans for where you're gonna move after that lease is up kind of energy. So you kind of go in a temporary place because you had an immediate need, but there's something more that you wanted. And you're like, well, this will do for now. And it's kind of not where you want it and the space you want and that kind of thing, but you have a pocket. So kind of feel like, you know, this one that that you're wanting to move into an apartment is something that you've been kind of researching and planning a little more. So I like that. I like that energy, for you there. But so you get to choose what kind of experience you're wanting, and that's what's wonderful about our life. There is no right or wrong, just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. Spirit don't judge us at all. They're totally just along for the ride, enjoying what adventures we're choosing to go on. So hopefully that helps. You also get a fortune cookie here, which is one of these angel what do they call them? Angel signs. So let's see what we got here. And you have alchemy. It's a beautiful energy because the lower vibrations that you feel are not failure, but an invitation to understand what's asking to be felt, healed, and released. You have the power to transmute density to light. So the lower vibration to the higher vibration. So hopefully that helps, Crypto. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. Glad to have you here. All right. And then Alice, we're circling back around. 6:30:36 is for your one here. So boom, boom. All right. So we take the last sip of coffee here. Whoops. And then we will dive in. Anything else on getting the fire going on the coals? Sorry, just a little more in there. All right. So, what can we know about the coals? Any others? All right. So, the bottom of the deck, interesting. We have the judgment card. And it makes sense now that they clarified for me in my brain, because I was like, "What is this, the calling card about?" They're like, "What is it?" And I'm like, "Well, it's the resurrection." Oh, because it's usually an angel in the sky raising people out of coffins from the dead. Well, this is what we're talking about, right? Blowing the trumpet. I feel like the first step, of course, is reaching out and, you know, I don't know if you've been thinking about them since last year, if since it's been a year, but, you know, what is you can if it helps telling the reason why you didn't respond, saying, "I saw your stuff, I wanted to respond to you, and then all hell broke out in my life, and then I felt, wow, it's been so long." Then I was like, "Gosh, it's been so long now I feel bad, about not responding, and now I thought, I'm gonna respond," because you just never know. I don't know if the honesty of that, because it's like the trumpet. It's like I'm blowing the horn going, "Hey, hey, hey," you know, here's the song of, not why, that I didn't reach out energy, and see what happens there. Then you have these 3 cards. You've got the Justice card. Yeah, here's this balance, energy, um, about, understanding what I want in a relationship and what I don't want in a relationship. And you have the Empress. So, I feel like okay, so the Justice card, because it has the Ace of Swords, I feel like this is conversation, because you are a good conversationalist. You have the ability to communicate well, right? And I feel like that is part of what sparks things, is like, wow, you carry on a good conversation. Like you have a good, well-rounded way of looking at things. And I feel like you just being, sharing that uh information really helps. Uh and doing that, right? The Empress energy, of course, is this um it's being your divine feminine energy, allowing yourself to, be that source of emotional energy, not holding back, being nurturing, being caring, doing that. And I feel like that's the important thing with this, is being not necessarily being vulnerable, but being true to yourself and not holding back. And I like this because we were talking about in the other one, right? Is they see themselves as an emperor and you as the queen of wands, and that you have the opportunity to be an empress. And here she is. That, um, just sharing who you are will be enough, I feel, with that. And you have the Ace of Swords. Again, this is the making the initial contact back, and contacting back, and um I feel like is the first step, because it's like I reached out to you, and it's how you reach out, I feel like, is important. Um, Not just, "Hey," right? Like we get, when people reach out to you in apps and all that, "Hey, hey," but, thinking of something. Let's see what these 2 cards are. I feel like they're gonna help you here. Yeah, here's the Emperor. So there you go. There he is. And the 8 of Wands. Yeah, this fast moving energy. This, uh, I don't know, this is good news energy. It's fast moving energy. Feel like, what is this? Not something racy, not like passionate, but something kind of fiery in a way. that what's coming through for me is like saying, "Oh my god, I can't believe that I waited this long to respond to you." Doing something like, "Oh my god," that'll be catch their attention, right? I just feel like it's how you reach out, that it's kind of, being true to you, being true to your sense of humor, but I feel like it's something expressive is what helps as well. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Alice. I like it. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. All right. Yep. Confirmation 22222. So here's your confirmation. Here's your confirmation number. Your angels and guides walk beside you, affirming that your energy is in resonance with your highest timeline. Trust that this moment is divinely placed, for you are exactly where you're meant to be. So, delays and everything happen on purpose for a purpose. And that gave them time to, transform, gave you time to learn things through, your stepping stones. And of course, you have that where they said, yeah, take a month to do some more inner reflection because when you reach out, it'll be the perfect timing. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Alice. Thank you again for all of your donations. And that is it for the donations right now. I've been on for another 3 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break and get some circulation going in my buns and hit the human facilities as well. All this coffee's gone through me. And then I will be back and I will jump into free readings and see how many we get through. I do have probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I have 23 to complete, so I should be able to get to those because those aren't as, of course, as deep as donations. So we should be able to get through those when I return. So hang in, everybody. Thank you again for all your patience and all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful. It tells me enjoy the free readings. And I'm so glad that I'm able to offer those. And so I shall return to complete those. So we will be back. Which one are you? You are, wow. Okay. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh to the last. So what is that? 16th? Because out of 23, right? So hang in there. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. All right. So you are very welcome, Sudeshna. Thank you again for all your donations. Very grateful. Was that plate of spaghetti? Bruh. Nature calls. Otherwise, it would be like one card readings and zipping down because I don't want to, have an accident. You're so funny. All right. So we will jump in here. So we got Eagle Money up next, 643.24. So Eagle Money, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general for the upcoming week. Let's see what Spirit has here. All right, boom, boom. So you got the Three of Swords and the Death card. Don't go outside, Eagle. Just stay at home. No. It's the Death card, of course, is a significant of something and something ending. And the Three of Swords, is kind of like a disappointment energy. But so I feel like they're just kind of letting you know that there's something that doesn't work out quite the way you want it to. And that's life, right? We know that. Well, not the first time, won't be the last. But this ending, this disappointment, whenever something doesn't work out the way that matches our, picture in our head, it doesn't mean that it's not better for us or that it's not going to bring us something bigger and better. When something doesn't work out, it's usually because there is something that's more in alignment with our higher self. That's why we have the endings and beginnings, and expectations are the way we think things are supposed to be. And then when life doesn't match it, we're like, what are you going to do? It's like, Byron Katie, she's someone that I follow a lot. She's got a great channel, YouTube channel, but also a website called thework.com, thework.com. And when I first came across her, she just blew my mind because she was like, in one of her videos, she says, how why, when something wasn't supposed to happen? You're like, no, it doesn't happen. Do you know how you know that something was supposed to happen? No, because it happened. And it's just like this, "Oh, yeah, I guess that's right." But we get so caught up in our mindsets that we forget that things unfold perfectly for us, and it's our adventure, it's our experience. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Eagle. But just, so that now you're at least prepared to go, "Oh, that's right. There's something better coming for me." We can have that attitude if we want. Even if we don't have it at first, we can always switch to that when we're ready, right? So that's what they have for you. So many blessings. Excuse me. And then we got Mini Heal, 64606. Hello, hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Here's your timestamp. And you wanted to know who is that individual playing a strong role in your career, helping you in your career? Let me just take a quick sip. We should have a throat lozenge too. So my voice doesn't go away. Spaghetti will track me down. All right. So, who is this individual playing a strong role in helping you in your career? What can we know about them? Okay, I do want this one. And I do want this one. All right. It's interesting that it's actually someone who ends a opportunity in your career, this is an interesting twist, right? Because the Tower card is something being removed out of your life to make space for something that's more in alignment for you. And the Ace of Swords is the change, is the action. And so someone cut something out of your life and you're like, "What?" And we can look at him as that's a villain, but really they're our helper because they're removing something that we wouldn't remove because we're afraid or, "Oh god, no, no." What if there's not something to go to and they're like, "Well," I'm not saying that you're like, "You're fired," but they might be like, "I'm sorry, we can't offer you that opportunity." And we're like, "Oh," we can see that as a bad actor in our life, a villain, right? When really they're our hero, they are someone who's helping us by not opening a door that would distract us and take us on the long scenic route to get to somewhere instead of the highway. So, we can look at that and, as that. So this is someone that's doing that. So that's one person that's helping you, and I feel like that's the important one to know at this time, all right? So that's what they have for you, Mini Hill, many blessings. And then we've got Butterfly 64833. This is ascending universal butterfly. I think I have another butterfly on the list. I know. But here is yours, my dear. Thank you again so much for all of the wonderful things you put in the chat. And a general message from Kuan Yin. I love Kuan Yin. She is such a beautiful, compassionate energy. And you got the Eight of Wands and the Ten of Cups. Yeah, I feel like she's telling you before you know it, you're going to have this great news coming in around. It's 10 of cups can be relationship energy. If you're looking for a relationship, romantic even, that you have this heading towards you. If you're not looking for a romantic relationship, then it can be something that equally or feels similarly that brings you great joy, whatever the joy of your life is. Um, Emotional, of course, connection to joy, I feel like comes in for you. And the Eight of Wands is, I feel like you're getting a lot of messages, a lot of messages from spirit for clarity, of pointing you, of confirmations, of synchronicities going. They're like all pointing in this direction, and you're going, "You mean this way?" Because it just feels like there's all these things. Like, I get it, you're pointing this way, but there's like a lot of things in place pointing you there so that you don't miss this opportunity. Because I feel like there's a lot of, what do they call it? Whatever, um, things in place. I forget what the word I'm trying to find is, but it's, you know, just in case you didn't see that one, here's a backup plan, a backup plan, a backup plan, a backup plan, and you're like, "All right, I get it." You can almost dance to the, you know, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. It's like a beat. You're getting like all these synchronicities that just keep unfolding, 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 pointing you in this direction for this happiness, that's for you. And so they're going out of their way, she says, to make sure that you don't miss it. So don't miss it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And then Chelsea, you are up. Thank you so much for your donation earlier. So here is your timestamp. And you wanted to know your free question, wondering if you'll be successful at this new job and kill it with commission. Curious if Spirit knows this will be better fit than your last role. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, will you kill it with commission and be successful? And is this a better fit than your last position? All right. Queen of Wands, you definitely have it in you to do it with the Queen of Wands. You definitely have the ability to kill it. And how we kill it is focusing on gratitude, right? Your higher vibrational energy, not the fear, not the stress, not the, lack or need or want energy, but that energy of, you know, um, your empowerment. And I like that. So huge possibility energy with the wands and the queen of it. Your creativity even says creativity, leader, focus. So I like that energy for you. So definitely possibilities there. Just be aware of your energy. And then is this a better fit than your last one? Yep, Knight of Wands. I like it because you have the Queen of Wands, and the Knight of Wands serves the Queen of Wands. So I do feel here, you know, you're able to flow more, you're able to follow your intuition. And I feel like you are able, because of the many hats, yeah, get to be a knight and a queen. You can be both. You get more opportunities. That's why this is a better fit because you get bored easily, quickly. And I feel like this job is going to allow you variety, which allows you to shine more. Oh, that was odd. Allows you to shine more, as well. So, I feel like this is a better fit, because of again, the variety and the expansiveness, uh, of your ability to expand, not, you have to stay in your lane. They're like, "We need help in all these different things." "Sure, you wanna do that? Sure." You can, volunteer for stuff, and they're like, "Absolutely, we need all the help we can get." So I like that. Right, that's what they got for you, Chels. Many blessings. And then we've got polite, 65347. There is your timestamp. And a reading from Spirit about your calling as a spiritual person. How can I connect with them? All right, beautiful. Let's take a look here. What advice do they have? Yeah, I like it. You got the Moon card here and the Knight of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles it's a quest for your self-worth, and that's one of the places that where we can have a lot of noise, meaning that, how we connect with spirit, they're on a vibration of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter and play, higher frequency. When if we have any doubts or any lower vibrational, fears of lack, of not being enough, of not having enough, and those lower vibrations, that's noisy and it's hard to hear the whispers of spirit through all that static. So, one of the things, especially with this moon card, which is our emotional center in a way, it's, um, you know, coming into our worth and pointing it upward towards the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms and defining your worth and attaching it to that eternal unconditional love, showing that you are perfect, that you are a perfect mountain, and you're presenting yourself as this human to have these experiences, to understand um ourselves more clearly. And uh and when you connect to that, that's what allows your vibration, your self-love, to go higher, and then you get more clarity. So you start with kind of like, I am unconditionally loved by the higher realms. And then you go into, I am made of unconditional love. Then you allow that love to fill you up and overflow to the outside world. And you can say, I unconditionally love the world. And then you allow that energy to return and say, the creator loves me unconditionally through the world. And then allow your love energy to go back up. It's kind of, this is how we connect, is uh, in a way clearing out the pipeline of emotional blocks that we've been creating as a human. And if you check out my free podcast, The Easier Path, the link's down in the description box. And then also if you click on, go to my main page, the YouTube channel, it's at the top. We're talking about how to expand your empathic and spiritual gifts. In fact, let's see what we were on number 17. So 17, 16, 15. I think it's 15, episode 15 and 16 and 17, are those, and I'm about to come out with, the next one here in a few days. We're all talking about how to grow those, so that can also help there. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Sonali, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'm in the middle of, completing some, free reading. So if you don't mind, I'm going to kind of finish up some of those. Some people have been waiting. I've been on for almost 7 hours. So I'm going to kind of focus in and finish those up. If you don't mind, I'll definitely come back to you and, uh, finish your um, donation. But I've got like maybe 16, I think, free readings. So those won't be too long. So I appreciate your patience there. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. So Ateshi, we're at 6:58:10 for yours. And so is Franklin planning on inviting you to his a wedding next March? All right, let's take a look here. Sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop. I'll try not to do it in the microphone this time. Sorry, let me just do this here. All right, I'm focused again. So, is he planning on inviting you to his wedding next March? Crunch. Was it that loud? It's like ASMR, right? All right. So is he planning on it? All right. I feel like he is. What are the dynamics, right? So we have the 10 of Pentacles, which is, here's the family, the gathering, the relationship, all of that. So that is a big abundance energy. So I feel like that's a yes, that they do invite you to the wedding next March. And kind of the dynamic. Yeah, you're the Queen of Wands with them here. And it's like you're this fiery personality. You got this um not the life of a party energy, but kind of close, that you're fun and you bring excitement and you're a bright light. And so there's someone that they'd like to have at a celebration. Not like you know how to party, but maybe you do. But I feel like there's this brightness that you bring to things. So I do feel like that's the kind of energy they have, and that they will bring you there as well, because they just like the excitement and the energy you bring to things. So I like that. All right. So that's what I got for you, Teshi. So many blessings to you. And then Essence of Ethereal Serenity. We are at 7 hours and 28 seconds. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And greetings, sir. Greetings to you. You would like to have a general message. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? We got this. And we got this. Wow, so you got the Sun card and the Queen of Swords. I like this energy. The Sun card is a beautiful, bright card that brings in a lot of light, brings in a lot of clarity, as done the Queen of Swords. This Ace of Swords that she has is like a gift that allows you to see things from a higher perspective. It allows you to cut away some old ways of thinking that have been bubbling around for a while. The Leo Sun energy also has like inner child energy, and I just feel like there is this event or situation, we'll call it. It's a event, right? Situation that is happening specifically to shine a spotlight into like one of the corners of the room that has cobwebs in our life. And it's something that's been there for a long time. And since childhood, obviously, is what we're talking about. And there it's happening for you to not to go, look what you got, but to go, look what can be removed. It's like freedom work. It's allowing you the ability to remove a long held belief from your life that's been running on autopilot below the surface, that's been restricting you from moving forward in an area of your life. And I feel like it's coming up as a gift to free you so that you can move forward in that area of your life. So, um, to identify it, I mean, it's gonna the event is gonna happen. It's like in your path, you can't not experience it. It's like on your map of your life, it's this big blob that's like, yep, you have to go through it. There's not a way around the stinky, muddy truck through it. But on the other side of it, you're going to be so glad that you did because something that's been holding you back is going to be released. So I feel like you'll know what it is because it's something that feels like you haven't been able to get past it for a long time. So I feel like you're ready. You're like over ready for this. So I like it. Right. So many blessings to you. And then we got Bonita 70316. So Bonita, here's yours. Boom, boom. And a message from Spirit. Let's see what they have here for you. You've got the Six of Cups and the Five of Swords. All right. So, this Five of Swords energy is a bit of a conflict energy, and it's bringing up like uh stepping stone energy. And the Six of Cups is, I don't feel like it's someone trying to come back from the past, but it is someone from the past that's coming across your path. And it's bringing back up let's say the snakes, because the snake's on there, the experiences that you had with them, because it's time to kind of release that, to kind of review it. I feel like whatever this was with this, ex that you had from a while ago, that at that time, and I don't feel like this is like a recent ex, it might be like 2 ago or 3 ago. It feels like it's a few years ago. And at that time, maybe even several years ago, you didn't know how to deal with the conflict and all that, so you stuffed it down. And you go, "I'll deal with that later." Well, now it's later, and here it comes. It's coming up for you to be able to look at this and go, "Oh, what gift was in this? What was it that I wanted to see about myself in this situation?" So that I can be free from it. And so this is the revisiting of this stepping stone that you wanted to have happen in your life. You signed off on it before you came down here, going, "I want these stepping stones so that I can be freed from this stuff, so I don't take that crap into with me into my future long-term relationship." Um, and so, but I feel like this person's coming across your path some way, somehow. Either you see them on social media or you come across something that you had of theirs as you're cleaning out some junk or whatever, and you're like, wow. And then, but it's a good time to reflect on what is it that I wanted to learn through that that's going to set me free. And I feel like that's what's coming in for you. So many blessings to you, Bonita. All right. And then we got Livier Vagara, 70556. Yes. So Livier, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, will you be noticed this week by an employer? Possibilities of getting hired this month. All right, so let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, boom, and boom. So will you be noticed this week? Yeah, I do feel here. Page of Swords is a new communication. In fact, I feel like someone might be calling you back from somewhere where you applied that you haven't heard back from, and they just got swamped and back behind and everything like that. Possibilities of getting hired this month, you have the Page of Cups. So Page of Swords, Page of Cups. Good energy, movement energy. The Page of Cups is happy energy. So I do feel like that is a yes for this month, um, based on current energy. So I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Exciting. All right. All right. Thank you, Polite. I'll add you to the bottom of the free reading list here. I will complete Sonali before you, though, um, because I told her I'd finish up what I have right now, and then since she made a donation, but I will get you. All right, and then we got Alexander with 70736. Here we go. And so your question, a general reading for the coming 6 weeks. All right, what do we have coming in here for the coming 6 weeks that they'd like you to know about? You have the Justice card and the Ace of Cups. Well, feeling a lot of relationship energy here. The Justice card is Libra that rules over the house of relationships. And she brings in a lot of clarity with her Ace of Swords and the balancing of the scales here about what is it that you really want from a relationship. And I feel like that's the beginning of it is what are the expectations that I can let go of these opinions, these small teachers rooted in fear that, I don't agree with, it's not what I want. And this frees up, it opens a flow, it's like the balancing of the scales opens up your heart for this Ace of Cups because it almost feels like when we have a lot of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's, our view becomes very thin where we're like, creator, it has to be this kind of person, this timing, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, this is on back order for 1,000 years and you're not a vampire. So if you want love to come in soon, it's because it takes a long time for us to turn but it's easier and faster for us to let go of expectations and clear things away, and then before we know it, we're like, "Wow, look at all the possibilities," and then here's the love, the Ace of Cups that comes your way here, and it allows you to see them, and I feel like they wouldn't be, like, on your radar because of that list. And with that opening of that list, you have an opportunity to meet someone that you wouldn't have been able to without restrictions. So I feel like that's what the 6 weeks is about is clearing away a lot of the list of how a relationship is supposed to be, how it's supposed to unfold. Um, and if you're already in a relationship and this isn't, you're not looking for love, this would be something that feels like a passion project. So it can be that as well if the other doesn't resonate. So that's what they got for you. So hopefully that helps, Alexander. That's what they got for you right now. So many blessings. And then we got Maria P, 71015. So Maria, thank you for your donations earlier. And a general for you for love and work. So for love and this one for work. All right. For love, you got the Queen of Wands. Girl, it's time to make some choices. Queen of Wands is about your power of where you putting your energy. Be aware of what you're doing. And, if you want a full cup, you got to pour all of your energy into that cup because you have a pitcher that only fills up one cup for love, right? And so if you have multiple people you're giving your love to, then all the cups are only slightly filled up. But if you have a cup that you want to fill up and even overflow, then you focus on pouring all of your energy into that to make it full and overflow. For work, yeah, you got the Seven of Swords. So there is some, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that you have, the stories that you have, kind of like your a belief like when this happens this is what that means, when that happens this is what this means, and we get caught up in this battle in our head between our head and our heart, and we leave behind our power of story, realizing I'm the one that gets to choose what things mean. I'm not at the whim of, my old opinions that have been given to me. The Seven of Swords allows you to step into your truth instead of reverting out of reaction to old ways of thinking. So instead of going, that person's saying that because they hate me and they have it out for me, instead we transform it to going, oh, that person, is in fear and that's why they're lashing out. This isn't about me. So instead of me freaking out and flipping out because I feel attacked, I have compassion going, oh, I wonder if they're okay. Maybe I'll get them a cupcake, or maybe I'll grab when I grab out to get something at lunch, I'm gonna bring them back a little treat or a flower or something and going, "Here, I feel like you're having a challenging day, and I thought I'd bring this to you," you know, so you're not alone. And they'd be like, "What? Woohoo," they cry or whatever. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So, enjoy. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Kat, Mia, you're up 7 12 56. Here you go. Your timestamp. So, is the strategy you find using EST actually 100% one? Let's take a look here. We got these here. Uh, let's take a look here because you've got the 9 of Wands, which is a block energy, and it's a 9. It's 90%, not 100%. The Judgment card is a card of pulling you, in a different direction. So there's something that's you're being pulled in a different direction than this EST. I feel like there's something else, but you're gonna find it by following your heart and by this draw that's coming from that. Not from here. This thing, it's from here, the gut, the heart energy that comes in for you there. So, uh, so hopefully that helps, Katmia. That's what they got for you. Many blessings. All right. And then we have Butterfly A 7 14 07. So, Butterfly, thank you so much. There we are. And a general reading. Let's take a look here and see what we got here. So, you've got the 4 of Cups and the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, I kind of feel like there's this boredom energy with the 4 of Cups. You're just not satisfied with what you've been getting in the outside world. Those 3 cups down here are just like relationships with humans, situations, and things. And here's the Ace of Cups, your self love. And I like that Butterfly gets an 8 of Pentacles because for me, they have bees here, but usually it's like a cocoon for me. It's like there's this transformational energy of caterpillar ways. You're just not like interested in those anymore because you're a butterfly, right? When we're a caterpillar, yeah, eating leaves and hanging out, walking on the forest floor, being limited in where we can go. Yeah, that was our caterpillar ways. But when you're letting go of all those ways and you transform where a butterfly likes nectar and it wants to fly because it's got wings and it can migrate 1,000 miles. It can go over raging rivers where a caterpillar can't go over a little stream without dying and drowning, right? So there's this energy of the old ways don't work for you anymore because you're not a caterpillar. It's time for butterfly places and butterfly other butterflies. And there's some caterpillars kind of left in your life, either as people or situations, and you're ready for change. You're ready for true transformation. You're ready for the outside to match your inside because you've been already transforming on the inside, but now it's time to transform your outside. And that could be moving somewhere else. It could be changing jobs. It can be, letting old friends go so that you can have, new friends that more match your energy now. And it's okay. It's allowed. Some people are only in our lives for a season. And if people weren't, it's just what happens when we become a butterfly. People can't go where we're going because you never see a butterfly carrying a caterpillar. You can't carry them and they're not going to ride on your back because you can't go anywhere either. So, in order for people to go where you're going, they have to have become a butterfly and they're not. So, they can't. So, it's okay. All right. So, that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. And then we got May, Wayne, May. 717 even is yours. 717. There we go. So, will you be living in his house this time next year? All right, based on current energies, will you be living in their house next year at this time? Oh, all right. Well, you've got the Mother Star, which is a yes. It's one of the unique cards in this deck. And the Five of Wands, a transformation of energy. Look at the two leopards or cheetahs. Um, uh, they're Five of Wands is a possibility energy. So it's like, yes, there's definitely possibility for that to happen. There would need to have some sort of energetic transformation, right? And when we talk about that, it's usually, um, if I'm focusing on want and need and I fear it won't be, or, an expectation, those things push it further away. If I transform and I focus on gratitude for who they are, what we do have in our lives, what I'm grateful for, what I have had, and, all that energy that grows, that's what allows us to get there. But if we have this, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, then it pushes it further away because when we are creating blocks when we're focusing in all that because we're sucking the life out of the relationship. It's like siphoning the gasoline out of the car. It slows down, it runs out of gas, right? Instead, if I focus my energy and transform my energy, where I'm making sure as much as I can, I'm focusing on what I'm grateful for in the relationship, what I'm bringing into it, what they're bringing into it, what it is, then that grows, and then I do see that there with those cards. So there you go, May. That's what we have. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Rahul, we're at 7, 19, 15. So Rahul, there you are. And so finally your exam results announced next week. Do we see you happy and successful? Let's take a look here based on current energies. At last, right? Let's take a look here. All right. We've got the Two of Pentacles. It feels balanced. It feels harmonious. And the Ten of Swords is like it final closure, endings, finish, done kind of energy. I like this. It almost feels like you will, you'll feel okay. It's done. And here we go. I don't It's almost like you're numb in a way. I don't feel like it sinks in for a little bit. I feel like when you see the results and everything, you're like, "Okay, we're done." I feel relief, but I don't feel happiness and succeeding energy coming in. Let's see what's the bottom of the deck here. Yeah, you have the King of Pentacles on the bottom. They told me to look at that. There is this You do get this, sense of abundance and fulfillment later, but I feel like it's important here to look at these expectations because what happens, it's like the bar is continually moving, and it's like I feel like there's a message here for you to really go choose to celebrate. It's almost like you have to consciously choose to go instead of rushing to what's next, what's next, what's next. Because expectations is we have to do all this to be happy. And you're like, okay, I've done this. You don't feel like the happiness because you still feel like you're behind. You still feel like I have so much to do to get to zero. Then success happens. So letting go of expectations and allowing yourself to go, you know what? I'm enjoying the journey. I'm enjoying the adventure. I'm going to celebrate. And not that I have to do all this. I'm just going to look at, try to remove as many expectations out of your life because then if you have this many expectations, success starts right here. If you have these many expectations, success happens when you hit zero. So instead of living in the negative, we can live in the positive about gratitude, about what is happening, what is going on. It allows you to feel that happiness and fulfillment. So that's why I feel like you don't feel like happy. You just kind of feel like checked it off. How many more steps do I have till I can be happy? Right. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Rahul. So many blessings to you. All right, Carmel Damon, you are up 722:33. So Carmel, here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And DL's current feelings and intentions towards you. All right, let's see here. DL's current feelings and the intentions. Feelings. We got this little 5 of Wands. There's a little bit of conflict energy going on here. I don't know why I'm like hissing cats. What's their intentions for you? Well, the 8 of Wands, they do want to move fast towards like passion energy, not emotion, but passion, physical, energetic attraction here. But I feel like their feelings right now kind of feel in conflict. It's like their heart wants emotion. Their mind is like, I don't know if you can do that. And there's also the passion that's like, well, I want to express it through that. I can't give emotion, but I'm going to give action and I want, uh, passionate expression and da 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 da. And it's like the heart's like, I don't think they just want that though. They want me. And they're like, no, we can't have you. The mind won't let them. So there's this conflicting energy that just kind of is looping, going in circles because they're out of fear. Their mind doesn't want to allow their heart to be expressed because it'll get hurt, because that's what they experienced in the past. So they'll only allow expression through passion and, like I said, through movement, motion, not emotion, but motion. And I kind of feel like that's what they're looking at doing is, seeing what kind of action they can get. So I feel like that's kind of where they're at right now, Carmel. I know. Jeez. But that's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. Whoops. Come on. Come on, mouse. Cooperate with me here. All right. Oh, hey, Picky Cat. Good to see you. Good morning to you. And I'll add you to the free readings, to the second group of free readings. I'm finishing up the current group, and then I have a donation to complete, and then I will come back. There's only 2 on the new list, so we'll get you there. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more free readings, so hang in there, Sonali. I'll get to you. All right. Plate of spaghetti. You are up. I know. Aren't you just so excited? All right. So, current energy between you and Will. Let's see what we got here. Current energies between you and Will. Yay. Well, we got interesting here. I know we've got here, you've got the high priestess. High priestess energy is that energy of, she goes up into her high priestess temple to be alone, to reflect on the upper worlds and look behind the veil, understand what's behind the scenes, gets into their emotions and figures out what's going on there. And the Page of Pentacles is about the energy of looking into our self-worth, trying to find out, you know, where my worth is and a different way of looking at it and questioning my self-worth. And I feel like that's where they're at. And in a way, I kind of feel like that's where you're at as well, but not consciously doing it. I just feel like you're kind of were thrown into that because when they went that way, they kind of left you with, here's the packet. I got to go do mine. And you're like, what just happened? Where'd you go? What's this? What is this crap you left me with? you know, and I don't feel like, I feel like you're kind of left in that position of, because of that, you know, uh, departure that they went off up into the mountains, you're like, so what does this all mean? And I feel like that's kind of what, this is what they're focused on. That's their energy. And I feel like the energy going on between the two of you is still in that paused energy where he's trying to figure out what's going on inside of him. And what does his life mean? And, who am I? He's been in that energy for a little while, and I feel like he's going to be in it for a while longer because it's a big kind of transformational time for him to figure out, the who am I? Yeah. I feel like he's doing a bunch of distraction things, like he goes to work and he does the work and he just does kind of pours himself into that. And then when he's off of work, then he's like, I don't know if he's playing video games, whatever this is that he does to try to get away from reality, watching TV, watching movies, playing video games, drinking, it feels like. Things to numb, things to, do that, right? That's Will, right? And I feel like that's what he's doing to, because he doesn't that's why I feel like it's taken a while because he'll think about things and then go, "Oh, I'm tired of thinking about this. Let me go distract myself." Because he's not feeling a lot of fulfillment, so it's like more numbing kind of actions than anything. So, um, I'll do one quick, follow-up for you here. Um, is he ever coming back based on current energies? Oh, this one right here. It feels like with the Page of Cups that when he finds his self-love that he does, um, let me see here. I'll put one more when card based on current energies because you were so patient and waiting. I got the oh, yeah, time unknown, just so you can see it down here. Unknown, maybe hanged man, transformation energy. So, you know, uh, well, that will definitely help him come back. All right, so that's what they got for you, spaghetti. So many blessings to you. Hey, Sonali. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 more to go on this list. I had 2 more come in, but I was gonna have them wait. But I can, you've been so patient. I can just do you next here and then continue with the others. I'm not sure if the others are still here. Um, uh, but I'll because you made a donation, I'm happy to just move you ahead of the line here. Okay. So we will do that. I don't think you have anything from before, right? No. Okay. So Sonali, 7:30, 49 is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation and your patience here. It can be a long time for all those. So thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to do at least that many. And you want to know Nishant's current feelings for you? No contact. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let me just take a quick sip of my drink here. All right. So, what the current feelings for you? Got this. Got those. This one. This one. And this one. And that one. And that one. Nope, not that one though. All right. So, their current feelings for you. For some reason, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Cups. I don't know what this sadness is that's here. There's just a little bit of, I call it sadsies energy. They're feeling low, feeling defeated a little bit, discouraged. So I'm not sure what that underlying energy is there for. I'm sure you know. But let's take a look here. Well, there's no contact. So I don't know why they're feeling hurt or um, energy. But let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Empress. And This has a dual meaning, both for them, meaning they're in a space of nurturing themselves, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, trying to, deal with whatever they're going through. But they do see you as a nurturer and the Empress, this your sensuality, your underlying emotions and a lot of emotional uh like it's almost like you're a lake of emotion and they're just like you have so much to give and I don't know what this is. Let's see what these other cards are because I feel like they almost like they're beating themselves up a bit because we do have the Chariot card, which is the power of choice, and behind the scenes moon energy. Cancer is moon and Cancer energy behind the Chariot, and you got the Lovers card here too. That's why I feel like, and that's emotional choice. But I feel like they're not able to give a lot of emotion because they didn't have a whole lot of self-love, and and I don't necessarily feel like they have regrets, but I feel like whatever this emotional choices that they made, they are kind of bummed, and feeling low about all this. Yeah, even the 7 of Cups. So a ton of emotions they're feeling, which they could just never express it. They felt emotions, but they're, like, contained where they can't share things, right? And and that was feels like that was a big part of maybe conflict between you guys. Let me see, underneath the surface. Yeah, they have the 10 of Wands, and it feels like they tended to, instead of focusing in on what was going well and what could go well, they were focusing on the burden. They were focusing on that you were wanting them to be able to share love and they couldn't, and and it feels like they couldn't, like, face the disappointment of, that they were disappointing you and that they were afraid what people would think, and this means I'm a failure, and so they butted out, right? It feels like that's what happened here. Under the 7 of Cups, yeah, we got the 9 of Wands, which is the block. They wanted to be able to share emotions, but they couldn't. They have this block where they couldn't share things. The 6 of Wands underneath is, that the only way that they could share any kind of their feelings was they'd have to reroute it through passion, through action, through, physical and energetic attraction energy, fire, not emotion, water, heart energy, but, passion kind of energy, right? Yeah. Well, he had it all there, but I feel like he's sad, about because he's still nothing's changed. He still can't do it. Um, he feels his emotions, he just can't communicate it and share his emotions with other people. So, it's been there, ruminating. We have the Page of Swords. I mean, I feel like he's contemplating reaching out, but I just if something hasn't changed, it's just gonna be doing what we've always done and getting what we always got. And I feel like that's why he thinks about reaching out, but then he kind of hesitates and stops because he's really, caught up in his sorrow and caught up in the fear of uh, being a disappointment and um, not being able to give you what you want. And so they're just kind of in that repeating cycle within themselves here. And I don't feel like you're the first one. I feel like this is something that's happened several times and might even be happening now. And I'm not sure how long it's been since you guys have been in no contact, but I just feel like it's a repeating cycle. It's like things just keep, if we don't change, we just repeat the cycle. What is the definition of insanity? Repeating the same action, expecting a different result, right? So Yeah, I don't know, Sonali. I feel let's see what your fortune cookie says, see if it brings us anything here. Well, we got activation. Beautiful card. It says, your divine blueprint is being activated, awakening dormant potentials and spiritual gifts. What was hidden is now rising into conscious embodiment, allowing you to fulfill a higher purpose. So I kind of feel like your life is being activated and you might be kind of nudged to go, is there someone else that might be more in alignment with my energy instead of me feeling like I have to adjust and shrink mine to match theirs? Because if someone's not able to give emotional energy and we're like, well, I guess I can still, accept that, maybe someday they'll change. But when someone's showing you who they are, sometimes we can fall for the potential of who we know they could be one day somewhere down the line 10 years, right? We can fall for that, but they're showing you who they are, and there's no guarantee they'll ever do that. So, with no contact and with that repeating cycle, I kind of feel like this is a nudge to go release, take a breath, and move forward and see who's down the road. Because the more we're focused in on them, that's keeping us from going down the road and meeting someone that aligns where they appreciate your ability to give love and they can give love back. And you're like, ah, yes. But they'll show you who they are. All right. You're very welcome. I know it kind of sucks, but what a wonderful journey and adventure, right? So, thank you again for your patience and waiting for your reading, and many blessings to you. Thank you again for the donation. All right. Then we've got Ruby G, 739.49 for Ruby. Here's your free reading. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here is your timestamp. And financial read. Oops, thank you. What else? What else for finances? I feel like it was this one here. All right. Uh-oh. You're going to have to going to become an assassin for hire. Just jokes. Don't do that. The death card here is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And this wonderful Six of Wands energy of victory, brings in this. It's a, uh, you know, realizing old mindsets that can, you know, they can go to die. They've lived their life. Thank you for bringing me what you brought all my life, but now it's done. It's time for you to, time to go. And then that's what brings in this flow of the Six of Wands energy that comes in. So I do feel here that as you let go of old ways of thinking of, need, want, any lack energies, any, you know, definitions of what finances mean. I know money makes the world go around but it really doesn't. The universe is what makes the universe, the universe go around. The creator is what brings us our sustenance in each moment. And the more that we focus in on the um, gratitude for what we do have and what we have had, and you picture like have had, you're like, remember when that bonus came in and you're like, wow, I love that feeling. And I'm so grateful that that happened and on this and that. And the wonderful feelings where you felt that abundance energy, feel it, see it in your mind's eye, have gratitude for it. That's what brings the flow in, right? And of course, I've told you about that abundance where it be podcast number 14 uh, is wonderful things. If you haven't checked it out, I'm sure you have, but if you haven't checked it out, it's definitely something to look at because those are the things that draw things toward us and then let us in the city gates too. but there are some things that need to die, the obstacles to allow more flow to come in for you. So I feel like that's what they got for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Blueberry 74245. So Blueberry. Hello, hello. General read. Let's take a look here. So what does Spirit have here for you? These two, you got the Ace of Cups and the Eight of Wands. All right. If you're looking for love, I feel like it's going to be coming in here fast and furious here soon. The Eight of Wands is like out of nowhere. Here comes this, new love, this Ace of Cups energy. So I feel it's sudden. It's not planned. It's not from a dating side. It's not, uh, being hooked up with someone, through friends. This is the Eight of Wands is like doing something that you love. And when you're doing something that you love and you're enjoying and you're like, I love doing this, that someone else is doing it too. And you bump into them, whether it's music or, you know, learning a cuisine or doing some sort of art, or it's something fun that you enjoy, not like something you feel like a work. It's a passion that you're sharing with yourself or friends. And when you're doing that, you bump into someone and we're all ha ha ha, and you're having a good time. And there's a spark that clicks while you're out there. And then it grows and it grows. And then you bump into them again, or you make plans to, hey, we're going to come back next Thursday. You're going to be, oh, yeah. And then you see them again. And then you just exchange numbers and then you start hanging out and it organically grows into like a relationship kind of energy. And so I like that for you. And if you're not looking for love, this can be like a new bestie or someone that's very important in your life. But if you're looking for love, I feel like it's going to come out of nowhere. But so do things that you love. Get out of the house and go do stuff that you enjoy. And if you don't have anything you enjoy, find a new passion. What's a new interest? Go try it out. All right. So that's what they got for you, Blueberry. Many blessings. Right, and then we have Anshuman 745. Even 7 hours and 45 minutes. Can you believe it? All right, so what do you see for me in terms of finances in June? You're welcome, big bro, yourself. I like it. So what finances for June based on current energies? Wow. All right. Yeah, you definitely have possibilities of some nice abundance coming in with the King of Pentacles. The Two of Cups is emotional choice energy. So, you know, I feel like you're going to have abundance come in regardless, but how much of it is totally determined by your emotional choices between now and the end of the month, right? So if I'm focusing in on, feeling low and feeling the lack and what's not happening and where I should be by now or what I should have and I don't have, and any of that kind of lack fear energy, that will make it smaller, right? That'll be the smallest that it comes in. But the more you focus on gratitude for what you have and what you have had, sincerely grateful, boom, boom, boom. Just the more you focus on it, just amplify, 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 amplify kind of energy that comes in. So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you. Feels good. And like I said, the amount of energy that you have is of gratitude is what's going to gear the abundance of it, how big it is, right? So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Pearl Jam, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you in here. Hey, Olivier, what are you doing up? You better be in bed. Do I sound like your dad? You're very welcome, Olivier. Good to see you. All right. So Pearl Jam, we'll jump to you. 7:47:11. I'm getting giddy now because we're getting almost close to 8 hours. So Pearl Jam, here is or Gracie, right? Gracie. I almost remembered. So we'll give that a love and a like there. And a general for the next months of 2026. So, what do they have here for you? All right, all these cards. I think these cards are getting tired. Let me shuffle them up here, give them a little energy boost here. All right. So, general for the next months of 2026: June, July, August, September, October. I feel like they're going to give you one for each one. November, December. Of course, they'll be fast little blurbs here, but we'll be flying through the months here. So for June, you do have the 10 of Wands. So you have an opportunity of abundance or burden. So being aware of what you're putting your energy on, like we talk about, if you focus in on lack and expectations and what's not happening and everything that feels heavy, you get more heaviness. But the 10 of Wands is all an energy that you can switch that up. And if you focus on higher vibration stuff, unconditional love, enjoying laughter and gratitude, especially play, laughter, you get more things that match that. So June feels like a month where you can really learn about switching your energy, and you can switch it like that in a moment. You can switch it back too in a moment if you want, but you're the one in control of what energy you're putting out and what you're drawing back. July brings more balanced energy. So I feel like you're getting a lot of clarity in July about what you're wanting to do, where you're wanting to head. Um, but I feel like you're kind of stepping to see things from a higher perspective and cutting away expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's, kind of things that come in with that. So a lot of it's like June is your energy, July is your mental energy specifically, and June, July, August, you have the Page of Pentacles. So this is some abundance that comes in here. Your outside world is starting to see the impacts of your change of energy and your change of thinking. And so you start to feel the abundance, new opportunities showing themselves in August. September, more comes in, even possibilities of, if you're looking for relationship energy, it feels like that's starting it's like I almost feel like that month is more tilling the fields, preparing to plant so that you can have a harvest. For some reason, I'm feeling it's like more of that for relationship, but the outside world still has like abundant energy coming in, and relationship energy, you're planting crops for it. October, you've got the King of Swords. Yeah, so you're back into your mind, but you're creating new stories, and you're realizing that I'm the one that gets to create the story of what things mean, and you're creating new ones, like old stories, old expectations, old ways. You're just like, nope, nope, nope. I'm the master of my story. I'm creating something new. And I feel like you're really stepping into your empowerment of mental choices and stories. In November, yeah, and then November. So if you're looking for a relationship, 2 of Cups, I feel like November is what you're on track right now. All this is based on current energies, of course. But November feels like when you get to meet an important relationship, if not romantic relationship, if you're looking for that. And then December, everything goes to hell. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the 5 of Swords. 5 of Swords is it is kind of an upheaval. It is a conflict energy, but that's conflict between your head and your heart. And that makes sense because, you know, have finding a relationship the month before, it's like you're learning a lot in June, July, August, September, October. November, you get into a relationship, and then, it's like relationships are our laboratories where what we've learned we put into practice. And when we try to put it into practice, sometimes we start reverting to some old thoughts, old beliefs that bring in conflict, right? But then we're like, that's how we learn. That's conflict is how we grow. And that's where the growth happens in December because of the relationship. You're challenged with some old ways of thinking and feeling, and you're like, oh, this is my opportunity to flip that now. So I feel like that's kind of what comes in December. So, excuse me, I like that for you. Um, and let's see here, we've got just 5 of these left. So let's take a look here and see. What's your fortune cookie here? Oh, this one here. All right. Oh, I like it. So you have a friend energy coming in, and it says you're not alone, whether in the spiritual realm or the physical realm. A true friend is entering or already present in your life, offering compassion and support. So if you weren't looking for a romantic, then that person that enters in November is a friend, the friend who offers this. And if you're looking for romantic, I feel like it is like a friend, someone befriends you, and then, excuse me, it can turn into romance. So I feel like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Cheers, cheers to you. Thank you again for your donations. You're very welcome. I'm excited. What a year. Zoom, zoom. All right. So I do have 5 more donations. I'm going to finish these up. I'm getting to 8 hours. So I'm going to have to cut off at some point here. So I'll finish these 5 and then I'll be back on Wednesday as well. So Lauren Smith, 75430 is for yours here. And you want us up. So what is he doing for his birthday? All right, let's take a look here. Seeing his parents, going out of town, traveling. What is it that he's doing for his birthday? Got that. Oh, and this one. All right. Like he's sleeping, he's resting. 4 of swords. We have the Page of Pentacles here. Which Page of Pentacles, it just feels like the same old, same old. It almost feels like I don't know, it feels uneventful, Lauren. I don't it's almost like he's like, "I'm tired, I don't feel good. I'm just gonna do what I normally do." You know, if it's like, go for a dinner, blah, 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 and then I'm going home and going to bed. You know, it almost feels like that kind of energy, like, I feel old. So, and it might be like if he's seeing his parents, you know, that seems like a normal thing that they would do kind of energy, but recovery, rest, and quiet is what they're looking for. So I don't know if they've just kind of not been feeling good or um, something along those lines, but I just kind of feel him exhausted, and I feel like he's just gonna kinda chill. He's gonna do chill stuff, not a lot of activity, as little activity as possible, and still check the boxes for friends and family. Alright, so that's what we got right now. So many blessings, Lauren. And then Beatrice, we have 75627. So Beatrice, here's your timestamp. And with the path that we're on, is it inevitable that a relationship will materialize? All right, based on current energies, where are you heading? Is a relationship going to magically appear? Um, I don't feel I don't feel like it will. Um, we've got the 7 of swords and the 3 of cups. Now this combination, unfortunately, based on current energies, would mean lies and deceit and a third party energy that comes in here. I know. It just kind of feels like there's something that some sort of conflict that ends up down the road here, and there is someone else involved in this. Doesn't mean that it's, like, sexual or whatever, but it does feel like there's conflict when there's someone that, third wheel butting in. It could be, you know, a third, like an affair, kind of someone on the side energy, but it could even be mom, getting involved in it could be any of that third person kind of energy. But I know I wanted to give such good news to you here, but this is the current energy, and we can of course always, pull more cards on another night as well. But I feel like right now there's some dishonesty and third party energy that's bubbling about, um, at least in this moment's energy. So sorry. I wanted to be good news. I didn't want to be, the bearer of bad news. So that's what they got for you. All right. And then Sean G, we got 75842. So let's take a look here. Sean, here is your timestamp here. All right. And is it in your highest interest to text N how I feel, or is it best to leave it alone? All right, let's take a look here. Energies if you text. All right. And energy if you leave it alone. All right. So if you text, there's going to be a lot of emotional confusion energy here. A lot of different emotions. And then if you don't, you have the 9 of Pentacles. You get to be with spirit in this feeling of self-sufficiency and kind of that it is hermity type of energy, and there's this fullness that's there. What does it say? Comfort, accomplishment, and prosperity and stability if you don't. So I kind of feel like, do you want to open a can of emotions and feel all these emotions, or are you looking for stability? It's your energy, your choice, right? Neither seems like bad and horrible, but it's like, am I ready for an emotional, uh, what's that, buffet? Or am I looking for stability and, you know, silence? So that's what they got there for you. So thank you again for your donation earlier too, as well. Many blessings. Hey, Luna. Sure, we can get you in there. I'm wrapping up. So if you want to put your question out there, we can get you on the free list here. Just have 2 people in front of you, and then the doors be closing. So, okay, what are Jay's feelings? Okay, very good. I'll get you on here. All right. And then we have Polite 80052. There you go. So, any message from your spirit regarding your spiritual calling? All right, let's take a look here. What is it that you are wanting to experience with your spiritual calling? Let's take a look here. See what we're able to know. You got the 4 of Wands, the 3 of Pentacles. You know, you've got the 4 of Wands, which, is creativity. They say here. I normally don't get that with that, but because usually the 3 of Pentacles is creativity. But this teaching creativity really stands out here. And, there is this, I feel like there's something about teaching, even maybe some sort of art or sharing creativity. Um, it's almost like, what I'm thinking of? It's like how someone took psychology with, um, like painting, and they created uh, art therapy or painting therapy. I almost feel like you do something with that where you're taking spiritual energy and you're bringing in some sort of creative outlet, and you're bringing it together in a unique way to help people transform. Either it can be emotional transformation, it can be spiritual transformation, mental transformation, physical, whatever you feel, how you uniquely want to share the love in your heart with the world is our calling. There's no have to, supposed to, should, or need to. There's just how uniquely do you want to share that with the world in your own special way. But I do feel like you have this teaching energy with creativity and you marry them together in a unique way. So I feel like hopefully that helps give you a little guidance there. But that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Picky Cat. I love your name. 80315. So your timestamp here. Boom, boom. And so you want to know, are you on the right path towards your dream job? Will it come by chance soon? All right. So based on current energies, thank you. And will it come by chance soon? Oh, no, this one here. All right. Are you on the right path? Yep. Ace of Pentacles. That would be a yes, that you are taking the steps towards that. Is it coming soon? Four of Wands energy. It is joy, celebration. Um, I would say here with the Four of Wands, that you are flowing towards it, but they're telling me like on a scale of ace to king, you're on the four. So it's five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, jack. I mean, well, it's not jack, it's page, knight, queen, king. King being when the abundance comes in when we're looking at pentacles, right? Um, and I feel like they're saying, one of the things that we do is enjoy the journey because it's not the dream job, isn't the dream. Every step getting towards the dream is the dream. Because when you get to the dream and you're living it, then you're going to be like, what's next? What's next? So they're having this kind of energy of celebrate with this Four of Wands, celebrate each step along the way. Because the more that you focus in on, I'm not living my dream, I'm not living my dream right now, that slows it down. The more you are, how am I living my dream in this moment, and gratitude for it, that's what grows it and draws it in. But the more that you're going, you know, is it soon, soon, when? When we ask when and how, we start limiting the universe instead of going into the moment and focus on what we're enjoying and what we're grateful for. What part of my dream am I living today? And gratitude for it. Then tomorrow there's more. We're like, wow. And then we have more to be grateful for. And so it builds and builds and builds. And going from the four to the king doesn't take as long when we're focused on gratitude. It just expands, 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 expands. But when we're focusing on that I'm not living my dream, it's slow. Four, four and a half, four and a quarter, four and 5/8, four and 6/8, four and 7/8. It's like slow. So hopefully that helps, Picky Cat. I think that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Luna, 80610. Here is your timestamp. All right. And then what are Jay's feelings towards me at the moment? You're currently separated. All right. Let's take a look here and see what's going on with Jay here. I tell you what, we got a lot of J names in here. Like J's, the letter J's a lot, and then J's. I'm like, are J's cursed? Do they just I don't know. What's happening with it? It's not the same J. All right. So you got the Four of Wands here. Again, I put that back in, I got it back out again. So there is joy and celebration, but I feel like this freedom energy is coming in here. And what else? So we have the Nine of Pentacles, which is the Hermit energy. And I feel like they're enjoying their alone time. They're enjoying kind of being away. I know, right? Hopefully it's not. um, and what I'm feeling here, and this, so when we're asking their feelings, it doesn't mean that it's truth. It just this is their experience, right? But I feel like, you know, they growing up, they have a lot of expectations on what a relationship, like all the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. It's like off the chart kind of energy, right? And they were like, it's like when they get into relationships, they feel such a burden. Like I have to do so much and I feel like I'm behind and I feel like everyone's pointing out who I'm not being and how I'm falling short and it's a lot of pressure. And then so when they're under all that, they want to be out of that and they want to be that freedom feeling. They just want to be able, like when you meet someone and you have no expectations and they're giving you this, you feel abundant. You're like, wow, we appreciate who they are. But then we start going out and we can study. It's like it becomes less and less. And even where we up here and like, well, look at where you're lacking. Why aren't you the amazing person you were when we met? And we may not say any of that at all. You may not have even mentioned anything of how they're falling short or what they're not doing and why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you texting? Why did you take so long? Why you do this? Why you acting that way? Why this? You know, we as humans do that. We become kind of whiny and we become kind of, and we all do it to each other. And then, so we're focusing on who we're not being instead of gratitude for who we are. And so when we feel that pressure, and I feel like Jay, when he feels that pressure, then he's like, let me out of here. I got to be free. It's like claustrophobic. I feel like I'm being caged in. I got to get out. And then when they're out, after they're out for a while, then they start looking at relationships. And, it's like when they're out of a relationship, they go like, I want to get in one. When they're in one, they want to get out of one. When they're out of one, they want to get back in one. When they're, it's just like this, you know, um, kind of cycle, but right now, I feel like they're enjoying that freedom, right? Yeah. Yep, and that would be an expectation that they feel they can't live up to, right? So that's why they like the freedom of, yeah, I'm not able to show up emotionally like you want me to, so that's a lack energy, and so I don't wanna be in that. I want the freedom just to be me, and, you know and it's okay, they get to be themselves, and, when we look at, well, I want someone who can, um, show up emotionally who's straight. Can't have it all. Come on now. But that's kind of where their feelings are right now, that they, uh, you know, if someone doesn't love themselves a whole lot, you can't give more love to others than you have for yourself, nor receive love from others more than you have for yourself. So if they love themselves this much, no matter how much love they wanna give, all you're gonna get is drip, 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 and no matter how much love you wanna give them, it's gonna be drip, drip, drip. So they working on their self-love is what opens the conduit for us to give and receive love to others. But if this is not there, this can't be their love. So they wanna give through passion, they wanna give through, actions and thinking and talking but not they can't give emotionally because 'cause they're not giving to themselves emotionally. And unless they change, nothing's gonna change, right? Fun, fun. Aren't relationships amazing? No wonder angels are like, "Screw that, we're not going down to earth." No, I was kidding. Alright, so hopefully that helps, Luna. Many blessings to you. Alright, everybody, been on for 8 hours and 11 minutes and 39 seconds. So I'm gonna head off, and I'll be back on Wednesday through Sunday nights. If you haven't checked out my podcast, here's a link to the playlist. We cover a lot of different subjects, the drama and trauma of being a human and why humans do what they do, Spirit's perspective on it, and hints from Spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So be sure to check that out. It's all free. And again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Enjoy your dream world. We had a new moon in Gemini, so some interesting dreams tonight, I'm sure. Fun, fun. All right, guys. I love you. We'll see you soon. Take care.